Chapter 54. A happy occasion was actually made into such a mess. Moreover, the focus of the entire scene had completely shifted to Xiao Han's side. Everyone could see Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue's eyes were full of affection, their voices were soft, and they were chatting with Xiao Han in private. It was extremely intimate. The three managers of Medicine King Valley finally came to their senses. Just now, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue had spoken indiscriminately. They were talking about what happened that night and kept saying that they were taken advantage of. How could this be tolerated? The rules and regulations of Medicine King Valley had always been very strict. They could not allow their disciples to mess around outside and ruin their reputation. Immediately, the three managers' faces were covered with frost. Their delicate bodies flashed and flashed to Xiao Han's side, blocking between Xiao Han and the two girls. They stared at Xiao Han with sharp eyes that could see through everything. What? Viscera refinement realm? One of the managers frowned and her eyes flashed with strong disdain. Then, she fiercely glared at Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue and angrily shouted. Shirong, Yanxue, what nonsense are you two talking about here? Presumptuous. That night, what happened between you and this young man? Tell me everything in full detail. You can't hide anything. All right, senior sister, take them back and carefully interrogate them. Another manager signaled with his eyes, thinking, senior sister is too impetuous, asking about this matter in public. What if she finds out about some romantic affair? Wouldn't our Medicine King Valley's reputation go down the drain? Jing Yanxue said repeatedly. That night, he disguised himself as an uncle and wanted to steal my and senior sister Shirong's flood dragon horse. We caught him in the act, but the flood dragon horse was still stolen by him. Jing Yanxue said seriously without even blinking her eyes. Xiao Han thought, Miss Jing is so calm when lying. She really has a great future. Hearing Jing Yanxue's words, the three managers of Medicine King Valley all heaved a sigh of relief. So he only stole the horse. I thought. Forget it, Shirong, Yanxue, you two immediately return to Medicine King Valley with us. You are punished to refine 1,000 furnaces of pills and are not allowed to leave the valley for 2 years. One of the managers said sternly. Manager, don't. Jing Yanxue said with a pale face. Lan Shirong was calm. She just frowned slightly and did not say anything. Young man. At this time, one of the managers looked at Xiao Han with disdain and said deeply. The female disciples of Medicine King Valley are not to be pursued by just anyone. Even the number one genius of your Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect, Shui Jianfeng, returned in failure. Shirong and Yanxue were among the female outer sect disciples of the Valley of Medicine Masters, with outstanding looks and natural beauties. Sect, we will not consider anyone below the true Qi realm. Young man, no matter what happened between you, Shirong and Yan Shui, forget about it. Dragons don't live with snakes. Don't look for trouble and ask for trouble. Shirong and Yanxue are still young and inexperienced. They have just entered the Jianghu and haven't seen the world. That's why they are speaking to you slightly. In the future, you will be completely filtered out in their hearts. Xiao felt. Xiao Han frowned. Shut up. Another manager glared. His pressure made Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong speechless. Shut up. The other manager glared at them, and his pressure enveloped them, causing Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong to immediately shut their mouths. Shut up. Another manager glared. His aura shrouded Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Let's go. The three Medicine King Valley managers were displeased. They were about to leave with Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. Suddenly. Wait. Xiao Han said loudly. What else do you want to say? One of the Medicine King Valley managers looked at Xiao Han impatiently. He looked like a king looking down at a beggar. It's nothing. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Don't bully a young man. True Qi realm, right? Good. One day, I, Xiao Han, will reach the true Qi realm. At that time, I will visit the Medicine King Valley personally. With that, Xiao Han looked deeply at Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. His determined eyes were filled with tenderness. Wait until you reach the true Qi realm. The three managers said perfunctorily. They did not believe that Xiao Han would reach the true Qi realm one day. If you really reach the true Qi realm, the three of us will welcome you at the Medicine King Valley. When the time comes, I'll pour you some tea and apologize. It's not impossible. But I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for that day. The difference between the physical body realm and the true Qi realm was like the distance between heaven and earth. It was not something that could be achieved easily. The three managers of the Medicine King Valley left with Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. Faintly, Xiao Han heard one of the managers say in a low voice, "Go back and check carefully. Ruoxi Rong and Yanshue's chastity has been destroyed. Immediately abolish their cultivation and expel them from the sect." Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue looked back at Xiao Han with every step. Jing Yanxue, in particular, had tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she gathered her courage and said, "Uncle, Yanxue will wait for you at the Medicine King Valley." "I will definitely come," Xiao Han said seriously. After the two girls were taken away, Xiao Han quietly stood where he was without saying a word. At this time, the three managers of Xiao Han's peak hurriedly walked to Xiao Han's side and said in a low voice, "Xiao Han, let's also slip away. The people here seem to be very unfriendly towards us." Xiao Han's gaze swept around and saw the thousands of outer sect disciples of the host square formation. All of them had eyes like jackals and wolves, fiercely glaring at him. It was as if they wanted to immediately draw their blades and attack him. It seems that they are indeed not very friendly. Let's go, let's go." Xiao Han also realized that something was wrong. He thought to himself, "I have made Shui Jianfeng's happy occasion into an embarrassing one. Why would they still be friendly towards me?" Immediately, Xiao Han's group of people left in a hurry like sparks. They safely returned to the peak they were at. Phew. It was really dangerous just now. We were almost surrounded. One of the managers heaved a sigh of relief and immediately looked at Xiao Han with a smile. "Xiao Han, you are very good. You have made us proud." He. Whenever I think of Shui Jianfeng and those three old men's pale faces, I feel extremely carefree and comfortable. Ha. However, don't take the words of those three women from Medicine King Valley to heart. Just focus on your cultivation. Those from Medicine King Valley are always like this, arrogant and condescending. No matter. Xiao Han said indifferently. Three managers, this disciple is now focused on cultivation. Nothing can erase this disciple's will. After reaching the true energy boundary, this disciple will personally go to Medicine King Valley and take back the dignity that I lost today. Good. Xiao Han, go back and wait for a few days. We will immediately ask for a blade manual and marrow refining pill for you. One of the managers nodded and said solemnly. Oh right, Xiao Han, don't wander around during this period of time. Today, you have completely fallen out with Shui Jianfeng. Not only did you steal his limelight, but you also made him lose face in public. That guy will definitely seek revenge. I am afraid that he will find trouble with you. This disciple understands. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Soon after, Xiao Han bid farewell to the three managers and returned to his own courtyard. In his room, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on his bed. In his mind, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanshue's smiles and frowns flashed past. Involuntarily, the corners of Xiao Han's mouth hooked into a faint and warm smile. Don't worry. I will definitely reach the true energy boundary and go to Medicine King Valley to look for you. Xiao Han said to himself. In the next moment, Xiao Han took out the bottle containing 20 leopard embryo marrow refining pills from his bosom. He opened the bottle stopper and poured out the pills one by one, placing them in his palm. Let's start refining the marrow. My current physical strength has reached 80 cauldrons, surpassing the average marrow refining martial artist. When I reach the complete marrow refining stage, how strong will my strength be? Heh. I am really looking forward to it. Xiao Han picked up a leopard embryo marrow refining pill and put it into his mouth, on the mountain peak where Shui Jianfeng was. Shui Jianfeng's courtyard. At this moment, in Shui Jianfeng's courtyard, the autumn wind was chilly and sword qi whistled. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The outside world was warm and sunny, but in Shui Jianfeng's courtyard, there could be thunder and lightning at any moment, as if the heavens were angry. In the room, Shui Jianfeng sat upright on a carved wooden chair, his face as gloomy as water. On his forehead, a vein protruded and trembled non-stop. 3 outer sect disciples in bright robes stood at the side with their hands at their sides, not even daring to breathe too loudly. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy, making people feel suffocated. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Shui Jianfeng let out a furious roar. In the next moment, bang! A flower vase on a red sandalwood shelf in the corner was cut into pieces by the invisible sword qi, the porcelain pieces flying in all directions. Pooh! 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 The invisible sword qi twisted chaotically, completely crushing the porcelain pieces into fine powder. They scattered on the ground. While doing all this, Shui Jianfeng did not move at all. His entire body's qi did not leak out in the slightest. No one knew how he broke the flower vase through the air. Ah! Senior brother, calm down. Senior brother, calm down. The 3 outer sect disciples were so frightened that they immediately knelt down. Senior brother, your sword intent has reached the small success stage. Using the air as a sword, killing through the air is like blowing dust. You really are a sword Dao genius. Senior brother, why don't we get rid of that Xiao Han for you? That bastard has gone too far, he must be put to death by 1,000 cuts to vent his anger. Yes, senior brother, let's make a move and cripple him. Humph. Shui Jianfeng stood up with his hands behind his back. The air around his body fluctuated, turning into invisible sword qi that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Go cripple that kid now. Everyone will know that it was me, Shui Jianfeng, who did it. This kind of dog-like small fry, I can kill him 1,000 times with just a glance. Yes, yes, senior brother. Compared to you, that bastard is simply a pig, a dog, a cow, or a sheep. The 3 outer sect disciples said submissively. Forget it. Tomorrow, I will follow a few true disciples to the western region to kill demons, sharpen my spirit, and forcefully break through to the true qi realm. Shui Jianfeng said proudly. Breaking through to the true qi realm is of utmost importance. Moreover, going out for an adventure with the true disciples, there is a possibility of finding some ancient ruins and obtaining some heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. Xiao Han, that bastard, you guys help me keep a close eye on him. Monitor him well, but don't make a move. I will think of a way to slowly torture him. When the time comes, I will make him regret being born into this world. Chapter 55. After Xiao Han consumed a leopard embryo marrow cleansing pill, the pill turned into countless granules and adhered to his bones. It was very miraculous. Now let's see how well my bones can absorb these pill granules. This is the so-called root bone in the martial Dao. With a good innate root bone, the absorption is fast. Removing the impurities, the medicinal essence can seep into the bone marrow several times faster than normal people. If the root bone is bad, then there is no other way. One can only rely on hard work, practice hard day and night, and overdraft one's physical strength to speed up the absorption. Xiao Han was also clear. Not long after, Xiao Han swallowed a total of 20 leopard embryo marrow cleansing pills into his stomach. Countless granules covered a total of 80 of Xiao Han's bones. These 80 bones with medicinal essence attached to them feel numb. I can clearly feel traces of medicinal essence seeping into the bones. However, without a reference, I don't know how fast my bones absorb the medicinal essence. Is my root bone good or not? Forget it, don't think too deeply about this. Putting aside the root bone, I can't give up on hard work. There is still half a year before the outer sect disciple ranking competition. I must seize every moment to cultivate and not slack off. In terms of cultivation, I must put in more effort than anyone else. That way, I will be able to get a satisfactory return. For the next 3 days, Xiao Han was very low-key. He almost never left his house. His meals were all brought back by Ah Cho from the canteen. In Xiao Han's storage ring, there were a few sabers and even a saber manual. Thunder Crash Extermination Saber. This was obtained after killing Hua Rong. Xiao Han recalled Hua Rong's 1 man and 1 saber. He killed demons and devils in Willow Town. He was swift and decisive. His saber chi killed through the air as if he was taking something out of his pocket. Hua Rong's saber technique was also very impressive. Now that Xiao Han was determined to cultivate the saber Dao, he eagerly read the saber manual. After studying for half a day, Xiao Han had a basic understanding of this saber technique. The Thunder Crash Extermination Saber was the same as the Son of Heaven's Fist. To understand the essence of the saber force of the Thunder Crash Extermination Saber was actually very difficult. There was even the risk of death. The saber manual said that this saber technique had to be practiced when there was thunder and lightning. However, listening to the thunder, observing the lightning, and then practicing the saber could only be regarded as a beginner. To practice this saber technique to perfection, one must practice it in the midst of thunder and lightning. Their bodies must be in contact with the thunder and lightning, or even absorb the thunder and lightning into their bodies, using the thunder and lightning to temper the saber chi, and understanding the saber power in the thunder and lightning. Wouldn't he be struck to death if he guided the lightning into his body? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Although a normal physical body realm martial artist's body is tough and indestructible, it's impossible for them to let the lightning strike their body when there's a thunderbolt, right? If a bolt of lightning came down, he would probably be roasted to a crisp. Why the hell would I need to practice saber skills? No matter how strong a person's body is, it's impossible to contend against the supernatural power of nature, right? I reckon that Hua Rong has only seen the lightning and heard the thunder. He has only learned the basics. Xiao Han was certain of this point. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. I have the indestructible golden body to protect me. Can I try letting the lightning strike me? Let's see if it can kill me. If it can't kill me, then this saber technique will have reached perfection. But soon, Xiao Han temporarily gave up on this idea. After all, the 3 managers provided him with many saber manuals for him to choose from. There was no need to practice this thunderclap extermination saber technique. Putting down the saber manual, Xiao Han held a saber in his hand and walked around the courtyard, feeling the saber's concept. However, under the situation where he didn't use the Emperor's power, the connection between Xiao Han's mind and the saber in his hand wasn't very close, so he couldn't display the domineering saber power. On the contrary, once the Emperor's power was activated, in an instant, the saber chi surged, and the ordinary saber would seep out a sharp and murderous aura. 3 days passed. The 3 managers sent a message to Xiao Han, asking him to go to the mountain peak. At the mountain peak. White Jade Plaza. The 3 managers had been waiting for a long time. After seeing Xiao Han, they immediately went up to him and asked about his well-being. Xiao Han, after resting for a few days, your aura has become more stable. Have you started to refine your marrow? The manager with the surname, Situ, patted Xiao Han's shoulder and said. Yes, this disciple started refining his marrow 3 days ago. However, I don't have enough elixirs, and this disciple is a bit depressed. Xiao Han complained about being poor. It was unreasonable not to complain about being poor at this time. Xiao Han, you just entered the outer sect not long ago, so you definitely haven't saved up that many true martial coins. It's understandable that you are short of money. Another manager nodded and said. However, Xiao Han, we have reported your matter to the higher-ups. They also think that you are worth cultivating. You defeated Yang Lei and tied with Xing Shan. The higher-ups have also completely grasped the matter, and they think that you are worth cultivating. This time, the higher-ups have specially given you something. Look, this is a bottle of 1,000-year black tortoise blood. After consuming it, the medicinal effect will spread to 150 bones. It is not a small matter, it is a sacred item for refining marrow. The manager solemnly took out a palm-sized jade-green medicine bottle from his bosom. Xiao Han, the sect is cultivating you. Yes. Xiao Han was extremely excited. The sacred medicine for refining marrow that covered 150 bones. Xiao Han had seen this 1,000-year black tortoise blood in an elixir store before. One bottle was worth 20,000 true martial coins. It was definitely not a small matter. Blessed by the heavens. The medicinal effect was even purer than the leopard embryo marrow cleansing pill. Xiao Han quickly took the medicine bottle and carefully placed it in his bosom. With this bottle of 1,000-year black tortoise blood and the medicinal effect of the 20 leopard embryo marrow cleansing pills, he would not have to worry about refining his marrow. The next thing to do was to train hard and even torture himself to overdraft his physical strength, so that his bones could absorb the medicinal effect to their heart's content. Xiao Han, next is to let you choose a saber manual. Manager Sita smiled and said. Xiao Han, listen to me. Our Cloud Rain sect is actually not known for saber techniques. The Cloud Rain sect's ultimate technique is the Cloud Rain True Qi. With a flip of the hand, it can summon clouds and rain. It can stir the power of heaven and earth, overturn heaven and earth, and suppress all things. However, this divine technique can only be practiced after reaching the true Qi realm. It is impossible to reach the physical body realm. Among the 5 major sects of Beacon Fire Empire, Mingjian Villa has tens of thousands of sword manuals and 10 great sword techniques. Ba Huang Temple focuses on the saber. Their Ba Huang's 6 directions godly saber technique is well known in the world. Medicine King Valley's 10 great secret medicines are world-shocking. Blazing Flames sect's God Burning Palm is world-shattering. Then, the best saber technique in Beacon Fire Empire is in Ba Huang Temple? Xiao Han frowned. Theoretically, yes. A manager nodded seriously. However, our Cloud Rain sect's thousands of years of heritage is not to be underestimated. There are many saber manuals in the Martial Skill Pavilion. Of course, some saber manuals can only be practiced after reaching the true Qi realm. Then, the higher-ups will give you some saber manuals that are suitable for your current cultivation. You can take your time to choose. Oh right, Xiao Han, you cannot be greedy when practicing saber techniques. Biting off more than you can chew. Every saber technique contains a different intent realm. If a saber user were to practice too many saber techniques rashly, their intents would clash and they might even go berserk. Back then, there was a true Qi realm saber user of our Cloud Rain sect. He was extremely talented and had mastered 7 saber techniques. In the end, his body exploded and he died. Therefore, the higher-ups have stipulated that you can only choose one saber technique this time. All right. I'll choose one. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. The 3 managers each took out a few saber manuals and handed them to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, we won't disturb you. Calm down and choose. Yes. Xiao Han received the saber manuals and sat down cross-legged, flipping through them slowly. Hurricane Saber Technique. Swift Saber, 13 slashes in a single breath. It's extremely powerful when the enemy is forced to defend. Compassionate Saber Technique. Filled with compassion, the saber force is gentle like the spring breeze and rain. It can influence the enemy and subdue the enemy without a fight. Star Refining Demon Slaying Saber. Refined a different kind of starlight and infused it into the saber chi. It can destroy both ghosts and gods. Wood Burning Saber Technique. Born flames in the saber chi. Thunder Extermination Saber. Enhanced by lightning, sweeping everything. Blood Vengeance Saber. Extremely Murderous Aura. 3-step saber technique. Blood must be seen within 3 steps. If you don't kill the enemy, you kill yourself. Cold Moon Saber Technique. Feather Saber Technique. Mountain Saber Technique. 5 Elements Saber Technique. Yin Yang 4 Elephant Saber Technique. Shadow Saber Technique. There are too many saber manuals. My eyes are blurred from choosing. Xiao Han rubbed his eyes. The saber manuals in his hands each had their own strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, they all had different concepts. Xiao Han really couldn't choose at that moment. After choosing for a long time, there was only one saber manual left in Xiao Han's hands. The paper of this saber manual was yellow and wrinkled. It was wrinkled and dirty, emitting a foul smell. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. One should know that the 2 ultimate techniques that Xiao Han relied on the most, the indestructible golden body and the Son of Heaven's divine fist, were obtained from the tattered parchment. Therefore, Xiao Han had always been very interested in ancient martial technique manuals. Xiao Han was especially interested in the incomplete ones that no one cared about. On the title page of this saber manual, there were a few scribbled words. Saber Scripture. Xiao Han carefully flipped open the soft and fragile title page. After a brief reading, he understood. Strictly speaking, this saber scripture was not a saber manual, nor was it a martial technique manual. It was the notes of a saber user. It mainly explained some theoretical knowledge of the saber Dao. For example, what saber chi was, what saber force was, and even its own understanding of the saber intent that could only be understood but not explained. Xiao Han flipped through a few pages. He was already very careful, but one of the pages was still damaged. The paper was already rotten. Sigh. This thing is just a manual, a notebook. Although a lot of knowledge is helpful to the cultivation of the saber Dao and allows one to have a deeper understanding of the essence of the saber, it is after all not a saber manual. Moreover, it is too easy to break. I'm afraid that before I finish reading it, it will break into ashes after flipping through a few pages. However, just as Xiao Han was about to give up on this saber scripture, the strange thing that was dormant in his heart suddenly throbbed. What? Xiao Han's heart was shocked. Then, a crisp, crack sound burst out from his heart, like an eggshell breaking. It was a mysterious feeling of breaking free from the shackles and removing the seal. Not long after, Xiao Han's heart was beating at the same time, and heavenly music could be heard. Strange phenomena, auspicious clouds, and heavenly flowers poured out from Xiao Han's heart. Of course, all these strange phenomena could only be seen by Xiao Han. Although the 3 managers were staring at Xiao Han, they could not detect anything strange at all. It was very strange. The next moment, the surface of the dilapidated saber scripture actually glowed with a divine light. In an instant, countless divine talismans, rays of light, and dazzling lights completely enveloped Xiao Han. The current situation was exactly the same as when Xiao Han obtained the indestructible golden body and the Son of Heaven's divine fist. This time, Xiao Han had experience and did not appear to be so panicked. However, the ecstasy in his heart was already rolling like waves. The heavens have pity on me. It seems that I have picked up a treasure again. Ha 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 ha. Impressively, on the title page of the broken saber scripture, a few big, shining words appeared. Every word, every stroke, seemed to contain an overwhelming saber intent. 7 fragment saber art. Good. This is it. Xiao Han's heart moved, and the strange phenomena in front of him temporarily disappeared. He stood up and said to the managers. All right, I have chosen. The 3 managers walked over with big steps. Xiao Han, which saber manual did you choose? The 3 managers asked in unison. I choose this saber scripture. Xiao Han forcefully suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said calmly. What? Xiao Han, why did you choose this? This is not a saber manual, but a notebook written by a swordsman, one of the managers said doubtfully. This saber scripture only describes some of the more basic knowledge of the saber Dao. Xiao Han, even if you choose the saber scripture, you will not be able to cultivate any saber techniques. You should choose another one. There's no need. Masters, I've already chosen my disciple. Don't worry, I am not a rash person, Xiao Han said seriously. The three managers looked at each other and finally sighed, accepting Xiao Han's choice. They thought to themselves, geniuses are indeed unconventional and can't be measured by common sense. Ordinary people would never touch this saber scripture, but Xiao Han had chosen it. Moreover, it seemed that he treasured it very much. All right, Xiao Han, the elixirs and that saber manual, I will treat this saber scripture as a saber manual. You have chosen them. How are you going to cultivate? Are you going to go into seclusion or something? One of the managers asked. Xiao Han had obviously made up his mind. I am going to leave the outer sect area and find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. On one hand, I will train my marrow, and on the other hand, I will comprehend the saber Dao. Oh, where are you going to cultivate in seclusion? One of the managers could not help but ask. I am sorry, managers. I will keep the place a secret for now. I will not tell anyone, Xiao Han said apologetically. All right. The three managers did not mind. Then go into seclusion and cultivate in seclusion. But don't forget to come back on time for the outer sect ranking competition in half a year. At that time, without you, our peak will lose a lot of its luster. Chapter 56. Before this, Xiao Han had already chosen a place for his seclusion. It was not in the outer sect. Of course, it was not outside of the mountain range. One had to know that the mountain range was thousands of miles wide, and there were many spirit mountains and immortal lands. However, in the huge mountain range, there were also some peaks that were uninhabited, and it was full of barren hills and unruly rivers. Some of the river valleys even had primitive aborigines that lived there, forming their own tribes. There were also primitive forests that were overgrown. Some forests had fallen leaves, and after years of miasma, poisonous fog that could not be seen. If one accidentally entered, he would definitely die. Back when Xiao Han was a live target, he had gone to a peak at the edge of the mountain range. At the peak of this mountain, there was a huge waterfall that flowed down like a huge white dragon and into a river. The river flowed like a mountain torrent, and it rumbled all day long like a world-ending thunder. At that time, Xiao Han was on this mountain peak and felt the entire mountain tremble. Thus, he fled in fear and did not dare to stay for long. But now, he suddenly had the idea to go into seclusion on this mountain peak. There's still half a year before the outer sect disciple ranking competition. It's imminent. Under the situation where I can't use the demon the Archpalm, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to defeat Shui Jianfeng. Time doesn't wait for me. I have to go all out. I'll cultivate in the waterfall and destroy myself in the hopes that I can quickly digest the medicinal essence in my body and fuse it into my bones. Xiao Han returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, consuming the bottle of thousand-year mystic turtle blood. The majestic medicinal essence turned into granules and completely wrapped around the 150 bones in Xiao Han's body. However, the medicinal essence was too abundant. Even if his bones absorbed it for 3 to 5 years, it would not be completely absorbed. After drinking the medicine, Xiao Han went to the canteen alone and bought a large amount of dried meat, storing them in 2 storage rings. He then went back to take a few robes and left the outer sect peak silently. He did not even inform Ah Cho. Senior brother Ah Cho, I'll be in seclusion for half a year. I hope that you can cultivate well in this half a year and strive to ascend to the marrow refinement realm and master the deadwood collection. Once everything was prepared, Xiao Han traversed the mountains and headed towards the mountain peak he had chosen for seclusion. Now, Xiao Han's physical body was strong, and he could walk as if he was flying. He could climb mountains and cross rivers as if he was walking on flat ground. After a few hours, Xiao Han arrived at the mountain peak. Hong hong hong, the roar of the mountain torrent and the rumbling of the waterfall shook the mountain to the point that it rustled and trembled, and the entire mountain actually had a terrifying feeling that it might disintegrate at any moment. However, the current Xiao Han was fearless in the face of such a dangerous environment. Xiao Han held a saber in his hand and chopped down some trees and vines in the forest. Behind a protruding rock, he hastily built a small thatched hut. Hee, for the next half a year, I will build a hut here and live like a primitive man. Xiao Han looked at the small thatched hut he had built with satisfaction. Xiao Han had stored a lot of dried meat slices and steamed buns in his storage ring. This mountain peak was lush with trees. There were also a large number of fruit trees. There were even wild hares, wild boars, and other wild animals. For Xiao Han, there was no shortage of food. In the evening, the night sky was clear. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the rock in front of the thatched hut, a saber laid flat on his knees. In Xiao Han's hand, he held the tattered saber scripture with a pious expression. In an instant, waves of throbbing came from his heart. One after another, divine runes and rays of light swept out. Correspondingly, the rotten saber scripture in his hand glowed with misty divine light. Fishes and dragons spread out, and it was a spectacular sight. 7 fragments saber art, 4 words that contained profound concepts and sharp saber chi floated in the air. Not long after, the divine light and rays of light that filled the sky were woven into a mystical cocoon of light. This time, there were a total of 8 cocoons of light. Indestructible golden body, 100 cocoons of light. Son of Heaven's divine fist, 7 cocoons of light. And the 7 fragments saber art, 8 cocoons of light. Poof, the first cocoon of light shattered. Densely packed words exploded out. Xiao Han scanned it with his mind and immediately read it. 2 hours later, so it turns out that the first cocoon of light derived from the 7 fragments saber art isn't a saber technique, but some basic knowledge of the saber Dao. However, this knowledge is extremely precise, like the morning bell and evening drum, and it is thought-provoking. Saber Chi. Once the saber Chi is released, it can kill from a distance. What is saber Chi? Saber Chi is when a saber user reaches a certain level of strength and reaches a certain speed when brandishing the saber. Thus, the force of the saber will shoot out from the saber, destroying everything in its path and killing the opponent immediately. Normally, when a saber user at the fleshly body realm slashes out a saber Chi from a distance, its strength is equivalent to 1/10 of the user's physical strength. However, the faster the saber speed, the greater the strength, the stronger the penetrating power, and the more terrifying the lethality. To successfully cultivate saber Chi, 2 conditions must be met. First, one's physical strength must reach 50 cauldrons or above. Second, the speed of brandishing the saber must not be less than 1/10 of the speed of sound. Speed of sound. Theoretically speaking, in one breath, which is 1 second, if one can slash 340 times, it is the speed of sound. In other words, in order to slash out saber Chi that can injure people from a distance, one must at least slash 34 times in 1 second. 34 slashes in one breath. This. Xiao Han felt a headache coming on. Difficult, somewhat difficult. I didn't expect the first step of cultivating the saber Dao, cultivating saber Chi, to be so difficult. The saber Dao isn't that easy to cultivate. However, Xiao Han's will was as firm as steel. He continued reading and comprehending, saber force. The comprehension of the saber. When a saber user's comprehension of the saber reaches a certain level, their aura will become unstoppable and domineering. Just by standing casually, they will give others the feeling of a treasured saber being unsheathed. Furthermore, when the saber force reaches a certain level, one's gaze will be able to shoot out saber Chi. This is no small matter. Saber intent. Saber intent corresponds to a swordsman's sword intent. It is the peak of the saber Dao that a saber user pursues all their life. 1 in 10,000. Once one comprehends saber intent, one will become the emperor of the saber. When saber intent is released, the wills of the other saber users in the surroundings will be drawn in, as though they are servants meeting their master, as though they are worshipping a god. If the heavens have feelings, saber intent is emotionless. Once saber intent is released, it will shatter the void and destroy all ghosts and gods. Initial mastery of saber intent. I can turn the surrounding air into saber chi, and with the speed of sound, I can kill all living things as I please. Middle stage saber intent. No matter what it is, grass, wood, bamboo, stone, air, water, everything in the world can be used as a saber, and the speed of the saber exceeds the speed of sound. This realm is also known as saberless. It is the realm where saberless surpasses saberless. Saber intent has reached greater mastery. A natal saber chi has been born in my body, and I can kill with just a thought. It can lock souls from 1,000 miles away, and it can shatter space itself if I kill from 10,000 miles away. Saber intent godly mastery. Life saber chi, mental energy, saber intent, battle will, and will are all brewed to the peak, cutting open the door to the saber realm that's close to nothingness, receiving the blessing of the ancient saber soul, and killing immortals and gods. Huff, the saber intent is too powerful. Once the saber intent is cultivated, it will be able to exterminate the 6 paths. Even ghosts and gods will not be able to predict it. Killing people who are of a higher cultivation level will be as easy as eating and drinking. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. However, it's too difficult and too mysterious. It seems like the saber intent and sword intent are related to the soul. It seems like the stronger one's soul is, the easier it is to comprehend saber intent. Alright, forget it. Start cultivating from the first step. I'll think about it after I cultivate the saber chi. Xiao Han knew that the cultivation of the saber Dao must be done step by step, and he must not be greedy. Saber chi. Saber force. Saber intent. One step at a time. Of course, it wasn't impossible for Xiao Han to cultivate the saber chi. He had to immerse himself in studying it. In the first cocoon of light that appeared from the 7-fragment saber art, there was a shortcut to cultivating the saber chi. Heart saber. Using the heart as a saber, the saber chi will naturally form. The so-called heart saber meant that in order to cultivate the speed of the saber to the peak, one must use the heart as the foundation. With the saber in the heart, one must use the heart to control the speed of the saber. One must know that no matter how fast one's hands and feet were, they were still not as fast as the heart. Let me test my hand speed first. Xiao Han jumped down from the rock. With a single saber in his hand, all the blood vessels and muscles in his body vibrated. His tendons and bones sounded at the same time, and the strength of his physical body was instantly pushed to the limit. Xiao xiao xiao, the single saber in Xiao Han's hand continuously slashed. One breath later, my strength is 80 cauldrons. When I brandished the saber with all my strength and reached the peak speed, I was only able to slash 7 times in one breath. Xiao Han was ashamed. In the next moment, Son of Heaven's power. Boost. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body emitted an incomparably noble aura. It was as if he was the ruler of the world and looked down on the common people. Wang. The single saber in his hand began to vibrate. Strands of tyrannical and brutal saber chi pervaded the air. Xiao xiao xiao, Xiao Han wielded the saber and slashed again. This time, in one breath, he actually exceeded his normal performance and slashed out 21 times. The Emperor's great power dispersed. Even with the boost from the Emperor's great power, I still can't slash out saber chi as I please. To slash out saber chi, I must be able to do it at 1/10 of the speed of sound. In other words, in one breath, I must slash out 34 times. Xiao Han returned to the rock and sat cross-legged. Moreover, I must be able to directly slash out 34 times without the boost from the Emperor's great power. Only then can I be considered to have true ability. Xiao Han thought. In the future, when I cultivate the saber Dao, I will temporarily abandon the Emperor's great power. When the saber Dao is complete, I will then boost the Emperor's great power. At that time, let's see how powerful it is. Time to comprehend the heart saber. Xiao Han opened up his mind. His eyes seemed empty, as if he was thinking but not thinking. The surroundings immediately turned silent. Xiao Han entered the state of enlightenment. He visualized that the heart saber, according to the first cocoon of light in the 7-fragment saber technique, and started to comprehend it. Using the heart as a saber. Using the speed of the heart to replace the speed of the hand. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Xiao Han sat cross-legged like a rock statue, as if he had never moved his body since ancient times. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the forest in the distance. They were 3 youths wearing the outer sect disciple robes of Cloud Rain sect. Each of their right arms had an embroidered armband with the words First Peak of the outer sect. This Xiao Han is indeed cultivating. He seems to be cultivating a saber technique. Senior brother Shui told us to keep an eye on this guy. A few days ago, he left the outer sect area alone and came to this deep mountain. I thought he was going to cultivate some unique secret skill. To think that he has been sitting here like a rock for a few days and nights. What is he cultivating? It doesn't seem like he's practicing the saber. I think there's probably something wrong with this guy's head. Maybe he's comprehending the force. Alright, let's keep an eye on him for another day and see what he's up to. If he continues to sit like this, we'll return to the peak first and rest for a few days before coming back. We can't possibly be foolishly guarding a stone statue here, right? Another 3 days and 3 nights passed. The 3 outer sect disciples who were monitoring Xiao Han could not take it anymore and retreated temporarily. On the 7th day of Xiao Han's force comprehension. Shockingly, Xiao Han opened his eyes and an obscure flash flashed across his eyes. Vaguely, that flash contained the intent of the saber. Huff, Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. What accompanied it was the sound of his stomach rumbling. His shriveled stomach was protesting. Xiao Han hurriedly took out some steamed buns and jerky from his storage ring and wolfed them down. After eating and drinking his fill, Xiao Han held the saber in his hand. Swish swish swish, Xiao Han waved his right hand a few times and the saber in his hand actually turned illusory. It was almost invisible to the naked eye and only the flash of the saber could be seen. A streak of saber chi immediately condensed on the edge of the saber. With a buzzing sound, it looked like it was about to shoot out of the saber. However, this streak of saber chi did not shoot out. As Xiao Han withdrew his saber, the saber chi finally dimmed and disappeared. Using my heart to control the saber is indeed several times faster than using my hands and feet. Now, I can slash 30 times in a breath. I'm only a step away from 34 times. However, I can only comprehend the heart saber to this extent for now. I need to borrow external force to forcefully increase the speed of the saber to 34 times in a breath and completely cultivate the saber chi. With a thought, Xiao Han carried his saber and walked towards the terrifying waterfall on the peak of the mountain. Gradually, the crazy sound of the water flowing in Xiao Han's ears became louder and louder. It was as if even his heart was gripped by this terrifying sound. Finally, after going around a gorge, Xiao Han arrived at the edge of a cliff with the deafening sound of the water. At the peak of the mountain, there was a waterfall that was tens of feet high. It flowed backwards and flowed into a river at the bottom of the cliff. It was like a flash flood. In all directions, water vapor and mist filled the air. It was faintly discernible and full of artistic conception. The river at the bottom of the cliff surged towards the east like a raging dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It brought up turbulent waves and roared ferociously. This section of the river was tightly sandwiched by the cliffs on both sides. Under the obstruction of many submerged reefs at the bottom of the river, the unyielding torrent struggled violently, forming whirlpools that preyed on people. It was extremely dangerous. Xiao Han stood on the cliff and looked down at the river that was tens of feet below him. He felt a sense of pride in his heart. Who dares to practice martial arts here? I, Xiao Han, dare. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the heavens. If I don't take risks, how can I reach the peak of martial arts? Having made up his mind, Xiao Han carried his saber and followed a rugged path down the cliff. Standing by the river, the water splashed everywhere, drenching Xiao Han's clothes. Xiao Han took a deep breath and leaped onto a protruding rock in the middle of the river. Boom! Suddenly, a turbulent and roaring wave came crashing down like a hammer. It carried the strength of 1,000 soldiers and directly hit Xiao Han's body. Bang! Xiao Han was hit and rolled into the river. Damn it, this wave is so fierce. It has at least a dozen cauldrons of strength. I can't even stand when it comes crashing down on me, Xiao Han gritted his teeth. The indestructible golden body within his body circulated, dispelling the pain caused by this wave that hammered on Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han drank a few mouthfuls of water and grabbed a rock in the river with both hands. He stood up and all the bones in his body exploded. He gathered his strength and with a leap, he once again stood on the protruding rock. Boom! Another wave came crashing down. This wave suddenly rose more than 10 meters high and condensed into the shape of a monster. It mercilessly smashed down on Xiao Han's head. Come on. This time, Xiao Han was prepared. Instead, he puffed out his chest and condensed his physical strength. He brazenly withstood the impact of this wave. However, this time, Xiao Han did not fall down. His body swayed a few times before he finally stood firm. Just like that, Xiao Han stood on the reef, using his body of flesh and blood to withstand the raging waves. He persisted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Who knew how many raging waves he had withstood, until his physical strength was completely exhausted. No. Not enough. Again. Xiao Han's entire body was powerless. He even knelt down on the rock, his hands and feet trembling. However, he did not immediately jump away. Instead, he remained on the rock. Boom! Another wave came crashing down. Xiao Han immediately stood up and blocked it with his body. Bang! Xiao Han's chest felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A small mouthful of blood spurted out. However, his body was as still as a mountain. He stood there like an iron man and did not fall down. Another incense stick of time passed. Xiao Han finally returned to the shore. He collapsed on the riverbank and greedily breathed in the air. His physical strength had been completely squeezed out. Not a single drop was left. However, at this time, Xiao Han could feel that the speed at which his bones absorbed the medicinal energy was several times faster than usual. The masochistic method of training has completely exhausted my physical strength. The speed at which I refine my marrow has indeed increased. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Good. This is great. After resting for 4 hours, under the nourishment of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han recovered a small portion of his physical strength. He once again rushed towards the rock in the middle of the river. This was simply a self-destructive method of training. Others would never be like Xiao Han, who risked life and limb to train. Of course, if Xiao Han had not cultivated the indestructible golden body, he would not have dared to torture himself like this. 5 days later. Xiao Han could already endure for 1 hour in the whirlpool of the river. Another 5 days passed. Xiao Han could endure for 4 hours in the whirlpool of the river. On the 11th day, Xiao Han no longer stood on the rock and endured the impact of the huge waves. He began to practice his saber. Boom! An earth-shattering wave swept towards him. The saber in Xiao Han's hand slashed out like lightning. The saber collided with the oncoming wave. The force of the wave was close to 100 cauldrons, causing Xiao Han to lose his grip on the saber and almost drop it. Roar! Xiao Han roared, clenched the saber tightly, and slashed wildly against the wave. On the first day, Xiao Han could only slash 4 times in the wave. Even though he used the heart saber and used his heart to control the speed of the saber, he could only slash 4 times. The resistance of the huge wave seriously affected the speed of Xiao Han's saber. The second day passed. Xiao Han could slash 7 times against the wave. On the third day, 9 times, on the 10th day, 28 times. On the 11th day, Xiao Han stood on the rock, holding the saber in his hand. His hand holding the saber was strangely stable. As steady as a rock. His eyes were as black as the night. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, fighting spirit high. Boom! A wave that was more than 10 meters high, carrying 100 cauldrons of force, crashed down with a loud bang. Shockingly, Xiao Han moved. Xiao! 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 The saber in his hand flashed continuously, only the saber light could be seen, but not the saber. In the next moment, under the power of Xiao Han's saber, the rapidly rolling wave actually stopped for a breath. Furthermore, poo! 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 In this one breath's time, the wave was actually cut into more than 10 pieces by the saber light. After a breath's time, the huge wave that was cut into more than 10 pieces condensed again and rushed towards Xiao Han's body. But Xiao Han stood still, not moving an inch. 30 slashes. In the huge wave, I can slash 30 times in a breath's time, cutting the huge wave like a butcher dismembering an ox. Xiao Han jumped off the rock and stood on the riverbank, holding the saber in his hand. Under the huge resistance, I can still slash 30 times in a breath's time. Hee, then try slashing on flat ground. How many times can I slash in a breath's time? A strange light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He was eager to try. P.S. Recommend a Xuanhuan book. This is a new book by an old author, who is also a god-level character. Spirit Luo Ring is a new book by the author. Back then, this, Spirit Luo Ring, was extremely popular. I was deeply fascinated by it and followed it. Now, he has started a new book. After reading the first few pages, I can't help but be deeply attracted. I am also prepared to follow it one by one. Those who like Xuanhuan can go and collect it. It is indeed a good book. Chapter 57. On the riverbank. Xiao Han held his saber in his hand. After nearly a month of hard training, Xiao Han could already slash 30 times in one breath in the whirlpool of the river. A normal swordsman at the physical body realm would not even be able to hold his saber steadily in the huge waves, let alone practice his saber skills. Xiao Han, on the other hand, relied on the indestructible golden body's abnormal resistance and recovery ability to face the waves head-on like an Iron Man. Now, he could instantly split the huge waves. Great progress. This was definitely not a small matter. At this moment, Xiao Han quietly placed his hand on the hilt of the saber. His body was as still as a rock and his eyes were as calm as water. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. The silence was as cold as ice. Everything around him, the surging river, the rumbling waterfall, seemed to be silent. Gradually, the murderous and distant saber aura, with Xiao Han as the center, spread out, covering 100 zhang. The next moment, Xiao Han moved. Xiao 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 xiao, the saber in Xiao Han's hand seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The saber light flashed continuously, and the sound of wind breaking was endless. Only the saber light could be seen, but not the saber. In Xiao Han's hand, the saber seemed to be as light as a feather, as if it had already merged with Xiao Han's flesh and soul, becoming a part of him. 200 sabers in one breath. Suddenly, Xiao Han roared and raised his right hand. Pooh! A saber aura that was as fast as lightning suddenly slashed out. This saber aura was like the wind and lightning. Its speed was more than half the speed of sound, cutting through the air like cutting bamboo grass. Bang! This saber aura just happened to hit a huge wave that was more than 10 meters high, a few acres wide, and looked like a wild beast. The huge wave was smashed into pieces by the saber aura. Countless water droplets splashed in all directions, spraying into the river. The saber aura's momentum did not diminish, and fiercely slashed at the opposite cliff. Poochie! The hard cliff was cut like tofu, leaving a 10 feet long and 1 foot deep mark. Who? Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air, sheathed his saber, and stood still like a mountain. Practicing saber in the huge waves of the river, fighting against the whirlpool every day, fighting against nature, really gave me my wish to cultivate saber aura. Xiao Han grinned. Now, Xiao Han could slash 200 times in a breath without any resistance. The speed of sound was 340 saber strikes per breath. A bladesman only needed to execute 34 saber strikes in one breath to activate saber chi. And Xiao Han had far surpassed this benchmark. The speed of my saber energy is more than half the speed of sound. The faster the speed of the blade, the greater the power, the sharper the cutting power, and the more terrifying the penetrative and destructive power. To be honest, the strength of my saber chi has already reached 60% of my body's strength, which is close to 50 cauldrons. Xiao Han evaluated himself. As everyone knows, even the most gentle water flow, feathers, and withered grass, under extreme speed, can cut through rocks and steel. Furthermore, Xiao Han's saber chi had a force of 50 ding. A force of 50 cauldrons was blasted out at a speed faster than half the speed of sound. It was indeed invincible, capable of slicing through everything. If my saber speed is a few times faster, or even 10 times faster, then it's not impossible for me to destroy the 6 paths with a single saber chi. Xiao Han was full of confidence. However, now that my physical strength has reached a limit, it will be difficult for me to increase the speed of my saber swing. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. Next, I'll comprehend saber force. Xiao Han carried his saber back to the thatched cottage. He rested to his heart's content for the night. On the second day, Xiao Han still went to the reef in the river in the morning to resist the torrent and temper his physical body. He crazily overdrafted his physical strength, digested the medicinal dregs on his bones, and refined his saber chi. In the afternoon, he sat cross-legged on the rock in front of the thatched cottage, comprehending saber force. As the name implied, saber force was a kind of imposing manner. A kind of understanding, love, and pursuit of the saber Tao. After a swordsman cultivated saber force, his entire body was like an unsheathed treasured saber, with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and an unstoppable sharpness. Xiao Han sat quietly to comprehend saber force while repeatedly reading the description of saber force from the first cocoon of light of the 7-fragment saber technique. Moreover, from the mirage-like ancient characters, he captured the faintly discernible saber intent contained within the strokes. Before this, Xiao Han had already successfully comprehended the Son of Heaven's force, the profound concept of withered wood in spring. Thus, it wasn't impossible for Xiao Han to comprehend force. The 3,000 paths lead to the same destination. Using the method of comprehending the Son of Heaven's force to comprehend saber force. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, the 11th day. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the rock in front of the thatched cottage like a withered tree. His eyes were closed tightly, and his single saber was placed on his knees. The withered leaves rustled and fluttered as they swirled and fell. Shockingly, the single saber on Xiao Han's knees emitted a light hum. A strange thing happened. The air around Xiao Han's body warped, forming ripples. The fallen leaves that covered the sky seemed to avoid Xiao Han and fell to an area that was about 3 meters away from Xiao Han. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes opened wide. The violent force of the saber covered the heavens and the earth as it rose from the ground to the sky and charged into the sky, surging and surging like tidewater. Hua 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 hua, the fallen leaves in all directions fled at the sight of the wind. They were blown into the air by the gusts of strong winds, and they wailed in the air. Within Xiao Han's eyes, there was actually an aura that was as sharp as a blade that swept out explosively. Xiao Han's eyes seemed to turn like gold, fierce and fierce. The saber force flowed, and the saber light overflowed in all directions. There was actually a terrifying feeling that saber intent was about to be born. His entire person had a domineering and unparalleled aura that could sweep through the world. Initial success in the saber force, Xiao Han restrained the aura around him and smiled with satisfaction. In the following days, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the rock and comprehended the saber force for another 10 days. The saber force in his eyes gradually faded, and his entire person was no longer showing off. It was as if his domineering, fierce, and sharp saber force had been deeply refined by Xiao Han, causing him to have a kind of divine light that was restrained, like a fierce tiger that was sleeping. This kind of aura was even more terrifying than 10 days ago. It was almost like returning to the natural state. Returning to the natural state, the saber force is restrained, without leaving a trace, Xiao Han smiled. Just from the saber force alone, I have already surpassed that half-step true Qi swordsman, Huarong. Huarong's saber force always flowed on the surface of his body, and it gave off the feeling that it would explode at any moment. There was no clever concealment. Suddenly, one night, the dark clouds gathered in the night sky, and the sky was filled with arcs of lightning that were constantly appearing and disappearing like a spider web. It was as if there was a kind of violent power that could destroy the world, and it shook the sky into countless cracks. Kacha, a ray of dazzling white light, like a sharp sword, pierced through the entire sky. Between heaven and earth, it was all silvery white. Immediately after, the Heaven Duke was enraged, and thunder rumbled everywhere. The whole mountain began to tremble, crawl up, and wail. A heavy downpour descended. Accompanied by the flashes of lightning that filled the sky, the deafening thunder that shook the heaven and earth. All the living beings on the mountain where Xiao Han was, tucked their tails between their legs and went into hiding. The thatched cottage that Xiao Han lived in was quickly torn apart by the thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning? Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart palpitated, and all the saber force in his body rushed to the sky. Poof! The tattered thatched cottage was completely crushed into powder. Xiao Han held a single saber in his hand, and he walked in the night rain and thunder like a demon god. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and his eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was comprehending some profound truth in the thunder and lightning. Shockingly. Kacha! A ray of lightning snaked like a snake, and it completely tore apart the sky, its trajectory extending endlessly. Xiao Han raised his head to take a look, and a strange light flashed past his eyes. His spirit was greatly shaken. In the next moment, Xiao Han waved the single saber in his hand, and the saber force wandered in the torrential rain, following the trajectory of the lightning. Gradually, the area covered by the saber force became larger and larger. 5 feet, 10 feet, 60 feet, the single saber slashed apart the curtain of rain, and the sound of the wind burst forth. Boom! 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 It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, shocking the world. The saber force moved horizontally and vertically, and a kind of tragic concept swept through the wilderness. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting on the battlefield, and blood flowed like a river, and corpses filled the field. Suddenly, the single saber in Xiao Han's hand slashed at the void above his head. At the same time, a thunderous sound rolled past, and a sharp ray of lightning was forcibly drawn down by the saber force, fusing into the single saber. In an instant, the single saber radiated electric light in all directions. Xiao Han waved the single saber in his hand, and the speed of the saber was as fast as a meteor, causing his entire body to be wrapped in a ball of electric light. Suddenly, the electric light on the single saber penetrated into Xiao Han's body, causing Xiao Han's entire body to shine brightly, as if he was a thunder god descending to the mortal world. Not long after, the electric light rolled out from Xiao Han's body and fused into the single saber. Xiao Han held the saber with both hands, and with a slash, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. It was as if 1,000 soldiers were easily defeated, and it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, destroying all ghosts and gods. A ray of saber chi that was mixed with thunder and lightning instantly smashed out. The earth shook. In the next moment, the saber chi had already created a 7 to 8 feet long, 3 to 4 feet deep gully on the ground. Green smoke rose in spirals, and there were continuous electric lights exploding in the gully. After a while, the explosions stopped, but the residual electric lights were still sizzling, and there was a burnt smell in the surroundings. Xiao Han sheathed his saber and stood still, his right hand caressing the saber's body. In this dark night where thunder and lightning intersected, his entire person glowed with a peerless elegance. I have mastered the thunderclap extermination saber. From then on, the saber chi was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. It was violent and brutal, and its power increased. And my understanding of saber force has been consolidated, and I have actually touched the threshold of saber intent. Xiao Han let out a long roar, like the roar of a tiger or a dragon. The sound shook the valley, and it did not stop for a long time. After that, an entire month passed. Xiao Han gave up on saber training, and he did not go to the river to temper his body. He sat on the rock all day, his eyes half open and half closed. His mind was completely empty, and his mental energy spread out. During this period of seclusion, all kinds of hard training and understanding of saber Dao flowed into Xiao Han's mind like flowing water. Xiao Han summed up his gains and losses. Moreover, he constantly tried to figure out the saber intent contained in the words in the cocoon of light that had exploded from the 7-fragment saber technique. The more he tried to figure out, the more stable and solid his saber force became. Moreover, because Xiao Han was a transmigrator, his soul power was naturally strong. This time, he gave up on saber training, and used his soul to visualize the ancient words that had exploded from the cocoon of light, and he actually had some gains. In his soul, there seemed to be something hidden that was about to break out of the cocoon. Another half a month passed. Xiao Han was still sitting cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. Leaves swirled around him. Suddenly, Xiao Han opened his eyes. The saber chi in his eyes was like a tide, and divine light surged, shining brightly. The next moment, poof! 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 The air twisted and turned into thin lines of ripples that suddenly cut through everything. The speed was impressively the speed of sound. Countless leaves seemed to be cut by invisible sharp blades, or as if they were cut by the air. Suddenly, one was cut into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16, and finally, they were turned into dust. Xiao Han's saber force did not leak out, and his strength was restrained. He was actually using his soul power to control the air, and at the speed of sound, he cut the leaves in the air. At this point, while Xiao Han's mind was wandering, his mind was clear. His understanding of saber Dao had entered a whole new level, as if he had opened the door to the peak of saber Dao. It was extraordinary. I finally comprehended the 1 in a million saber intent. Xiao Han's heart was neither happy nor sad. The improvement of his state of mind was indescribable. However, I'm afraid that my current saber intent has not even reached the true initial success stage. The saber intent that I have mastered now uses the soul and soul power as the helmsman to control the air, turning it into saber chi, and at the speed of sound, it can cut everything, including the void. However, I can't control too much air to turn it into saber chi, and my soul and soul power can't keep up. As for the tempering of saber intent, I can only do it step by step. The saber intent is formless, and the tempering is too mysterious and ethereal. But at least I've embarked on this path. 10 days later. On the bank of New River. On the riverbank. Xiao Han held his saber. It's been 4 months since I went into seclusion. I've been training hard every day, and about 20 to 30% of the medicinal power in my bones have been absorbed by my bones, and settled in my bone marrow. My physical strength has increased from 80 ding to 100 ding. It can be considered as the initial success stage of refining marrow. In the whirlpool, I can slash 32 times in a breath. Under normal circumstances, I can slash 230 times in a breath. The speed of the saber chi that is shot out is more than half the speed of sound, and the strength reaches 65 ding. The saber chi is accompanied by thunder and lightning, and its power is enhanced, piercing through everything. The saber aura has reached the realm of returning to the natural state, and the saber light is restrained. The saber intent is gradually approaching the initial success stage. Xiao Han calculated the results of today's seclusion. A wave rose to the sky. Suddenly, Xiao Han's saber flashed. Boom! A saber chi burst out. This saber chi was about 3 meters long, and it shattered the vast sky. It was violent and unparalleled. Moreover, the saber chi contained the light of thunder, and the sound of thunder was loud. The wind howled, and the trees and grass panicked. Pucci, the wave was split into two by the saber chi. The cut was smooth, and it flew up and down. For the next 3 days, Xiao Han basically did not cultivate. He let his mind completely relax. Every day, he would chase, hunt, and pick wild fruits in the mountains. It was as if he was on an outing. During this period of time, his tense heartstrings had been completely relaxed because of the bitter cultivation. One evening, Xiao Han set up a rack and used the bonfire to roast fish. Not long after, the oil burst, and the aroma filled the air. Hee hee. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva and rubbed his hands. The taste of this roasted fish must be refreshing. And I will return to the sect tomorrow. The seclusion this time has become bland. Although there are still about 2 months before the outer sect ranking competition, my physical strength, saber Dao, and saber intent have temporarily reached a small bottleneck. I can't continue my seclusion anymore. I have to go out for a walk. If there is a chance to go to the Jianghu to gain experience, it would be a good choice. Suddenly, Xiao Han's ears slightly trembled. Immediately, a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth as he said loudly, "All right, stop hiding. Come out. Why are you sneaking around?" In the next moment, in the nearby forest, 3 youths wearing outer sect robes came out. On each of their right armbands were the words, "First Peak of the Outer Court." They were the 3 outer sect disciples that Shui Jianfeng had sent to monitor Xiao Han. However, these 3 people did not watch over Xiao Han day and night in the past 4 months. They came here a few times and found that Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged on the rocks to comprehend the force. Thus, they were very annoyed and always stayed on the mountain to monitor him. After 3 days, they would return to their own mountain. This time, they sneaked into the mountain peak 2 days ago, only to find that Xiao Han didn't cultivate at all. Instead, he was hunting and playing in the mountains, or catching fish and prawns in the river. They didn't know what Xiao Han was up to. At this time, after being exposed by Xiao Han, they did not hide anymore and openly showed themselves. They had a fearless appearance. Even to the extent that they were overbearing and approached Xiao Han step by step. Their faces were surging with killing intent. Hee hee. All right. You can eat now. Xiao Han's back was facing the 3 people. Without turning around, he directly grabbed the roasted river fish and tore it apart, shouting loudly. Good. I, Xiao Han, am indeed talented in cooking. This tastes really good. Enough, Xiao Han, stop playing tricks. One of the 3 outer sect youths who were monitoring Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. You're hiding here in seclusion, practicing your blade skills, all for the outer sect ranking competition in 2 months, right? Not bad, you can endure the loneliness and cultivate in this barren mountain for a whole 4 months. Indeed, your willpower is extraordinary. I can see that your saber art is not bad, but cramming at the last moment is an idiotic move. We have asked around and found that you have never used a weapon before. This time, you practiced the saber art to have another trump card, right? In the outer sect ranking competition, you made a surprise move and gained some benefits. Yes, but we saw through you. Naturally, we will spread the news of you practicing the saber and expose your trump card. The other outer disciple rolled his eyelids and said in a cold tone, full of arrogance. No matter how you cultivate, you are not a match for our senior brother Shui. You have offended our senior brother Shui. There is no place for you in this world. But, you are lucky. Before senior brother Shui left for this adventure, he specially told us not to touch you for the time being and let you live for a while longer. Senior brother Shui wants to personally torture you in the outer sect ranking competition. He wants you to beg for death and regret coming to this world. If not for senior brother Shui's warning, the 3 of us would have already punished you. You may not know our methods, but we are very experienced in dealing with lowly people like you. At this moment, Xiao Han had already finished eating the roasted fish. His hands were greasy and he was wiping them on his robe. Turn around, kneel down, and kowtow. An outer sect disciple looked at Xiao Han's back with disgust and roared. Hey! At this moment, Xiao Han turned around with grease on his mouth. He burped and stood up. You are Shui Jianfeng's loyal dogs, right? You were ordered to monitor me. Not bad. Ever since I cultivated the saber art, I have never tested it on a living person. Very good. Suddenly, Xiao Han waved his hand. Clang! 10 steps away from Xiao Han, a saber was stabbed into a rock. At this moment, the handle of the saber trembled, the air vibrated and the saber let out a sound. The next moment, the saber was pulled out from the rock by an invisible force. As if it had a life of its own, Xiao Han jumped in the air and grabbed the saber with his right hand. What? What? What is this? The pupils of the 3 outer sect disciples suddenly shrank and they looked at Xiao Han in disbelief. With the saber in hand, Xiao Han's aura suddenly expanded and a wave of saber aura soared into the sky. His eyes were like a demon god looking down on the world. The 3 outer sect disciples could not help but take a step back and their faces suddenly turned as white as paper. One of the outer sect disciples said in fear. Monarch, minister, assistant and envoy, using an invisible intent to control a saber. This is the legendary situation where a saber user comprehended the saber intent. Could it be? Could it be that you have comprehended the saber intent? How? How is this possible? You are just a lowly living target, how could you comprehend the saber intent? The next moment, go! The 3 outer sect disciples reacted strangely and quickly retreated. One of the disciples burst out with energy and the airflow surged. As he breathed, the pale yellow airflow condensed into a layer of armor on the surface of his body. It looked like fish scales on the outside and there was a round mirror on the chest. It was as solid as a fortress. Earth King light armor. Another disciple took 8 steps in a breath. When he took the 8th step, his body burst out with great potential. In a flash, he had traveled a distance of more than 10 zhang. 8 steps overtaking cicada. The last disciple stomped on the ground and the ground cracked. His whole body soared into the sky and jumped 3 zhang high and 3 zhang away like a toad. Golden Toad Leap. The 3 outer sect youths each used their trump cards to defend themselves or to flee for their lives. Xiao Han did not move. His hand held the saber hilt and his eyes suddenly became as calm as water. The world was as silent as ice. Suddenly, a murderous saber aura shrouded, Pooh! A saber aura burst out at a speed faster than half the speed of sound. This saber aura was like the roar of an evil dragon. It was extremely ferocious. Wherever it went, the ground instantly cracked and sunk. Crackling electric arcs exploded all over the ground. Pooh! 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 The saber aura first killed the outer sect disciple with the chi flow armor. The sturdy armor exploded like tofu. The saber aura swept past and cut him in half at the waist. Immediately after, the saber aura did not stop. When the outer sect disciple who used the Golden Toad Leap landed on the ground, the saber aura swept across his neck. His head flew into the sky. Finally, the outer sect disciple who had already used the 8 steps overtaking cicada, had already flown more than 10 zhang away. However, the saber aura was like a tarsal bone, crushing towards him. Pooh! The outer sect disciple's legs were cut off. The electric arcs kept exploding at his severed legs, crackling and burning. However, he did not die immediately. Instead, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Han walked over step by step. All right, I should also go back. I'll rush back through the night. Xiao Han walked straight past without any hesitation and quickly disappeared into the night. Ah! Ah! The one-legged youth looked at Xiao Han's back as he disappeared into the night. A trace of doubt flashed across his mind. Why didn't he kill me? Just as this thought came to mind, swish! Chapter 58. He slept soundly until noon the next day, when the sun was high up in the sky. Xiao Han turned over and got out of bed. He seemed to be in high spirits and full of vigor. After washing up, he changed into a new set of outer sect robes and leisurely walked out of the courtyard. After 4 months of hard work, Xiao Han had officially reached the lesser mastery of the marrow tempering realm. His physical strength had increased, and he had grown taller. Now, Xiao Han's height was close to 1.8 meters, but his body didn't seem to be burly. Instead, he had a graceful and elegant air about him. When he walked slightly, he was like a graceful swan, like a swimming dragon, indescribably elegant and peaceful. Xiao Han's facial features looked like they had been carved out of an ancient sculpture. His eyes occasionally flashed with the light of a blade, which was impervious to all evils. However, most of the time, the light of the blade was hidden deeply, giving people the feeling of a deep well, unfathomable. Just as he was about to walk out of the courtyard area, Xiao Han stopped in his tracks. He saw that outside a courtyard with swaying bamboos, A Cho was nodding and bowing, discussing something with a few outer sect disciples. Looking at A Chow's expression, he was very anxious and depressed, as if he was begging someone, and the few outer sect disciples all showed a difficult expression, continuously shaking their heads. Xiao Han strained his ears to listen. A Cho could be heard continuously trying to curry favor with him. Dear senior brothers, today is my clan's meeting. I sincerely ask you to do me the honor and follow me down the mountain to participate in the clan meeting. Just help this little brother maintain his image so that this little brother will not become a joke in the clan and be ridiculed by others. Ah Cho, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the outer sect ranking competition is approaching, and I need to temper my martial skills properly. Ah Cho, you better find someone else. Ah Cho, I've just started changing my blood and my cultivation is not good enough. I want to support you, but I can't. Go find someone else. I really can't help you. Ah Cho, I happen to be preparing to go into seclusion. I'm sorry. The few outer sect disciples were all pushing and refusing to agree to Ah Chow's request. One of the outer sect disciples said, Ah Cho, I see that you have a close relationship with senior brother Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han is a genius and has shown off his abilities. You should go and beg him. If he's willing to go back with you to attend the family meeting, you'll immediately gain face. Most likely to be in the limelight in your family. He's better than everyone else. Ah Cho said with a long face, Xiao Han. He didn't know where Xiao Han had gone recently. If Xiao Han was here, I wouldn't have come here to beg all of you senior brothers. The clan meeting is drawing near. I hope that all of you will help me out on account of our relationship as fellow disciples. I will definitely repay you generously in the future. Enough, Cho, don't be so long-winded here. If you're not going, then you're not going. Generous reward? Ah Cho, you think too highly of yourself, what can you repay? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't let it affect our cultivation. Go play somewhere else. Sigh. Senior brother Ah Chow's connections on this peak are really... Xiao Han shook his head. Now, Xiao Han had heard a few words from the side and understood what was going on. Of course, Xiao Han also knew that the reason why Ah Chow's network was so poor was mostly because of his ugly appearance. Everyone looked down on him and avoided him like a snake or a scorpion, seeing him as an ominous person. Senior brother Ah Cho. Xiao Hanfa shouted and walked over. Xiao Han. When Ah Cho heard this, he was immediately startled. His slightly hunched back suddenly straightened up. He turned around and his face beamed. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han. Good brother, you're finally back. The two of them had a bear hug after a long time of separation. Senior brother Xiao Han. Those outer sect disciples who had been rejecting Ah Cho all bowed and greeted Xiao Han awkwardly when they saw him. One of the outer sect disciples rolled his eyes and explained. Senior brother Xiao Han, I am actually willing to go back with Ah Cho to participate in the clan meeting. But recently, I am preparing to go into seclusion to refine my body. It's fine. I will accompany senior brother Ah Cho back alone. Xiao Han waved his hand indifferently. The outer sect disciples hemmed and hawed a few times before excusing themselves. Xiao Han, where did you go for seclusion during this period of time? There's no news from you. Xiao Han and Ah Cho walked out of the side courtyard area side by side. Oh. Senior brother Ah Cho, the outer sect ranking competition is approaching. Time doesn't wait for me. I have no choice but to cultivate in seclusion. I forgot to inform you before I left. Xiao Han put his arm around Ah Cho's shoulder and explained. Moreover, Xiao Han could feel that Ah Cho's aura was calm and steady. There was a faint light flowing in his eyes. Between his breath, there was still a medicinal fragrance remaining. Xiao Han smiled. Senior brother Ah Cho, you broke through the organs refinement realm and reached the marrow refinement realm? How is your cultivation of that withered tree treasure record? Ah Cho grinned. Xiao Han, it's all thanks to you buying a batch of organs refinement pills for me. A week ago, I finally took a big step forward and advanced to the marrow refinement realm. As for the withered tree treasure record, take a look. Ah Cho raised his right hand. A faint wood fragrance immediately enshrouded the air. Wood rings appeared on his palm. The air was also covered with a few layers of withered skin. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Ah Cho, you're good. Looks like your withered tree palm cultivation is successful. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiao Han was overjoyed. All of this is thanks to you, brother. Ah Cho said with a chuckle. Oh right, Xiao Han. 3 days later, I will descend the mountain and return to the clan to participate in the clan meeting. At that time, what about you? I'll go back with you. Xiao Han patted his chest and said. I, Xiao Han, have very few friends in the Cloud Rain sect. Senior brother Ah Cho is the only one. Now that senior brother Ah Cho needs help, I don't dare to say that I can provide help in times of need. Xiao Han, you are providing help in times of need. Ah Cho said seriously. Xiao Han, let me tell you. My clan in the secular world does have some power. It can be considered as a large clan. The competition between the disciples in the clan is intense and the internal strife is severe. The clan sends us disciples to the various large sects to cultivate. Firstly, we hope that we will be successful in the martial Dao and strengthen the clan's foundation. Secondly, it is for us to get to know more friends in the large sections. In fact, the clan meeting every year is for the disciples to compete and show off. It's to see who can make more martial Dao friends and be proud of it. It's also the capital to compete for the next clan head position. Forget it. Xiao Han, I'll talk to you in detail when you return to the clan with me a few days later. Oh right, let me tell you. Ling Feiyu is back. Oh. Xiao Han was indifferent. Xiao Han, Ling Feiyu knows that you injured Yang Lei and won the 10,000 true martial coins that he deposited with Yang Lei. Therefore, he is very unhappy. It can even be said that he is furious. Moreover, Ling Feiyu seems to feel that his position in this peak is threatened by you. In short, Xiao Han, if you meet Ling Feiyu, I'm afraid that you will be like ice and charcoal and there will be another fierce battle. Hee hee. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly and said with a smile. Fierce battle? Senior brother Ah Cho, my body is full of energy now and my fighting spirit is high. It's best if that Ling Feiyu doesn't provoke me. If he dares to provoke me, I'll directly cripple him. Ah Cho was frightened by Xiao Han's words and shivered. However, when he raised his head and looked, Xiao Han's eyes were shining brightly. His essence, qi, and spirit had greatly increased compared to a few months ago. It was impossible to see through his depth. Therefore, Cho muttered. Xiao Han, when you cultivate, it's really 1,000 miles in a day. I'm afraid that Ling Feiyu really can't take advantage of you. After all, you and Zheng Shan exchanged a blow last time. It's a draw. Immediately, anger appeared on Ah Chao's face. Speaking of Jingshan, Xiaohan, during the time you were in seclusion, the people from Jingshan's peak often came to provoke us and fought with our peak's people on the arena. Oh? Xiaohan was stunned. How is the battle situation? Is there a need to ask? Ah Chao's face was filled with grievance. Of course, our peak's people suffered a great loss. Quite a few of our senior martial brothers have been severely injured. There are countless light injuries. Now, our peak is covered in a gloomy fog. Everyone is even in danger. Even the three chiefs are furious and vomiting blood. But there's no choice. Our peak is weak and can't win against them. What about Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran? Xiao Han frowned. These two people are known as the main characters of our peak. Now that they are being bullied by others, how can they tolerate it? Don't mention it. Ah Cho said indignantly. Meng Ran didn't even come back. He has been training outside. Ling Feiyu came back, but he has an indifferent attitude. Everyone said that this time, Ling Feiyu seems to have cultivated some trump card and is preparing to shine in the outer sect ranking competition 2 months later. He wants to suppress everyone with his skills, so he doesn't want to expose his trump card in advance. Trash. Xiao Han frowned and was furious. Being bullied and trampled on, he is actually willing to be bullied and humiliated in order to keep his trump card. This is simply abandoning himself. When a beast is cornered, it knows to fight back. As the saying goes, when a beast is poor, it will gnaw, and when a bird is poor, it will peck. A cowardly coward like Ling Feiyu could forget about cultivating martial arts in this lifetime. Yes, the three chiefs have always treated me well. This time, let me help them vent their anger. Come, senior brother Acho, accompany me to the plaza at the peak to meet the three chiefs. Ling Feiyu was a complete good-for-nothing. He's a fool to call himself a genius. Xiao Han, who are you calling trash? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind Xiao Han. This voice contained extreme anger and old grudges. Xiao Han and Ah Cho turned around together. He saw a tall and slender young man walking over in a leisurely manner. He wore a sea blue robe, his face was fair and handsome, and he had an elegant temperament. There was an air of nobility around him. His eyes glowed with an azure blue color, and he looked extremely demonic. Behind him, the air wrinkled and revealed a vast expanse of ocean. There were seagulls gliding on the surface of the ocean, and there was a magnificent scene of sharks fighting for supremacy and whales swallowing elephants. A salty and fishy smell of seawater spread everywhere. It was Ling Feiyu. The main character of this peak, a young genius, was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Ling Feiyu looked deeply at Xiao Han. His sea-like eyes were filled with murderous intent and danger. Behind Ling Feiyu, there was a large group of supporters. There were also many outer sect disciples in this area. All of them stopped and observed quietly. One was the main character of this peak who had been famous for a long time. He comprehended the power of the ocean and was ranked 18th in the previous outer sect ranking competition. After a year of hard cultivation, he was prepared to make a comeback. The other was a living target, but he had recently risen like a comet and was in the limelight. The two of them confronted each other. This made the onlookers feel like they were watching a fight between a dragon and a tiger. Xiao Han, I heard that you've been showing off and stirring up trouble everywhere recently. You've been in the limelight a lot. Ling Feiyu said arrogantly. You're a nobody. Now that you've had a fortuitous encounter, you should cultivate obediently and not show off. However, you've done the opposite. I won't care about other things. However, you should know that you should look at the owner before beating a dog. How dare you injure Yang Lei? Do you know that you're provoking me, Ling Feiyu? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the outer sect's 10 peaks just because you exchanged a blow with Xingshan. I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the 10,000 true martial coins, apologize, and beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, there won't be a good ending. Oh. There won't be a good ending? Xiao Han flicked his fingernails and sneered. It's impossible for me to spit out what I've swallowed. Moreover, I've already spent the 10,000 true martial coins. Ling Feiyu? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 59. Fortunately, the outer disciples of this peak had seen Xiao Han's arrogance many times before. Amongst them, the most eye-catching time was in the territory of the number one genius of the outer court, Shui Jianfeng. They were at loggerheads, and they almost fought each other on the battlefield. The incident had long been made known to the outer disciples of the 10 peaks, and became the topic of conversation among the outer disciples. Right now, Xiao Han was displaying his arrogance in front of Ling Feiyu. It was not too abrupt. On the contrary, most of the surrounding outer sanctum disciples could not help but think, this was Xiao Han. If Xiao Han wasn't arrogant, would he still be Xiao Han? However, Ling Feiyu had never personally witnessed Xiao Han's overbearing and arrogance. He found it inconceivable. Moreover, he had always been proud of his talent and considered himself to be the top outer disciple of this peak. Now that he heard Xiao Han's words, he felt like he was a sloppy beggar who threatened to defile the daughter of a rich family. What? You want to cripple me? Ling Feiyu's fair face instantly flushed red. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his entire body trembled. The quiet ocean behind him suddenly stirred up a storm. Countless sharks and whales were howling as though they wanted to break free from the ocean and come out to eat people. Ling Feiyu, since you're enjoying the high and mighty glory of this peak and are worshipped and supported by the outer sect disciples of this peak, you're not the only one. Then you should take responsibility. When the forces of the other peaks charged over, you were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, so you had to defend the dignity of your peak. But you just have to hide. Do you want to stay out of trouble? Trash. You are a complete piece of trash. Don't speak now. If you say another word, I'll cripple you. Xiao Han's eyes were like torches as he stared intently at Ling Feiyu. His eyes were full of disdain and mockery. Xiao Han. Ling Feiyu's flushed face turned ghastly pale in an instant. He was so furious that he wished he could eat Xiao Han alive. Get on the stage. We won't rest until one of us dies. Heh. Xiao Han chuckled. Without saying another word, he turned around and walked towards the arena. Xiao Han. Ah Cho followed behind him. With a swing of his robe, Ling Feiyu led a group of followers toward the ring in an overbearing manner. At this moment, Ling Feiyu's heart was filled with killing intent. His original intention of keeping his trump card was completely overturned. He just wanted to kill Xiao Han in the arena to vent his anger. His pride wasn't something that anyone could trample on as they pleased. Furthermore, he could not allow his position on this peak to be threatened. In the arena area, the news of the death match between Xiao Han and Ling Feiyu spread like wildfire. This was a battle between the top outer disciple of this peak and the rising star. Xiao Han kept saying that he wanted to cripple Ling Feiyu, but Ling Feiyu retaliated by saying that he would not rest until he was dead. Too ruthless. This battle was filled with horrifying and extremely dense killing intent. The arena area had already been surrounded by 3 layers of people from the outside of the peak. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Everyone stared at the arena with their eyes wide open, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. In the arena, Xiao Han and Ling Feiyu confronted each other. Xiao Han did not move, nor did he accumulate his power. His entire body was like wood or stone, yet as calm as water. On the other hand, the waves behind Ling Feiyu surged violently like raging whales, and his aura rose steadily. Boom! Visible ripples appeared in the air, and the seawater swept in all directions, filling the entire arena. Ocean storms swept out violently, tearing the wind in all directions. Xiao Han was like a lonely boat drifting in the ocean, and he could be destroyed at any moment. Xiao Han, it's too late for you to regret it now. You will pay for what you said. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of Ling Feiyu's mouth. After a few months of bitter cultivation, Ling Feiyu's understanding of the general trend of the sea had improved a little. The force chi could actually evolve into an ocean storm that could devour everything. It was overwhelming and invincible. Xiao Han still looked as calm as an ancient well. Below the arena, many outer sect disciples could not help but break out in cold sweat for Xiao Han. Senior brother Ling Feiyu is indeed talented. His understanding of the general trend of the sea is too solid. The ocean formed by his force chi can be passed off as genuine. This is no small matter. On the other hand, senior brother Xiao Han's aura is completely gone, as if he has been completely suppressed. What's going on? Could it be that senior brother Xiao Han is going to be suppressed by senior brother Ling Feiyu? Senior brother Xiao Han was a ruthless character who did not fall into a disadvantageous position against a strong person like Xing Shan in a single move. What's going on today? However, based on the current situation, senior brother Ling Feiyu's battle strength has probably surpassed Xing Shan. His ranking in this year's outer sect ranking competition can be moved up a little. No. I feel that there is a very special aura on senior brother Xiao Han's body. As for what aura it is, I can't tell either. Wait. Returning to the original state. Why do I feel an aura of returning to the original state from senior brother Xiao Han's body? At this moment, Xiao Han. It's a worthy death for you to die under this move. Ling Feiyu moved. Suddenly, Ling Feiyu raised his right fist, and an endless ocean storm instantly gathered on his fist. His chi surged like a bull, and he was insufferably arrogant. Furthermore, a giant whale seemed to be about to emerge from the ocean storm and devour someone. Ocean whale storm fist. Boom! A giant ocean whale violently charged out. With the support of the ocean storm, the air was shattered like a mirror, and gullies were formed on the ground. The entire arena was filled with dust and smoke. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han also moved. Boom! A tyrannical and sharp saber aura appeared out of nowhere and soared into the sky. Swish swish swish, Xiao Han's right hand turned into a hand saber and fiercely chopped in the air. In a breath's time, he chopped out 230 hand saber auras. The 230 saber auras stacked together and instantly formed a saber aura that was several zhang long. On this saber aura, there were terrifying electric arcs flashing like thousands of coiling snakes. It was a ghastly sight. The terrifying saber aura sucked all the air in the space in front of it, leaving not a single drop behind. It almost formed a vacuum state without any resistance. Break for me. Xiao Han's aura increased infinitely, and the air in the surroundings lowered. The sound of thunder was heard everywhere, and the wind was howling. Boom! The giant saber aura was like a tyrant, acting arbitrarily and sweeping out. Its speed soared to the limit. The faster the speed, the more terrifying the penetrating power of the saber aura. The entire arena was filled with thunder and lightning. A violent storm. There was a terrifying feeling as if a lightning punishment had descended and a natural disaster was coming. Why is there lightning everywhere? Such a powerful saber aura. The outer sect disciples who were watching the battle all closed their eyes and dodged. The violent wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. The saber aura seeped out and left cuts on their robes. In the next moment, bang! The giant whale wrapped in the ocean storm was crushed by the saber aura. Ling Feiyu's impregnable momentum of the ocean was instantly sliced into pieces. Kacha kacha kacha, a huge ocean was sliced into thousands of pieces. Pft. 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 All of them were crushed into bubbles. The remaining saber aura did not slow down and continued to roll towards Ling Feiyu. Ling Feiyu was scared out of his wits. He used his ghost-like movement technique and almost instantaneously moved to the left, trying to dodge the saber aura. However, the saber aura was too fast in the vacuum state. Ling Feiyu exerted all his strength, but a small portion of the saber aura still penetrated his body. Bang! The saber aura in Ling Feiyu's body exploded. Pft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ling Feiyu's mouth. Ling Feiyu knelt on the ground with green smoke coming out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. In the next moment, on the arena, Xiao Han withdrew all the saber aura. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Ling Feiyu. An indescribable arrogance and haughtiness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just now, Xiao Han did not draw his saber. When Xiao Han wielded a single saber and struck with all his might, the force of a saber aura could reach 65 cauldron. However, if he used his hand to stimulate the saber aura, the force of each saber aura would only be about 15 cauldron. However, it was definitely not a small matter to strike 230 times in one go, stack them together, suck up the air, and instantly crush them. It could easily destroy 1,000 soldiers, cut through everything, and kill people and ghosts. Furthermore, Xiao Han had not added his saber intent. Once he added his saber intent, there would be no suspense in the outcome. Killing Ling Feiyu was as easy as blowing off dust. Even so, although he did not kill Ling Feiyu, the saber aura that entered his body and the thunder intent of the thunderclap extermination saber had greatly destroyed Ling Feiyu's internal organs, meridians, and bones. Now, Ling Feiyu would not die, but he was already half crippled. Even if he could find a healing panacea in the future, he would no longer have any chance to advance to the supreme true energy realm. Ling Feiyu was crippled. Indeed, after cultivating a weapon, my destructive power is several times greater than when I was barehanded. Xiao Han nodded slightly in his heart. Immediately after, he lightly jumped off the arena. Just as Xiao Han jumped off the arena, Ling Feiyu's head tilted to one side, and he collapsed with a loud bang. He had fainted. The entire arena was silent. Everyone looked at Xiao Han with horrified eyes as though they were looking at a demon god. No one had expected that this so-called fierce battle would end in such a one-sided situation. Ling Feiyu was actually not a match for Xiao Han. He was crippled in one move. Moreover, those with discerning eyes could see that Xiao Han was completely at his wits' end. It was obvious that he had held back his trump card. Defeating an opponent with a higher cultivation level would make people look at him in a different light, but defeating a genius with a higher cultivation level was enough to move people. Let's go, senior brother Ah Cho. Accompany me to the peak to look for the few managers. Xiao Han pulled Ah Cho, who was standing stiffly like a puppet, out of the arena area. Everywhere they passed, all the outer sect disciples automatically made way for them. The thousands of outer sect disciples were completely silent as they watched Xiao Han and Ah Cho leave. After a long time, an outer sect disciple murmured, "From today onwards, our outer sect peak will not be surnamed Ling or Meng, but Xiao. Senior brother Xiao Han is too strong, so strong that there is no limit." TSK, no wonder he dared to challenge Shui Jianfeng. In this year's outer sect ranking competition, senior brother Xiao Han will probably be in the top 3. At the White Jade Plaza on the peak, Xiao Han saw the worried faces of the 3 managers. "Xiao Han, you've come out of seclusion." The 3 managers immediately surrounded him. They carefully looked at Xiao Han, but the more they looked, the more they couldn't see through Xiao Han. "Xiao Han, if I'm not wrong, your current cultivation is at the initial success stage of marrow refinement. You haven't completely fused the medicinal power of the marrow refinement in your body into your bone marrow. But, your aura? I can't see through it. There seems to be a kind of divine light that is restrained, returning to the realm of simplicity. Isn't this too strong? Xiao Han, how is your cultivation of the Saber Dao? Xiao Han, when did you come out of seclusion? Why didn't you inform us?" The 3 managers started to ask questions at once. "Heh. Managers, this disciple just returned to the mountain late last night. Once I woke up today, I came to see the 3 managers," Xiao Han said with a smile. "Oh, that's right. I should have come earlier, but I encountered Ling Feiyu. I was delayed for half an hour." Ling Feiyu. When Ling Feiyu was mentioned, the expressions of the 3 managers suddenly changed. All of them blew their beards and glared at Xiao Han with anger. Back then, the 3 of us also nurtured Ling Feiyu with great effort. We asked for elixirs and secret manuals for him. However, We didn't expect this kid to forget his roots after he cultivated a little. The people from the other peaks came and wantonly humiliated and trampled on our peak. However, Ling Feiyu refused to help. He kept making excuses and was unwilling to accept the challenge. As a result, many disciples of our peak were injured. One of the managers said angrily. Ingrate. Another manager cursed fiercely. Does he think we don't know what Ling Feiyu is scheming? He just wants to keep a trump card for himself. He wants to use his trump card in this year's outer sect ranking competition. Furthermore, he might directly enter the inner sect this year and completely leave our peak. He's a greedy person. Ha ha ha, 3 managers, why are you so angry over a cripple? Xiao Han laughed. N? The 3 managers looked at Xiao Han in confusion. What cripple? Xiao Han, what do you mean? Hee hee. I forgot to tell the 3 managers that before I came, I exercised my muscles a little and crippled Ling Feiyu, Xiao Han said bitterly. The 3 managers were stunned and immediately shook their heads. Xiao Han, don't joke around. Ling Feiyu is also a genius. I heard that he had a fortuitous encounter when he went to the ocean to comprehend the force and cultivated an ultimate skill. 3 masters. Ah Cho swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the side. Xiao Han has indeed crippled Ling Feiyu. He completely crippled Ling Feiyu with one move. What? The 3 managers' bodies shook violently. They widened their eyes and looked at Xiao Han without blinking as if they had seen a ghost. Alright, 3 managers. I heard that the people from Jingshan's peak often came to cause trouble these few months and even injured many of our people. After crippling Ling Feiyu, I finally exercised my muscles a little. Now, please lead the way. We'll counterattack and fight our way to their door. Aren't the people from that peak very arrogant? This time, I'm going to sweep through everything. I'm going to cripple all of them. Chapter 60. The 3 chiefs were utterly terrified, as if their souls had flown out of their bodies. Crippled. Xiao Han frowned. What's wrong, 3 chiefs? Is there anything wrong? According to the rules of the Cloud Rain sect, apart from private duels that are not allowed, once the disciples of the sect enter the arena, their life and death will be determined by fate. As a matter of fact, I was kind and merciful. I only crippled Ling Feiyu and did not kill him on the spot. He kept saying that he would not rest until one of us is dead. Sometimes, I'm a very soft-hearted person. Alright, Xiao Han, you're kind and merciful. One of the chiefs laughed involuntarily. You're still kind and merciful? Xiao Han, I can see that you're so calm and collected right now. It's hard for me to believe that you've crippled a genius before this. It's as if you've just casually swatted a fly to death. TSK, this kind of bearing. Xiao Han, don't worry. We won't punish you, and the higher-ups won't make things difficult for you. You're right. Once you enter the arena, life and death will be disregarded. Our Cloud Rain sect, the Beacon Fire Empire, and even the entire true martial continent revere the martial Tao. The lives of mortals are like grass. There's also competition and internal strife between martial artists. Ling Feiyu was crippled by you because his skills were not as good as yours. There's nothing to complain about. You didn't kill him because of your kindness. However, it is also because people like him will never be able to pose any threat to you in eternity. You disdained to kill him. You crippled Ling Feiyu with a single move. Xiao Han, what kind of monster are you? How did you cultivate? Xiao Han rubbed his nose and smiled pretentiously. 3 chiefs, there's no need to make such a fuss, right? Me? I'm just a person with mediocre aptitude. As a matter of fact, it's not that I'm powerful, but Ling Feiyu is too weak. 3 chiefs, think about it. What kind of genius is Ling Feiyu? It's just that he's the cream of the crop among the thousands of outer disciples on our peak. In the entire Cloud Rain sect's outer sect, he would only be ranked 18th, which was insignificant. Moreover, this was only our Cloud Rain sect. The population of the 5 major sects in the Beacon Fire Empire was over 10 billion. Ling Feiyu aside, even Shui Jianfeng, who was known as the #1 outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect, was merely a drop in the ocean in the Beacon Fire Empire. Apart from the Beacon Fire Empire, the southern region still has 6 great empires, 27 mid-sized countries, and countless small countries. What's the population? Incalculable. Besides that, there was also the northern region, the western region, the eastern region, the central region. The nearly limitless territories were filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and geniuses. The so-called geniuses were probably as numerous as the sands of eternity. Just thinking about it makes this disciple's scalp tingle. Thus, crippling Ling Feiyu in one move is really not worth mentioning. Xiao Han's **** T was partly to lessen the shock the 3 leaders had towards him. Secondly, he was telling the truth. The Jianghu continent was vast and boundless, with a population in the trillions. Xiao Han did not dare to call himself a genius. Furthermore, those beneath the realm of Jinqi were all ants. What was there to be proud of? Sigh. Xiao Han. You have a big heart. As the saying goes, the bigger your heart, the bigger your future achievements. Compared to you, the 3 of us are really like frogs at the bottom of a well. One of the leaders sighed. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Xiao Han, did you just say that you want to fight your way to their door? Yes. 3 leaders, this disciple heard from senior brother Ah Cho that during this period of time, our peak has suffered a lot of vexation and no one stood up for us. Now that this disciple has returned and heard about this matter, I am very unhappy and want to help the 3 leaders vent their anger. After all, the 3 leaders have treated this disciple, Xiao Han, with kindness and kindness. The 3 leaders are feeling sullen and unhappy, and this disciple is also panicking. Xiao Han licked his lips and said, 3 leaders, what should we do now? This disciple's intention is that the 3 leaders will take the lead. We will block the door and fight our way to their doorstep. We will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. As long as we are on the stage, this disciple will let go of my hands and feet. If 1 comes, I will knock over 1. If 2 comes, I will knock over a pair. No matter how many people come up, this disciple will take care of them all. We will beat them until they are convinced. We will make them not dare to come and bark at our peak in the future. The 3 leaders looked at each other, and their eyes were gradually filled with excitement. Motherf ****. Suddenly, a manager cursed and said in a stern voice. During this period of time, we have been bullied badly enough. It is a pity that our sect has fallen and we can only swallow our anger and humiliation. We are suffocated to death. Good. Xiao Han. Since you are back, let's fight our way to their door. Block them. Let's vent our anger to our heart's content. Fight. Let's go. The other 2 leaders shouted in unison. Only they are allowed to fight their way to our door, but we are not allowed to retaliate? This time, we will also fight our way to their doorstep. Ruthlessly humiliate them. The 3 leaders felt their blood boiling. Immediately, they directly brought Xiao Han down the mountain. Ah Cho also felt a surge of heat in his body and could not control himself. He immediately followed behind Xiao Han and the rest. The 4 of them walked down the mountain. When they passed by the arena area, the thousands of outer sect disciples still gathered and did not disperse. They stayed on the spot and whispered to each other, discussing the power of Xiao Han's blade. At this moment, when the outer disciples saw Xiao Han, Cho, and the 3 leaders of their own peak walking over aggressively, they were all stunned. Xiao Han's footsteps slightly stopped and he said loudly. Everyone, these few months, the bastards from Jingshan's peak often came to provoke us and even injured many of our people. This time, we will also fight our way to their doorstep. Those who are willing to go with me, Xiao Han, follow behind. There was silence all around. The next moment, boom. The entire arena area was in an uproar. Thousands of outer sect disciples completely roared with passion. Good. Senior brother Xiao Han will stand up for us, let's fight back. Follow senior brother Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han is peerless, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The bastards from that peak are all not senior brother Xiao Han's match. Fight. Cripple them. Let's see if they still dare to come over and behave atrociously. Go. Those who are courageous, all follow senior brother Xiao Han. Those who don't dare to go, scram home and drink milk. For a moment, thousands of outer sect disciples, regardless of male or female, all had flushed red faces and were so excited that their bodies trembled. One by one, they lined up behind Xiao Han and rushed down the mountain like a flood. Their momentum was vast and majestic. Thousands of people climbed the mountain ridges and rushed towards the peak where Jingshan was at. Suddenly, a lush green mountain peak appeared in Xiao Han's vision. Halfway up the mountain, between the trees, there was a building that looked like a pagoda. It was ancient and majestic. It was the martial skill pavilion. Xiao Han's footsteps stopped. Xiao Han, after passing through the martial skill pavilion, we will directly reach the peak where Jingshan is at. One of the leaders immediately stepped forward and said. Heh. Xiao Han's mouth twitched and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly said. 3 leaders, please wait at the foot of the mountain. There is a small personal grudge between this disciple and Deacon Leng of the martial skill pavilion. With that, Xiao Han strode up the mountain. Huh? What's going on? Let's follow and take a look. The 3 leaders immediately exchanged glances. At the White Jade Plaza outside the martial skill pavilion, people came and went, and there was an endless stream of outer sanctum disciples from the various peaks going in and out, choosing or returning martial skill secret manuals. Deacon Leng. Disciple Xiao Han requests an audience. Xiao Han stood on the White Jade Plaza and shouted with a loud voice. Who? So impudent? Barking in the martial skill pavilion? Immediately, many outer sect disciples stopped their footsteps and stopped to watch. Some of the outer disciples recognized Xiao Han and whispered to him. Oh, it's Xiao Han. I heard that this kid was born a living target, but his luck is like a rainbow and he has many fortuitous encounters. Recently, he has been in the limelight a lot. Furthermore, he dared to challenge the number 1 outer sect disciple, senior brother Shui Jianfeng. He is a madman and a ruthless character. However, what is wrong with him today? He actually ran to the martial skill pavilion and made a ruckus. Let's just watch the show. Don't provoke this Xiao Han. We can't afford to offend this person. In the next moment, a green-robed old man with an eagle's eyes walked out with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Who else could it be but Deacon Leng? Xiao Han. It's you. The corner of Deacon Leng's eyes twitched as he looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you're too impudent. Why are you making a ruckus here? You want to see me? What do you have to say? I heard that you recently beat up Yang Lei. You have guts, but you won't be able to get past Fei Yu. Let's see how long you can be smug for. You're just a nobody. How dare you jump around in front of me? You're courting death. Deacon Leng clearly did not know that Xiao Han had already crippled Ling Feiyu. Deacon Leng, it's not up to you to decide how long I can be smug. However, Deacon Leng gave me a piece of parchment and asked me to comprehend the mysteries within it. This matter is worth pondering. Later on, I heard that Yang Lei bribed Deacon Leng. So, Deacon Leng colluded with Yang Lei to trick me, right? I wonder what benefits Deacon Leng received for him to do such a dereliction of duty. Back then, Xiao Han was indeed tricked by Deacon Leng. If it wasn't for the Son of Heaven's divine fist's traces on that piece of parchment, the first martial technique that Xiao Han chose for free when he entered the outer sect would have been for naught. Passing by the martial skill chamber today, Xiao Han recalled this old matter. When he recalled how Deacon Leng coerced and bribed him back then, forcing that piece of parchment that he viewed as trash, he could not help but want to mock Deacon Leng to his face. He vented the resentment in his heart. Xiao Han was not afraid of offending Deacon Leng now. In Cloud Rain Sect, as long as one was not at the true Qi realm, they would not receive much attention and did not have much power in their hands. Xiao Han's words were said with great fanfare, causing the outer sect disciples who were watching the show to hear every single word. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces and some even whispered. So, Deacon Leng is using his position for personal gain. What kind of martial technique can that piece of parchment produce? It'll be great if he doesn't go berserk. Xiao Han. Deacon Leng was enraged. His aura soared into the sky, revealing his ferocious face and murderous intent. How dare you slander my reputation? You're like a mad dog biting randomly. Do you really think that I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Deacon Leng took a step towards Xiao Han. His aura surged like the wind and clouds around him. He seemed to be growing taller and a domineering and sharp saber aura surged, causing the surrounding air to ripple like flowing water. Deacon Leng was obviously a bladesman who cultivated in saber techniques. This time, he released his saber aura in an attempt to suppress Xiao Han. Bladesman? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Soon after, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Deacon Leng, I'm here today to thank you for your guidance. Ha 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 ha. Shockingly. A ferocious and ruthless saber aura like an evil dragon rushed out from Xiao Han's body. It swept through everything like a whirlwind, scattering the clouds and swallowing the mountains and rivers. Xiao Han was a bladesman who had comprehended the saber intent. Against ordinary bladesmen, he could suppress them like a master and his servant. If Deacon Leng did not release his saber aura recklessly and tried to suppress Xiao Han, he would be fine. However, as soon as he released his saber aura, he was like a rebel in front of Xiao Han's saber aura. In an instant, Deacon Leng's saber aura suddenly curled up and went back into his body. This time, it was like a counterattack, causing Deacon Leng's expression to change drastically. Pfff. Deacon Leng spurted out a mouthful of blood. His legs were weak and he could not control his body. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Xiao Han. Deacon Leng? Why are you kneeling to me? I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Oh. Deacon Leng must be feeling guilty because he accepted a bribe that day, right? Alright, I forgive Deacon Leng. Who doesn't make mistakes? Xiao Han smiled innocently. He withdrew his saber aura and strode through the martial skill pavilion. The surroundings were filled with silence. P.S. Stay up late to update, please recommend me. In addition, I recommend a very nice Xuanhuan book. It is the same type as the Demon God. Everyone can go and collect it. Chapter 61. One had to know that the saber aura between saber users would subconsciously restrict each other. Especially for saber users who had comprehended the saber intent, there was only 1 in 10,000 of them. Invisibly, they would form a huge deterrent to ordinary saber users in terms of spirit and willpower. Deacon Leng was too complacent and was caught off guard. After teaching Deacon Leng a lesson, Xiao Han strode proudly towards Xingshan's peak. At this moment, the group of people finally caught up. The 3 managers rushed to Xiao Han's side with a horrified expression and looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. One of the managers said in a trembling voice. Xiao Han. You are indeed a natural-born saber user. It has only been a few months since you started cultivating the Tao of Saber and you have improved so much. You are able to suppress Deacon Leng with just saber aura alone. You should know that Deacon Leng is also an expert in using sabers. Although he is not as good as Hua Rong, who is half a step away from true Qi, he is still very powerful. I didn't expect him to be suppressed so miserably by you. A genius in the Tao of Saber cannot be measured by common sense. I can't see through you, I really can't see through you. Another manager said in a serious tone. Xiao Han, I estimate that in 3 to 5 years, you might be able to comprehend the saber intent that can destroy even ghosts and gods. Saber intent? Xiao Han smiled noncommittally and thought to himself, if I tell you that I have successfully comprehended the saber intent, I'm afraid you will all be scared out of your wits, right? The thousands of outer sect disciples who followed behind Xiao Han were now in awe of him, as if he was a celestial being. Not long after, the group of people arrived at the foot of a mountain that was covered in a lush forest and ravines. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in white clouds. Many houses, courtyards, and training grounds were built halfway up the mountain. The atmosphere was solemn. At the foot of the mountain, there were more than 10 young men in outer disciples' robes patrolling with weapons in their hands. These young men were shocked when they saw thousands of people swarming towards them. However, they soon calmed down and even teased each other. Ha ha ha. I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is a group of people from that peak, a bunch of trash. What are they trying to do by swarming here? I guess they want to observe the disciples of our peak cultivating the Tao of martial Tao. He had heard that senior brother Zhu Yu had led his troops to kill their way over several times, beating them up into a complete mess. The geniuses from their peak, Ling Fei Yu and Meng Ran, were so scared that they hid outside and did not dare to return, whereas the other did not dare to accept the challenge even when he returned. Yesterday, I heard from senior brother Zhu Yu that he's going to lead everyone over another day and completely beat their peak into submission, beating everyone until they kneel. Only then will it be satisfying. That peak should have been removed long ago. These host outer sect disciples actually began to ridicule them as if no one else was present. They were completely condescending. They treated Xiao Han's group as nothing. The 3 leaders were so angry that their eyes were about to split open. The 3 corpses jumped up and down violently, almost choking on their throats, unable to speak. The thousands of outer sect disciples behind him were also filled with righteous indignation. However, he did not have the confidence to retort. Suddenly, Xiao Han stepped out from the crowd and said with a sinister smile. What are you bunch of trash barking for? What's so great about your peak? Zheng Shan is the main character of your peak, right? I've fought him before, and he's just trash. What? Presumptuous. More than 10 host outer sect disciples roared. When they looked closely, a few of them recognized Xiao Han and were shocked. Oh. Xiao Han. One of the host outer sect disciples frowned. You finally appeared. You still don't know, right? Our senior brother Zhu Yu has been looking for you. Aren't you good at hiding? Not hiding anymore? Not being a turtle anymore? I hope that Zhu Yu isn't as weak as Xing Shan. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. Xiao Han shrugged. Alright, stop gossiping here. Scram back and report. I, Xiao Han, will challenge your peak alone. What geniuses do you have on this peak? Get the hell out here. Cripple them all. Xiao Han. You dare to behave atrociously in our territory? You actually came to fight. You're completely courting death. Oh. Looks like all the people from your peak have come. Very good, very good. Today, none of you will be able to return. The 10 or so hosts of the outer sanctum exchanged glances with each other and then retreated back to the mountain. They wanted to report this matter to their superiors. However, they were not afraid. After all, they had the home advantage. Moreover, this peak was ranked top 3 among the 10 peaks of the outer sect. It was overseen by 5 people who were all geniuses and arrogant. Come up if you have the guts. Damn it, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Now you actually sent yourselves to us. You're like sheep in a tiger's mouth. There's only death for you. A few host outer sect disciples cursed and pointed at Xiao Han and strode up the mountain. Xiao Han stretched his body a few times. The battle intent in his chest rose up violently. He was the first to go up the stairs and waved his hand. Come, let's go up. Let's go. 3 leaders took the lead, and thousands of people followed Xiao Han up the mountain. At the peak of this peak, White Jade Plaza, there were 3 sage-like elders. 2 of them had smiles on their faces. They were playing a game of Go. The black and white pieces were locked in a stalemate. The game was very intense. Another elder sat next to a 6-string zither. He had a calm smile on his face as he plucked the strings and played a tune. The tune was as loud as the clouds and was very cheerful. These 3 elders were the 3 leaders of this peak. They were all cultured people who wanted to take a break from their busy lives. More than 10 beautiful female disciples were boiling water and making tea, serving them attentively. In addition, there was a group of energetic outer sect disciples who were watching the chess and listening to the zither. They were very happy. At this moment, 3 leaders. An old and dignified outer sect disciple walked up the mountain and into White Jade Plaza. He cupped his fists and said, 3 leaders. 3 managers, Manager Situ, Manager Zhou, and Manager He, lead the thousands of troops from their respective peaks to kill their way up to our peak. Among them, there's a madman called Xiao Han, who threatened to, he threatened. Oh. Xiao Han. This person is a living target. After a fortuitous encounter, he became very arrogant. He once challenged Shui Jianfeng to his face. What did he say? The old man who was playing the zither stopped and asked with a smile. That's Xiao Han. The experienced outer disciple clenched his teeth and said, he said that he's going to cripple all of the geniuses of our peak. This man is indeed very arrogant. The 2 old men who were playing against each other stopped at the same time. They held the chess pieces in their hands and froze in the air. The cloudy expression on their faces faded in an instant, replaced by a few traces of hostility. Ha 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 ha. The old man who was playing the zither laughed wildly. Good. Good. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Xiao Han. He came to our door and still dared to speak rudely. After a pause, he said to the 2 old men who were playing chess. Old Tian, Old Hua, they came to our door and wanted to turn the tables. What do you think? 3 leaders, the people from that peak are all trash. Ling Feiyu, Meng Ran, they were all defeated by me last year. As for that Xiao Han, he's completely arrogant. He made them all kneel before me. As a matter of fact, I've long wanted to challenge their peak. It's great that they came to me on their own accord. That Xiao Han once humiliated junior brother Jingshan. I'll make him pay for it. A handsome young man with a halberd on his back stepped out from the crowd. He had a majestic aura, as if he was the ruler of the world. He was Zhu Yu, who had a conflict with Xiao Han on Shui Jianfeng's peak. Jingshan was also standing to the side. The last time he fought against Xiao Han, he was beaten to the point of vomiting 5 mouthfuls of blood. When he returned to the sect, he lied that he was comprehending martial arts in seclusion, and only recovered last month. Now that he heard that Xiao Han was here, his heart skipped a beat, but he did not dare to show it. He forced a smile and said, Good. Very good. I, Jingshan, have been in seclusion for a few months, and I've gained some enlightenment. The people from that peak are perfect for practice. Nice. Let's go and fight. I can't wait any longer. A coarse young man wearing animal skin with a crescent moon scimitar on his waist walked out with big steps. His eyes were like those of a demon god, and his joints were thick. He looked majestic, as if he could destroy people's fighting spirit with just a stare. He stuck out his rough tongue and licked his lips. It's been a long time since I've broken someone's bones and broken someone's limbs. Today, so many people came. Nice. He squinted his eyes, and his face was full of a perverted smile. Good. All disciples, follow us. They have already come knocking on our door. Our peak is not a weakling. A manager who was playing chess suddenly stood up. This time, let's go all out. We don't care if we kill or cripple them. Those who dare to violate the dignity of our peak deserve to die 10,000 times. Gong Sun Kong. The 3 masters shouted at the same time. I'm here. In a corner of the white jade square, a young man in white sat on the ground. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had an elegant demeanor. The aura around his body didn't seem very fierce, but when he opened and closed his eyes, there was a deep sharpness rolling in them. There was a kind of innate pride in his eyes. The young man in white suddenly stood up. The air suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions. The aura around the young man in white suddenly changed from a lofty mountain and flowing water to a heroic hero. He looked down on the world, and no one dared to look at him directly. Roar, from all directions of the young man in white, the faint roar of a wild lion could be heard, which made people's hearts tremble. Good. Gong Sun Kong, you're the main character of our peak. You're a peerless genius, and your wild lion great technique is unparalleled in the world. You should also go and let those trash admire your peerless demeanor. The three masters of this peak said in unison. Yes, master. The eyes of the young man in white, Gong Sun Kong, flashed with a strange light golden color. His fighting spirit instantly soared to the sky. Let's go. Move the chessboard over. While we play chess, we can also watch our elite disciples beat up the trash of that peak. The two masters who were playing chess smiled happily. Move my zither over as well. The master who was playing the zither was flushed. Halfway up this peak. In the arena area. Xiao Han and the others had arrived long ago. Under the arena, a large group of people stood, with the three masters standing at the very front. Not long after, the host's outer sect disciples also came over in groups of 3 to 5. They stood in another area under the arena, and all looked at Xiao Han and the others with mocking and disdainful eyes. Some even said in a shrill voice. This group of trash, they actually overestimated themselves and came over to provoke us. It seems that it's time for that peak to be abolished. There's no need for it to exist anymore. Xiao Han, what are you going to do? The three masters asked Xiao Han in a low voice. Before Xiao Han could answer, a large group of people suddenly came down from the mountain. They were led by 3 old men with white hair and a youthful face, and their faces were full of pride. Oh, Brother Situ, Brother Zhou, Brother He, I didn't expect you to be in such a good mood to bring your disciples to challenge. Ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting. The 3 of you have been mediocre your whole life. Now, you finally want to be high profile for once? Ha ha ha, what to do? Do you want to have a battle royale or let the disciples fight one by one? One of the old men laughed mockingly. Oh. There's no need for a battle royale, and there's no need to fight one by one, Xiao Han said loudly. This time, I alone will challenge your peak. Chapter 62. In the entire history of Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect, there was no such thing. It could be said to be unprecedented. Xiao Han's arrogance, overbearing, and condescension could no longer be described with words. On the host's peak, the 3 leaders and all the disciples were stunned. Then, they roared in anger. Countless murderous gazes swept across Xiao Han. If looks could kill, Xiao Han's corpse would have turned cold by now. In fact, under the fury of the thunder and lightning, the people of this peak no longer retorted or scolded Xiao Han. All of them were ferocious and wanted to rush forward to kill Xiao Han. Dense and violent energy chi soared into the sky from the host camp, piercing through the sky, and the wind and clouds became gloomy. Good, very good. Brother Situ, Brother Zhou, Brother He, I didn't expect you to train such a madman. One of the hosts was no longer in the mood to play chess or play the zither. His face was twisted and full of hostility. I hope he'll still be so stubborn when he gets on the stage. Everyone has the right to punish this kind of lunatic. I hope the 3 of you won't plead for leniency on his behalf. He only had himself to blame for everything. Digging your own grave. The 3 leaders of Xiao Han's mountain peak saw the situation in front of them and knew that Xiao Han had completely enraged the host's people. The situation had developed to a point where it could not be resolved and they would not rest until one side was dead. The 3 of them could only cooperate with Xiao Han and continue stirring up trouble. We are martial artists. Our lives and deaths are up to fate. Manager Sidhu's tone was indifferent. All right. Good. Life and death in the hands of the heavens. Well said. The host's 3 managers said in a cold tone. At this moment, Xiao Han smiled lightly and strolled onto a battle ring. His entire person exuded a kind of otherworldly aura that didn't belong to the mortal world. The thousands of people on Xiao Han's peak all had their hearts in their throats as they stared unblinkingly at Xiao Han, who was on the stage. They were all silently praying in their hearts. Senior brother Xiao Han, I hope you can bring glory to our peak. Today, I, Xiao Han, will sweep through this peak. Xiao Han said indifferently. The saber intent cut off all distracting thoughts in Xiao Chen's mind, extinguishing fear, anxiety, nervousness, and other negative emotions. All that was left was the will to fight and the conviction to win. His aura pierced through the rainbow and swallowed the mountains and rivers. In this situation, his saber intent actually condensed a little. Xiao Han stood tall on the stage like a deity plucking flowers, attracting the attention of many. The enraged host's troops were intimidated by this aura and quietened down a lot. Manager Situ, Manager Zhou, and Manager He exchanged glances with one another. They could see the deep astonishment in each other's eyes. This brat is accumulating his strength. One of the hosts had a gloomy expression. Who in our peak can fight him? Disciple Feng Pai Jun is willing to kill this madman. Protect our peak's prestige. A host's outer sanctum disciple leaped onto the arena. His movement technique was swift and graceful, leaving no traces behind. Xiao Han. Audacious madman. You're seeking death. This host from the outer sect was handsome, and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. His entire person gave off the feeling that he was riding the wind. At this moment, King Kong was glaring at Xiao Han. Although Pai Jun has just entered the blood transformation realm, his movement technique is unpredictable. He has comprehended a bit of the profound meaning of the wind. Formless and formless, traceless and traceless. Just based on his movement technique alone, he can be ranked in the top 3 of our peak. In time, he will definitely become someone great. One of the hosts nodded slightly. On the arena. You are not qualified to challenge me. Get down. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails slightly. I'll kill you. Feng Pai Jun suddenly moved. The sound of the wind rose on the arena. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Xiao Han at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Pooh! Xiao Han was as still as a mountain. With a flick of his right index finger, a wisp of saber chi mixed with electricity easily tore through the air at a speed faster than half the speed of sound. This wisp of saber chi was like a flash in the pan, disappearing in a flash. The next moment, the gust of wind stopped. Feng Pai Jun stopped 5 steps away from Xiao Han. His expression was strange. Suddenly, a faint line of blood suddenly appeared on Feng Pai Jun's left cheek. Blood spurted out. What? Your attack, it's actually faster than my movement skill, you. Feng Pai Jun was scared out of his wits. Get lost. Suddenly, Xiao Han flicked his right index finger repeatedly. Poochie. 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 Flapper Army's figure retreated explosively, and with every step he took, a string of beads of blood sprayed out from his face. When he retreated to the edge of the arena, his face was densely covered in saber scars, and it was dripping with blood. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Impossible? How is this possible? My clear breeze art has reached the great completion stage. I can only see the breeze and not the person. No one can catch the trajectory of my movement skill. Impossible. Feng Pai Jun screamed. His body tilted and fell off the arena. Pai Jun. Pai Jun is known for his speed. But, he couldn't even last one move. He couldn't even get close to Xiao Han. This. The faces of the 3 hosts turned pale. On the mountain where Xiao Han was at, thunderous applause broke out. The crowd was excited. "Show me a few decent ones." Xiao Han looked around and looked down on the world. "I'll say it again. I alone will fight all of you. You can attack me as a group. I will deal with all of you." Too arrogant. A tiger's roar suppressed the noise of the crowd. Then, a 2-meter-tall giant jumped onto the arena with an earth-shattering momentum. The ground shook. The air exploded. "Xiao Han. I will crush you to death. I will crush every single bone in your body." The giant man had a leopard's head and round eyes. He looked majestic and had the aura of a giant beast. Tai Zhuang. He is a senior disciple of our mountain. He was born with innate strength. His strength is close to 150 ding. He has the strength to move a mountain. He tore apart tigers and leopards. He once tore apart 18 bandits with his bare hands. He is the best among the 3 armies. He was ranked 23rd in the previous outer disciple ranking competition. If it wasn't for his tough martial skills, his ranking would have been higher. A host's eyes shone brightly. One man can defeat 10 men. Tai Zhuang's physical defense is impregnable. He is the best candidate to kill Xiao Han. Die for this, daddy. On the arena, Tai Zhuang took a step forward. His aura filled the air, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust and smoke filled the air. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. With every step Tai Zhuang took, his aura became more solid. Energy rushed out from his head and turned into a green mountain. The air became unusually heavy. Xiao Han did not move. "You cannot be tough for long. You have a strong physical body. However, you have not comprehended the secret of combining toughness and gentleness. You are just a piece of trash." Suddenly, Xiao Han's aura rose. A kind of domineering aura that could conquer the world swept out. Energy surged and turned into a royal robe on Xiao Han's body. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers were all in it. A crown appeared on top of his head. The 5 emperors' imperial canopy rose up. "The imperial power of a country is in my hands. Those who go against the way of the king will be killed." Xiao Han executed the yellow robe armor technique. In an instant, Xiao Han seemed to be infinitely tall. All living beings prostrated before him. On the contrary, Tai Zhuang's aura was pushed back by the yellow robe technique. In an instant, he was completely defeated. "You go down too." Xiao Han made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Wood chi surged in all directions. Wood rings rolled and the old tree bark split open. A wood dragon stump condensed from chi was formed in an instant. It was 8 feet long and had the strength of 100 cauldrons. Bam! The wooden dragon stump swept across. Tai Zhuang's aura was weakened and his defense was reduced. He flew out like a paper kite. He spat out blood and fell off the arena. There was dead silence below the arena. The 3 main deacons of Xiao Han's mountain were trembling with excitement. They had never thought that Xiao Han would be this powerful. Furthermore, he was using one trump card after another. Every trump card was ridiculously powerful, sweeping away everything in his path. All the outer disciples of Xiao Han's mountain were usually bullied. They had to swallow their anger or be injured by people from other mountains. They had never felt so liberated before. Now, all of them saw Xiao Han as a god. They were willing to worship him. The disciples of the host mountain were silent. They looked at each other in dismay. It was only then that the 3 chiefs realized that Xiao Han's arrogant words were not without reason. This Xiao Han is only at the marrow refining realm. But he is already so powerful. If he starts to change his blood, won't he become a monster? Could it be that his mountain is going to rise and trample on our mountain because of this arrogant disciple Xiao Han? We must kill him in advance. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to our mountain. At this moment, Xiao, 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 Xiao. A total of 18 outer disciples of the host mountain rushed onto the arena. Each of them carried a saber on their back. Their aura was fierce and domineering. Their saber aura swept across the arena. Xiao Han, you really do have a shocking skill. It seems like you will rise to the top in this year's outer disciple ranking competition. However, you have humiliated our peak, we cannot tolerate it. The leading young man's saber aura was cold. His eyes were sharp, cutting through the air. The corner of his mouth twitched. Didn't you want us to attack you together? As you wish. Set up the formation. In an instant, the 18 saber artists rotated on the arena. They each stood in a mysterious position and surrounded Xiao Han. It turned out to be a profound array formation. Azure Sky Transforming Dragon Saber Formation. It is formed by the 18 most outstanding saber artists of our mountain. The saber aura overlapped and turned into a dragon. It will tear the sky and crack the earth, leaving no one alive. This time, Xiao Han will die. One of the host mountain's leaders said. On the arena. Azure. Heavens. Transform. Dragon. Absolute. Kill. Saber. Formation. The 18 saber artists roared in unison. Each of their bodies emitted a saber aura that soared into the sky. The 18 saber auras twisted together and turned into a dragon-shaped saber aura. The entire arena was in a state of panic. This dragon-shaped saber aura was 30 feet long. It shook its head and tail and was about to devour Xiao Han. All of you, scram. Xiao Han was in the formation and did not move. Suddenly, a giant saber aura rushed out of his body. This saber aura was like a peerless dragon. It was violent and unparalleled. Poof. 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 The air exploded. The stone slabs of the arena were lifted by the violent saber aura and floated in the air. Xiao Han's saber aura was 50 feet long. The intent and saber aura it contained far surpassed the saber auras of the 18 saber artists. Boom! The dragon-shaped saber aura of the 18 saber artists was engulfed by Xiao Han's saber aura. The formation collapsed. Poof! 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 The saber aura of the 18 saber artists was destroyed. All of them spat out blood and were sent flying in all directions. This defeat had destroyed their willpower and dulled their saber auras. They would never be able to comprehend saber intent for the rest of their lives. Your peak is full of trash. Xiao Han stood on the ground and looked at the world with disdain. The three leaders of the host peak felt their mouths go dry and they were horrified. Xiao Han's strength had far exceeded the limits of what they could bear. This person has an endless number of trump cards. Could it be that he really wants to defeat our peak? One of the leaders' teeth chattered. Then, he shouted in a sharp voice. Gong Sun Kong. Li Hu. Zhu Yu. Zheng Shan. Su Ding. All of you attack together. Kill this brat. As soon as he finished his words, 5 figures flashed into the arena. The leader was dressed in a snow-white robe. His pale golden eyes were filled with battle intent. There was a faint roar of a group of lions around him. This was the number 1 genius of this peak, Gong Sun Kong. He cultivated the mad lion great art and was the king of all beasts. A casual attack could destroy 9 continents. This person was ranked 7th in the outer disciple ranking competition last year. He was not to be underestimated. Next was a coarse young man dressed in animal skin with a crescent moon scimitar hanging on his waist. His eyes were like a devil's and his joints were thick, making him look majestic. This person was rumored to have been raised by a ferocious tiger and had the nature of a tiger in his blood. He cultivated the white tiger mad killer blade. With one slash, the enemy would definitely be torn into pieces. Last year, he was ranked 10th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. Next was Zhu Yu, who had an intense verbal conflict with Xiao Han. With a heavenly halberd, he was the only one among the 5 mountains. Last year, he was ranked 14th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. Zheng Shan was defeated by Xiao Han. Last year, he was ranked 17th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. At this moment, Zheng Shan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He licked his lips and wanted to swarm up with the others to dismember Xiao Han and avenge his humiliation. The last person was Su Ding. He was short, but his eyes were filled with divine light and his aura was extraordinary. He cultivated the burning sky tactic, which allowed him to produce flames with his qi. It was also very powerful. Last year, he was ranked 20th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. These 5 people were the 5 geniuses of this peak. All of them were at the blood-changing realm. They were the 5 strongest figures. This time, they actually ganged up on a marrow-refining realm martial artist. Furthermore, all of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This kind of battle was extremely rare in the history of Cloud Rain sect. The host of this peak and the Outer Disciples felt that they had lost all face previously. Now that it was 5 against 1, they were all roaring in their hearts. Kill! Kill! Kill him! As for Xiao Han's peak, be it the host or the disciples, all of them were worried for Xiao Han. After all, the 5 geniuses of this peak had been famous for a long time. None of them were ordinary people. They were all ranked in the outer sect's 10 peaks. In a one-on-one battle, they had absolute confidence in Xiao Han. But 1 against 5, it was extremely dangerous. However, on the arena, Xiao Han's eyes finally showed excitement. Good. My mental state is starting to tense up again. My saber intent surged and my body's potential was greatly stimulated. My mental state is being honed. A battle of this level is what I need the most right now. It's the best choice for honing my mental state and will. Xiao Han licked his lips. 1 against 5 and he was actually not afraid. Instead, his battle intent rose to the peak. Alright, Xiao Han. That's enough for you. Gong Sun Kong stood out from the crowd with his hands behind his back and an overbearing aura. To be honest, you're an outstanding genius. You're a demon-like genius. In this year's Outer Sect ranking competition, you're likely to be in the top 5. It's not impossible for you to be in the top 3. In a one-on-one battle, Gong Sun Kong, do not have the confidence to defeat you. However, you're too arrogant. If the heavens want you dead, they'll definitely make you arrogant. With the 5 of us working together, you have no chance of winning. To be honest, I, Gong Sun Kong, do not want to take advantage of your perilous state and win with numbers. However, I heard that this year's Outer Sect ranking competition has generous rewards. Forget it. I, Gong Sun Kong, am in need of some supreme-grade elixirs to break through to the true Qi realm. How can I allow someone like you to step on my head? I'll take this opportunity to get rid of you first. Xiao Han, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too sharp. Use your ultimate move, counterattack before your death. Let me see how great your potential is. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun Kang's entire body surged with strength. A male lion appeared above his head, crawling on top of the clouds. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with lion roars. Li Hu held the curved blade in his hand. His aura that was as heavy as a mountain poured out, causing the air to become heavy. Zhu Yu waved the heavenly halberd in his hand, bringing with it a cold light that was as dark as water. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Zheng Shan's aura was like that of an eagle or a snake, unfathomable. Su Ding slightly raised both of his palms. His palms were red and surrounded by flames, burning the air like boiling water. The 5 great geniuses formed an encirclement around Xiao Han. Below the arena. The situation is not good. The bastards of this peak are indeed shameless. They're really swarming up to attack. I've never seen such a shameless thing on the arena. Let's stop them. Xiao Han is fighting 1 against 5 and is at a disadvantage. Especially that Gong Sun Kong. His Mad Lion Great technique is also a shocking ultimate move. Its lethality is extremely terrifying. Wait. I feel that Xiao Han still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet, on the arena. I said that I'll sweep all of you, and I'll definitely sweep all of you. No matter how many of you come up, it's useless. Xiao Han's will was as firm as a rock. In the next moment, a dim light flashed in Xiao Han's right hand. A single blade was grasped by Xiao Han. With the blade in his hand, Xiao Han's entire aura surged. The peerless sharpness that could pierce through everything was completely revealed on Xiao Han's body. The arrogance, disdain, and dominance of a blade master were all displayed. A fierce blade aura seeped out from the single blade in Xiao Han's hand. The air in all directions let out a mournful sound. The aura of the blade around Xiao Han's body was rising steadily, as if there was no end to it. P.S. I stayed up until 3:20 in the morning to finish writing this. I'm already exhausted and dizzy. Sweat, I need everyone's encouragement for me to work so hard. Everyone, please vote for me. Or click like. Chapter 63. As soon as he drew out his saber, the weather changed. With the saber in his hand, the peerless sharpness of a saber master was revealed. The saber aura rose steadily and instantly caused an uproar in the entire area. It was as if a monarch had descended from the heavens. Even the air was groveling and trembling, wanting to submit to him. Xiao Han's eyes did not have the slightest hint of fear in them. All the negative emotions were destroyed by the saber intent. The saber intent was shapeless and could destroy everything. Of course, Xiao Han did not reveal his saber intent this time. The saber intent was another of Xiao Han's trump cards. In an instant, within the saber aura that covered the entire sky, thunder, lightning, and torrential rain fell. The intent realm of the thunderclap extermination saber was suddenly strengthened. Xiao Han held the saber in his hand and stood still. His demeanor and aura were unparalleled. Xiao Han stood there quietly, gripping the hilt of his saber without moving. His eyes became as calm as water. There was no one, there was no me, there was no one. The world was as silent as ice. However, the cold and murderous aura of the saber enveloped the entire arena. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu, Zhu Yu, Jing Shan, and Su Ding. The killing aura created by the 5 of them seemed to be cut apart by Xiao Han's saber aura. They began to lose ground. 5 against 1, but they were actually losing. What? He's actually a peerless saber master. I can't believe he's so sharp. Gong Sun Kang's face was as solemn as water. He felt the greatest pressure he had ever felt since he started cultivating. Roar. He let out a soft roar and gathered all his strength to the limit. Numerous wild lions burst out from his body and roared at the sky, dominating the world. Below the arena, the 3 masters of Xiao Han's peak were choking with emotion and almost cried. They had been in charge of the outer sect for many years and had never nurtured any genius. The only ones they had seen were Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. However, Xiao Han's rise had given them the glory that they had never had in their lives. Because of that, their life force had risen to the peak. As for the host's peak, thousands of outer sect disciples were panic-stricken and their hearts were in a mess. It was like a scene of disaster. The 3 masters of the host's peak were even more terrified. This saber force is too strong. It's almost at the limit of a mortal body realm saber user. It's just a fine line away from the legendary saber intent. Could it be that the heavens want our peak to perish? Xiao Han is too domineering. In the future, he will be another Shui Jianfeng. Invincible in the outer sect. Now that our peak has a grudge against him, if he were to reach the true Qi stage one day, he would definitely raise our peak to the ground. Suddenly, one of the hosts sat down cross-legged and placed the 6-string zither on his knees. He gathered his energy and plucked the strings. In an instant, a sonorous and resonant zither sound rushed into the sky. The sound of the zither contained a strong killing intent and the aura of war. It was as if the yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles and blood was spilled on the battlefield. It was inspiring. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu, Zhu Yu, Zheng Shan, Su Ding. I will play a song for you to help you kill the enemy. The manager spat out a mantra as his hands quickly plucked the strings of the zither. Strings of impassioned notes rolled out. In an instant, Gong Sun Kong and the other 4 people on the arena seemed to have received some kind of invisible encouragement, and their declining momentum was reversed. Kill. Everyone, use your ultimate skills. Kill this bastard. We can't let him continue to accumulate his saber force. Boom. Under the influence of the zither sound, the 5 experts from the peak were valiant. They exploded with the greatest potential in their lives and attacked Xiao Han brazenly. For a moment, Gong Sun Kong punched out with his fists. The energy was like a wild lion that could destroy the world and twisted the air into powder. Li Hu slashed out with his white tiger manslaughter saber. The shadows of tigers overlapped in all directions, and it was dark and dangerous. Zhu Yu's heavenly halberd drew a line, and his killing intent poured out from thousands of miles away. Zheng Shan's eagle and snake attacked together, throwing and swallowing like a whale, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Su Ding's palms moved with the long river of flames, burning mountains and boiling seas. The 5 experts attacked Xiao Han with all their might, and they used their ultimate skills one after another. Bang! 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 The limestone slabs on the arena floated up one by one, occupying all the space in the arena. Boom! The limestone slabs that Xiao Han was standing on were also blown up, causing Xiao Han to be in midair. Xiao Han was in the middle of the monstrous whirlpool of attacks. He was like a lonely boat in the raging sea, and he could be destroyed at any time. The hot-blooded musical notes circled around the arena, increasing the killing intent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Xiao Han swung his saber. Rays of saber light shot out. In a breath, 230 rays of saber chi burst out. They were accompanied by thunder and lightning, and they cut through the air. At a terrifying speed that was more than half the speed of sound, they scattered in all directions. With the help of speed, the saber chi from Xiao Han's saber reached 65 cauldrons per slash, which was far stronger than the strength of a hand saber. For a moment, puff, 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 puff. The limestone slabs floating on the arena were crushed into powder by the saber chi, and they fell down like rain. The attacks of the 5 geniuses were dismembered by the saber chi like a butcher dismembering an ox. What a fast saber speed! In a breath, he can actually slash out hundreds of saber chi, and the speed of his saber is approaching the speed of sound. This guy is too scary. However, with the 5 of us attacking together, we can suppress him. Go! Tear him apart. Gong Sun Kong clawed with both of his hands, and the roar of a lion could be heard incessantly. He executed the wild lion great art, constantly tearing apart the saber chi from Xiao Han. Swoosh! 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 Gong Sun Kong stomped on the limestone slabs that were floating in the air, and he was about to attack Xiao Han. Get down! Xiao Han didn't stop waving his saber. The saber chi was like a laser, and it made Gong Sun Kong unable to get close to him. Instead, he was forced back to the ground. The battle had entered a stalemate. Humph. This kid is brandishing his saber at high speed, constantly bursting out saber chi and attacking from afar. However, his physical body is only at the marrow refinement realm, and his foundation is too weak. I don't believe that he can hold on for long. After a while, the speed of his saber will definitely slow down, and at that time, it will be the time for him to die. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu, Zhu Yu, Zheng Shan, Su Ding, the 3 of you temporarily defend and attack to wear down this kid's spirit. A saber user, again and again, will weaken, and by the third, he won't be able to defeat all of you in one go. If you continue to wear him down, he will definitely lose. Despicable. How dare you interfere from the side? Do you have any shame? The leaders of Xiao Han's peak were furious, and they all pointed their fingers and scolded. However, the battle had already entered a white-hot stage, and victory and defeat were on the line. The three leaders of the host peak didn't care about anything else, and they screamed and shouted, giving advice from the side. The leader who played the six-stringed zither had reached the limit of his spirit, qi, and spirit. The rhythm of his music was grand and magnificent. As a result, Gong Sun Kong and the others on the stage were indeed more defensive than offensive. They focused on wearing down Xiao Han's saber qi, and no longer took the initiative to attack Xiao Han. As for Xiao Han, swoosh 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 swoosh, the saber in Xiao Han's hand turned invisible, and the saber light interweaved like a net. Within a few breaths, it was unknown how many saber qi he had slashed out. But the strange thing was that these saber qi didn't attack from afar. It was as if Xiao Han was slashing at the air. Below the stage, what's going on? Xiao Han, why can't Xiao Han slash out saber qi? Could it be that Xiao Han's strength is really declining? The three leaders of Xiao Han's peak were trembling with fear. The thousands of people on the peak were all shocked. As for the three leaders of the host peak, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, this kid's spirit is worn out. Fortunately, he is only at the marrow refining realm, and his foundation is too weak to support him for a long time. Otherwise, we really can't do anything to him. One of the leaders of the host peak raised his voice. Gong Sun Kong. You can fight back now. This kid is exhausted. At this moment, Xiao Han was indeed exhausted. His face instantly turned pale, and his body swayed. Then, his legs gave way, and he fell from the sky. However, just as Xiao Han fell from the sky, and before he could touch the ground, something terrible happened. A giant saber qi suddenly appeared where Xiao Han was standing. The saber qi was 30 meters long, and it almost covered half of the stage. The saber qi was violent like a tornado, like a peerless dragon, like a disaster. Boom, the giant saber qi cut through the air as if it was cutting through tofu. With the power to kill people and destroy ghosts, it crashed towards Gong Sun Kong and the others. Pooh! 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 Wherever the saber qi passed, the ground caved in, and the floating bluestone slabs shattered into dust. The entire stage collapsed. Explosion. Mushroom clouds rose everywhere. It turned out that Xiao Han had taken advantage of the opportunity when Gong Sun Kong and the others were only defending and not attacking to continuously slash out thousands of saber qi. He condensed them into a giant saber qi and slashed out explosively. However, Xiao Han's physical strength was indeed exhausted, and he could no longer fight. This saber qi was simply unstoppable, and its speed was infinitely close to the speed of sound. Pooh! The saber qi swept across and destroyed the stage. In less than a breath's time, the battle was over. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu, Zhu Yu, Jing Shan, and Su Ding were all crushed into bloody mist by the saber qi. Not even their bones were left. Total annihilation. The zither music that filled the entire stage stopped abruptly, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. Bang! The zither strings snapped. Pooh! The zither player's face was as white as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. The surroundings were as quiet as a ghost town. In the original area of the stage, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's vision. Moreover, it gave off a feeling of destruction. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao Han, a female outer court disciple from Xiao Han's peak, exclaimed. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao Han. What? Could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Xiao Han is also? The outer court disciples of this peak were all panic-stricken. As for the three outer court disciples of the host peak, they were also so nervous that they were suffocating. Perish together? One of the host peak's leaders licked his dry lips. The mad Xiao Han perished together with 5 of our peak's geniuses. This is good. Although our peak's 5 strongest geniuses were killed by that bastard Xiao Han, causing our peak's vitality to be greatly damaged, and we temporarily no longer have the foundation to compete with the other peaks for supremacy, it can still be considered as killing a super genius. Exchanging the lives of 5 ordinary geniuses for the life of a monstrous genius, Gong Sun Kong and the others died a worthy death. One of the host peak's leaders said with a trembling voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette broke through the dust and smoke and slowly walked out. His clothes were torn in many places, and he held a single saber in his hand. His eyes were as firm as a rock, and the corner of his mouth was drawn into a cynical and unruly smile. I, Xiao Han, have said that I will sweep through your peak, and I will not go back on my words. Whoever is not convinced, come at me together. Blast them into dregs. The next moment, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao Han. 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 Thunderous cheers erupted from Xiao Han's camp. Thousands of outer court disciples had tears in their eyes. The 3 leaders even had tears flowing down their faces, and they were sobbing uncontrollably. After sweeping through that peak, Xiao Han was also exhausted, and all the saber chi in his body was almost used up. In the end, a few female disciples took the initiative to help him back to the side courtyard. After sleeping for a day and a night, and taking some pills to strengthen his vitality and recover his vitality, he finally recovered completely. The 3rd day. The 3 leaders personally came to Xiao Han's side courtyard. Ah Cho also packed his luggage and came to Xiao Han's side. In the garden. Xiao Han, you swept through a peak alone. This matter has already caused a complete uproar in the entire Cloud Rain sect's inner and outer sect. Right now, your limelight has probably already surpassed the number 1 person in the outer sect, Shui Jianfeng. And because of you, our peak's overall strength has risen to the top 3. Now, the basic monthly welfare of our peak's disciples has been increased from 100 true martial coins to 500 true martial coins. Ha 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 ha. It's all thanks to you, Xiao Han. The 3 leaders beamed with joy, and their old hearts were greatly comforted. Hee hee. In fact, because of this bitter battle, this disciple has also been tempered mentally. Furthermore, I have also absorbed some of the elixir particles that were stuck to my bones. This disciple's marrow refinement technique has become more profound. Xiao Han smiled and said. Indeed, after this battle, Xiao Han's physical strength was exhausted. Unexpectedly, it accelerated the absorption of elixir particles in his bones. Right now, Xiao Han's physical strength had reached 110 cauldrons. Xiao Han, the only thing that's not perfect now is that you've practically completely exposed all your trump cards before the outer court rankings competition has even begun. I believe that people will definitely study your trump card in depth. One of the leaders frowned. Trump card? Xiao Han smiled casually. My trump card might not have been completely exposed. His expression was unfathomable. What? Xiao Han, you still have trump cards? The 3 leaders felt their blood run cold as they looked at Xiao Han as if they were looking at a monster. Xiao Han smiled noncommittally and immediately stood up. Leaders, today, I will be going down the mountain with Senior Brother Ah Cho. We will return to Senior Brother Ah Cho's family in the secular world to participate in the clan meeting. This trip will probably take a long time. By the time I return to the sect, the outer sect ranking competition will be imminent. I will also take this opportunity to relax my mind. If there's a chance, I will also train in the pugilistic world. All right. Xiao Han, you can go down the mountain with Ah Cho. The 3 leaders nodded. Ah Cho's family is also considered a big family in the secular world. The disciples of the family are scattered in various sects of the Beacon Fire Empire to cultivate martial arts. Xiao Han, you can also take this opportunity to see the martial artists of other sections. Chapter 64. Now, it was autumn at the foot of the mountain, and the sky was tinged with yellow. The autumn air was refreshing along the way, fiery red maple leaves, golden paddy, emerald green pine and cypress, azure blue sky, and cotton-like white clouds. It was truly autumn on the trees and sunset on the mountains. Xiao Han galloped on his horse and felt extremely carefree. This time, when Xiao Han followed Ah Cho down the mountain, he indeed had the intention of emptying his mind, touring the mountains and rivers, and observing the world. Of course, if there was a chance to gain experience in the Jianghu, Xiao Han would not let it go. As for Ah Cho, once he left the mountain, he was extremely excited, as if he had been holding it in for a long time. His eyebrows danced and his face beamed with joy. Moreover, his eyes could not help but overflow with intense yearning and longing. Xiao Han recalled that Ah Cho once told him that he had a fiancée waiting for him at home. Heh! Senior brother Ah Cho, now that you're back home, you can finally see your beloved wife. Congratulations, congratulations, ha ha ha. Xiao Han could not help but tease. Ah Cho was actually shy and said bitterly. Xiao Han, to tell you the truth, I really want to see Jiao Jiao every day and every night. Jiao Jiao? That's a good name. It sounds like a beauty's name. Xiao Han smiled. Jiao Jiao is as pretty as a flower and as beautiful as a fairy. That's right, Xiao Han, you can't compare to your two female friends from Medicine King Valley. Ah Cho said seriously. Medicine King Valley? Xiao Han's expression froze for a moment before he smiled faintly. Let's talk about this after I reach the true Qi realm. Sorry, Xiao Han. I didn't mean to mention this. Ah Cho quickly changed his words. Oh right, Xiao Han, I haven't told you my real name. I'm called Xiao Yunfan. But in Cloud Rain Sect, everyone calls me Ah Cho. Xiao Han, you don't have to change it. I'm already used to it. Oh. Senior brother Ah Cho, your name is quite elegant. Xiao Han said seriously. Xiao Han, my clan is located in the Blazing Flame City, in the Beacon Fire Empire. It's tens of thousands of miles away from our Cloud Rain sect. But we travel thousands of miles on our dragon horses. We can arrive in a few days. Ah Cho continued. While we're on our way, I'll tell you about the family's situation. Gradually, Ah Cho's expression turned serious. Senior brother Ah Cho, please speak. I'm all ears. Xiao Han said seriously. Xiao Han, firstly, Scorch Blaze City is a city, not a small town. The population was in the millions, and the army of the Beacon Fire Empire was stationed there. It could be considered a major city in the Beacon Fire Empire. A strategic location. Whereas our Xiao clan is worthy of being the #1 clan in Scorch City. Prestigious families, aristocratic families, and great clans. It's not exaggerated at all to say that Scorch City is controlled by our Xiao clan. Even the city lord has to act according to our family's old man's mood. Amazing. Xiao Han sighed. Senior brother Ah Cho, I really didn't expect that your clan is so powerful in the secular world. Heh. Xiao Han, I don't dare to say that you have overwhelming power. You should know that sects are still the dominant force in the world today. The large sects can stand up to the empire. Clans are not worth mentioning in front of the large sections. Ah Cho smiled. Xiao Han, speaking of which, our Xiao clan's current clan head is my grandfather. My grandfather has 8 sons, and I'm the only son of my grandfather's 4th son. How do I put it? My mother only gave birth to me, my father's only son. As for the children of my father's concubines, they are born of concubines and will never have the qualifications to inherit the clan head. Xiao Han, do you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Han knocked his head and pondered for a while before speaking. Senior brother Ah Cho, I understand. Your Xiao family is a prestigious family that has flourished and flourished. You belong to the direct line of descent. You have the qualifications to inherit the clan head in the future. Is that what you mean? Yes. Ah Cho nodded deeply and said thoughtfully. However, Xiao Han, it's extremely difficult for me to inherit my grandfather's position. My grandfather has 8 sons, and my father's line of descent is somewhat lacking. As his only son, my father has high expectations of me and spent a lot of effort to send me to the Cloud Rain sect to cultivate martial Dao. However, my aptitude and bone structure are really the worst. Relying on the elixirs you bought for me and the withered tree collection that you gave me, I barely managed to enter the marrow refinement realm. Sigh. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. My uncle's eldest son, Xiao Yuntian, entered the 8 Desolation Hall at a young age and is a genius. Now in the outer sect of the 8 Desolation Hall, he is one of the top 10 geniuses and has a bright future. He is the undisputed top talent of the Xiao clan and will inherit the position of clan head in the future. Second uncle's third son, Xiao Yunfeng, is a peerless talent. It is said that in recent years, he has risen like a comet in the Raging Flame sect. He is at the peak of the blood transformation realm and half a step into true Qi. He is an exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Raging Flame sect and has a high chance of successfully breaking through to the true Qi realm. Forget it, I won't talk about it anymore. These cousins are like mountains pressing on my head, making it hard for me to breathe. In fact, every time I attend the clan meeting, I cannot avoid being ridiculed and ridiculed. No one will pay attention to an insignificant person like me. Ah Cho laughed self-mockingly. In terms of talent, I have no talent. In terms of cultivation, I am barely at the marrow refinement realm. It is impossible for me to achieve the blood transformation realm. In terms of connections, I only have you, Xiao Han, as my friend and brother in the Cloud Rain sect. They're not like my cousins. Every time they come back to participate in the clan gathering, they're always calling their friends. They're all powerful and dazzling. Sigh, Xiao Han, although I'm from a big clan, I feel very inferior and helpless. In fact, I have no ambition. Getting involved in the position of clan head will only disappoint my father's expectations. Next year, I will return to the clan and find a leisurely job. I will not compete with others and will not participate in the twists and turns of the clan. But luckily, I still have Jiao Jiao. Once I think of being able to spend the rest of my life with her and let her bear my children, I feel that this life is enough. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han, I am sorry to tell you so many heavy things. Ah Cho shook his head and laughed. Heh. Senior brother Ah Cho, don't belittle yourself. Don't worry, I am not talented. But this time, I will return to the Xiao clan with senior brother Ah Cho. I will definitely do my best and fight for your reputation. If those cousins of yours dare to mock you again, I will naturally have a way to deal with them. Xiao Han laughed and patted Ah Cho's shoulder to show encouragement. Yes, Xiao Han, your combat strength is terrifying. You can kill people above your level as easily as drinking water and eating. You have vaguely become a great genius in the outer sect of the Cloud Rain sect. You are outstanding and aloof. Befriending you will not lose to the connections my cousins have painstakingly built up. This time, my father will definitely be very happy. Ah Cho laughed loudly. Let's go, Xiao Han. Let's hurry back to Scorching Flame City. Let's go. The 2 WYRM horses galloped away. 3 days later, a city appeared in Xiao Han and Ah Cho's vision. This city was square and stretched for thousands of miles. It was like a crouching tiger and coiled dragon, giving off a strict atmosphere. There was a moat in front of the city gates. The moat was deep and wide. The city walls were tall and thick, giving off a majestic aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. Outside the city, there was a continuous military camp with flags like the sea. The city walls were filled with soldiers with tough bodies and armor. They were ready to fight, like dragons and tigers. What a city! Chapter 65. Indeed, the difference between a city and a town was too big, like the difference between heaven and earth. Even the Willow Town and Crouching Bull Town that Xiao Han had been to before were like a small, remote place compared to the blazing flame city in front of him. Let's go, senior brother Ah Cho. Let's go into the city and have a look. Xiao Han was also excited. The two of them rode side by side and their horses turned into two rays of flowing light. In the blink of an eye, they passed the suspension bridge on the moat and arrived at the city gate. The commoners who entered the city gave way to them and looked up curiously. Just as the guards were about to ask, one of the middle-aged leaders saw Ah Cho and immediately stopped him. Then he smiled and said, "Young Master Yun Fan, you're back. Ha! Let's enter the city." These few days, the young masters and ladies of the Shao clan all came back one after another. It's very lively. The Shao clan is flourishing and prosperous. Uncle Li, I'll treat you to a drink another day. Ah Cho cupped his fists at the leader of the guards and immediately led Xiao Han into the blazing flame city. Xiao Han's hearing was very good. He heard the whispers of the guards behind him. Uncle Li, who was that young master just now? TSK, his appearance is truly incomparably ugly. It's just that he's wearing the sex robes to raise his status, that's all. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. That's the direct descendant of the Shao clan, young Master Yun Fan. Back then, young Master Yun Fan was also a handsome man at the age of 20. However, I don't know what happened to him that caused him to become like this. However, young Master Yun Fan has a good heart since young. He doesn't have the playboy attitude of a young master from a wealthy clan. Instead, he's kind to others. He often uses his pocket money to buy wine, roast meat, and roast chicken to reward the guards. Don't talk bad about young Master Yun Fan in the future. Inside the blazing flame city. The first impression Xiao Han got when he entered the city was prosperity. Extremely prosperous. 8 streets and 9 roads. The widest street was more than 10 zhang wide. There was also a 10 li long street. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and pedestrians shuttled back and forth, forming a curtain and rubbing shoulders. There were tea houses, taverns, restaurants, butcher shops, and so on. In the store, there were silk, satin, jewelry, spices, incense, paper horses, etc. Apart from that, there were also medical clinics, car repair, fortune-telling, shaving, plastic surgery, and all sorts of other professions. Big shops hung bright banners in front of their doors to attract business. There were pedestrians on the streets, merchants doing business, gentry looking at the scenery, officials riding horses, peddlers peddling their wares, families riding sedan chairs, monks carrying baskets on their backs, foreign tourists asking for directions, children listening to stories on the streets, sons and daughters of rich and powerful families drinking in restaurants, and disabled old people begging at the edge of the city. Men and women, young and old, scholars, farmers, merchants, all kinds of religions and all kinds of people. Of course, there were also brothel girls in the red light districts and willow alleys. In fact, there was no lack of martial artists and sect disciples walking around. TSK. Senior brother Ah Cho, today, I finally understand what is meant by a world of sensual pleasures, singing and dancing. Xiao Han sighed repeatedly. However, Xiao Han was a person who focused on martial Dao after all. He only had a pure attitude of admiration towards these worldly luxuries. He was not infatuated with them and yearned for them. Of course, it did not mean that every martial artist or sect disciple was like Xiao Han and did not have any greed towards worldly luxuries. It was mainly because Xiao Han had comprehended the formless saber intent. The saber intent could shatter all false thoughts, causing the heart of a saber user to be as firm as a boulder, unshakable, unfettered by worldly matters, and free from distracting thoughts. That's right, Xiao Han. This blazing flame city has a population of millions. There are markets and markets in the city. The markets are the residential areas, and the markets are the business areas. The markets are separated. There are 2 markets, the East Market and the West Market. The East Market has 220 lines. There are buildings on all sides, and all kinds of treasures are gathered there. Furthermore, there are new ponds in the city, allowing boats to enter the city. There are often more than 10,000 boats in the world, filling up the river. Ah Cho also sighed. Then, he smiled proudly. Xiao Han, let me tell you. At least half of the businesses in this blazing flame city belong to our Xiao clan. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. For a person like Ah Cho who could not achieve much on the martial Dao, the most perfect ending in his life would be to return to his roots and return to this mirage-like flourishing secular world and live out the rest of his life happily. Xiao Han, in fact, the true martial continent still advocates martial strength. Everything you see is nothing in front of a true martial artist. Let's put it this way. If Blazing Flame City offends a true Qi realm expert, it would instantly turn into a scorched land. Life and death would be in their hands, and there would be no room for resistance. Ah Cho sighed again. That's why I say, to be like you, Xiao Han, to have the ambition and talent to be proud of is the way of the king. With your current strength, it would be easy for you to enjoy all the riches in the secular world and have fun every night. However, I believe that you will not be too attached to these things. Xiao Han did not deny it and smiled. The two rode their horses slowly and admired the scenery along the way. Suddenly, Xiao Han stopped his horse. He saw that in the huge plaza at the center of the city, there were 8 large bronze pillars. The bronze pillars were inlaid with many gold and gems, looking magnificent. At the top of the 8 bronze pillars, there was a hexagonal mirror. This mirror was not ordinary. The 6 mirrors almost covered every corner of the city. True Qi was flowing on every surface of the mirror like flickering lights and passing shadows. At this moment, the true Qi was quietly floating, appearing very peaceful. This is Demon Revealing Mirror? Xiao Han's mind flashed. Yes, Xiao Han, this is the Demon Revealing Mirror that protects our Blazing Flame City. The talisman of millions of people. Whenever a demon appears in the city, the mirror will produce a storm-like fluctuation and give a warning. Ah Cho smiled and said. He paused and said. However, normal demon races would not come to such a large city to wreak havoc and eat away at the human race. The demon race is also intelligent. They mostly appear in small towns and villages. They are not easy to kill. They can hunt and eat humans without fear. This little brother understands. Xiao Han nodded. Instinctively, Xiao Han focused his mental energy on his heart, letting the strange thing there sense the surroundings. Fortunately, the strange thing in his heart knew its place and did not go berserk. This meant that there should be no demons hiding in this city. It was a paradise. Peaceful times. Let's go, Xiao Han. I'll take you back to the Xiao Manor now. Ah Cho smiled. At this moment, a cute little girl held a tanghulu in her hand, sucking on it as she ran to Xiao Han. Her black eyes flashed with innocence and curiosity. She sneaked a look at Xiao Han, then stared at Xiao Han's mount for a long time. She finally gathered her courage and looked up at Xiao Han. Big brother, is this a horse? Why is it different from my family's horse? Ha ha ha, little girl, this is a horse. Why isn't it? Xiao Han smiled. Seeing the sticky sugar residue at the corner of the little girl's mouth, Xiao Han felt a strange warmth. Xiao Manor. Xiao Han finally followed Ah Cho to the giant family of Scorching Fire City, the Xiao family manor. This Xiao Manor was indeed majestic and huge. Not to mention that it occupied tens of thousands of acres, just the stone lions, stone tigers, stone chilans and stone pishio placed at the entrance were too many to count. After entering the manor, Xiao Han's eyes were even more dazzling. The courtyard was deep and extended in all directions, like a labyrinth. There were rockery, ponds, lakes, lotus flowers, goldfish, bejeweled eaves, grand paths, and lush trees. The mansion was quiet and spotless. The maids that Xiao Han saw along the way were all little beauties that looked like they were carved from jade. When he returned home, Cho finally straightened his back a little. His expression also revealed some majesty, unlike how he was in Cloud Rain's sect where he was timid. The huge manor was also divided into the direct descendants area and the concubines area. It was orderly. Chow's home was in the direct descendants area. It was a grand manor with carved beams and painted pillars, displaying the wealth of a large family. The moment he entered the house, the servant girls, craftsmen, servants, manservants, and old nannies all shouted in joy. Young Master Yunfan is back. Young Master Yunfan is back. Before long, a man and a woman, two middle-aged men, rushed out. The middle-aged man was dressed in embroidered clothes and looked elegant. Although his sideburns were slightly white, the faint scholarly aura between his brows was still very attractive. He was not an ordinary person either. He had cultivated martial arts before. However, Xiao Han could tell that the middle-aged man's realm was not deep. He was probably at the bone refinement realm and had not even reached the organs refinement realm. The middle-aged woman was petite and extremely beautiful. She was around 40 years old, but she still had her charm. A pearl necklace around her neck glowed gently, making her look elegant and dignified. Yunfan. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Ah Cho, a deep doting look flashing across his eyes. On the other hand, his mother directly held Ah Cho's hand and asked about his well-being. Child, was it hard for you to cultivate martial arts this year? I see that you have lost weight. Father, mother, it was not hard. I have improved a lot compared to last year. This year, I have already started refining my marrow. Ah Cho said with a smile. What? Yunfan, you have started refining your marrow? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he praised loudly. Good child. Good child. The child of my fourth Xiao is not useless. Then, the middle-aged man's face slightly darkened and he said in a low voice. But I heard that the children of eldest brother and second brother have already started changing their blood. Sigh. Forget it, let's not talk about this today. The children have their own fortune. Old master, comparisons are odious. Why do you have to compare our Yunfan with the children of the other branches? As long as our Yunfan lives a peaceful and happy life, we as parents will be satisfied. He glared at the middle-aged man with slight annoyance. Moreover, our Yunfan is the most honest and loyal person. If he can't compete with the children of the other branches, he might as well not compete. After competing for so long, it's all for naught. This middle-aged man and woman were Ah Cho's biological parents. At this moment, Cho hurriedly pulled Xiao Han over and introduced him to his parents. Father, mother, this is a friend I made in Cloud Rain's sect, Xiao Han. Xiao Han is my good brother. This year, thanks to brother Xiao Han's care, I have improved and broke through to the marrow refinement realm. Uncle, auntie, nice to meet you. Xiao Han hurriedly bowed. Ah Chow's parents scrutinized Xiao Han for a while. Ah Chow's mother smiled. What a handsome young man. He looks like a talent. Good, good. Xiao Han, right? Don't stand on ceremony. Our Yunfan was not treated well in Cloud Rain sect all these years and did not make any friends. We are very happy that you are able to make friends with Yunfan. Nephew Xiao Han, you are very good. Don't stand on ceremony. Treat it as your own home. Ah Chow's father smiled amiably. There was no hint of hypocrisy in this smile. It was very sincere and made Xiao Han feel warmth in his heart. Let's go to the main room and have a seat. Have a few sips of tea. I'll get the servants to prepare a banquet. Ah Chow's father smiled happily. Main room. The room was very spacious. Furniture carved from precious wood was placed everywhere, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The floor was covered with soft beast skin. Precious spices were still burning in the corner of the room. Ah Chow's parents sat at the top while Xiao Han and Ah Cho sat at the bottom. Soon, a few beautiful servant girls served fragrant tea and some exquisite pastries. Cho drank a mouthful of tea and immediately said casually, "Father, Mother, where's Jiao Jiao? Doesn't Jiao Jiao know that I'm home today? Why doesn't she come out to see me? I think about Jiao Jiao day and night. I miss her very much. I'm going to stop my studies in Cloud Rain sect next year and return home to marry Jiao Jiao." Chao's eyes shone with a blissful expression. Yunfan. Suddenly, Chao's father's body stiffened. His scholarly eyes flashed with an obvious gloomy cloud and even anger. His hands that were holding the teacup trembled slightly. The tea almost spilled out. "Child, did you beg the leaders of Cloud Rain sect to treat the wound on your face?" Chao's mother asked with a trembling voice. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears and she looked extremely agitated. There was even a hint of resentment. Xiao Han observed from the side and felt that the matter was a little strange. Soon after, he put the teacup on the tea table next to him without batting an eyelid. "Father, Mother, what happened to you guys? I see that your expressions are strange. Did something happen? Where's Jiao Jiao?" Cho could also tell that something was wrong and quickly asked. "Yunfan, answer father and mother first. Did you beg the higher-ups of Cloud Rain sect to treat the wound on your face?" Chao's father put down the teacup. "Father, Mother, the scar on my face was caused by the corrosion of a deadly poison. It's hard to be treated with medicine. Even the famous doctors in the world are helpless. I have also begged the 3 leaders to treat the wound on my face. But there's nothing I can do. The 3 managers told me that unless a true energy realm expert used a special type of true energy called the reincarnation divine fire, it would be impossible to burn away the poison scars on my face. But I have a lowly status in Cloud Rain sect. It's impossible for me to beg a great expert of true Qi realm to treat the wound on my face. Forget it, Father, Mother. Now that things have come to this, I don't have any hope of recovering my old appearance." Sigh. Chao's parents let out a long sigh with melancholy and disappointment. "Father, Mother, where's Jiao Jiao?" Cho asked anxiously again. "All right, child." Chao's mother's expression instantly turned cold. "Don't mention Feng Jiao Jiao anymore. Father and Mother will arrange another marriage for you. Find a woman that's 1,000 times better than Feng Jiao Jiao." "No." Chao's face was as pale as paper. "I only want Jiao Jiao." "Child." Chao's father's expression was sorrowful. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Your marriage with Feng Jiao Jiao is cancelled." After a pause, Chao's father said with a trembling voice. "Your sworn brother, Jiang Feng, has also returned from the Valley of Medicine Masters. Go and beg him to give you some pills on account of their past relationship." Suddenly, Chao's mother flew into a rage. "Don't go and beg Jiang Feng. This child, we have raised him for nothing. Back then, we shouldn't have taken pity on him and brought him back from the streets. This person is rebellious and repaid kindness with enmity. Old master, all these years, we have led a wolf into the house. Madam, calm down, anger harms the liver. Why are you so anxious? Forget it, Jiang Feng was raised by us and we watched him grow up. He suffered when he was young. Now that he is blessed by the heavens to enter the Valley of Medicine Masters, it is also his good fortune. After all, he is our adopted son and we have always treated him like our own. Now that he has made a name for himself, we should be happy for him." "Jiang Feng?" Chao's expression changed instantly and turned cold. "Jiang Feng has entered the Valley of Medicine Masters. He is the first disciple in the history of the Shao family to enter the Valley of Medicine Masters. Is he back this year? Then I should go and congratulate him." However, there was no need for her to ask him for medicinal pills. "I don't need any pills." "Child, don't go and see Jiang Feng. Why would you go and see such an ungrateful ingrate? He has even stolen your fiancé. Do you still want to see him? Ah Chow's mother blurted out. Madam, you have misspoken. Ah Chow's father stamped his foot heavily. His expression was terrible and his whole body trembled. Don't mention this again, don't mention this again. What? Hearing this, Cho stood up immediately. His whole body trembled violently and his soul left his body. Jiang Feng and Jiao Jiao, when Xiao Han heard this, he roughly understood some things. A wave of impatience and rage suddenly rose in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. Xiao Han stood up, patted Ah Chow's shoulder, and said in a clear voice. Uncle, Auntie, what is going on, please tell us. Ah Cho Shixiang has deep feelings for his fiancée Jiao Jiao. But now, from what you are saying, it seems that a person called Jiang Feng actually stole his love and stole Jiao Jiao. What is going on? Sigh. Ah Chow's father beat his chest and stamped his feet. Ah Cho stood stiffly like a wooden statue. Ah Chow's mother opened her mouth, looking very angry. After a moment of silence, Ah Chow's mother suddenly said. Nephew Xiao Han, you are not an outsider. Auntie will tell you everything about this matter. Auntie has not eaten or drunk these days. My heart is filled with anxiety. I always wanted to tell you everything about this matter. But your uncle kept persuading me, and I endured it. Since you've asked, Auntie will tell you. Madam, you. Ah Chow's father wanted to stop her, but Ah Chow's mother had already quickly narrated. Xiao Han, Jiang Feng is an orphan. One winter 18 years ago, it was snowing heavily. Your uncle and I went to the temple to pray and came back. When we passed by a long street, we suddenly heard the cries of a baby. When we turned around the street, there was a dirty pile of rubbish. There was a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. His whole body was covered with snow and water. He was on his last breath and was crying with all his might. He was about to die. So, we carried this baby back. This baby was Jiang Feng. From then on, we treated Jiang Feng as our adopted son. We raised and taught him. To be honest, Jiang Feng was extremely intelligent since he was young. He was full of tricks. No matter what he learned, he was much faster than Yunfan. Moreover, he was very articulate and good at coaxing people. As time passed, Jiang Feng was like our biological son in the mansion, but Yunfan was not welcomed everywhere. Jiang Feng is our adopted son. We pitied him for being alone since he was young. Sometimes, he was the one who bullied Yunfan, but we turned a blind eye and did not blame him at all. It caused Yunfan to suffer many grievances. Later on, Jiang Feng was very lucky. He was chosen by the experts of the Valley of Medicine Masters and became the first disciple of the Shao clan to enter the Valley of Medicine Masters to cultivate. Slowly, Jiang Feng became arrogant. Every time he came back, he would be arrogant. He even dared to mock Yunfan in front of him. This year, he was so cruel and unscrupulous. He ruined the marriage that Yunfan had arranged since he was young. Ah Chow's mother finished sobbing. Bastard. At this moment, Xiao Han was completely enraged. An orphan was picked up by uncle and auntie from the rubbish pile and raised. Not only did he not repay their kindness, he even took over the magpie's nest. This kind of person was blinded by greed and did not repay kindness. He deserved to die and should not be tolerated in this world. But soon, Xiao Han calmed down a little and frowned. Uncle, auntie, senior brother Ah Cho and Feng Jiaojiao's marriage seemed to have been decided a long time ago. How could it be changed so easily? The Shao clan is a prestigious clan. This kind of thing can't be done without any basis, right? Nephew Xiao Han, now that Jiang Feng has entered the Valley of Medicine Masters, his status has increased. Nephew Xiao Han, you are also a disciple of a large sect. You should know that the disciples of the Valley of Medicine Masters are very popular. They are good at refining elixirs. Ah Chao's father sighed helplessly. Perhaps, a disciple from the Valley of Medicine Masters would not be too important in the eyes of the Cloud Rain sect. But to a noble clan like us, his importance goes without saying. It is no exaggeration to say that if the clan has a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters refining elixirs, the reputation of the entire clan will soar. It will easily increase the overall power of the clan. Even the clan can use elixirs to nurture some talents. The cancellation of the marriage between Yunfan and Feng Jiaojiao was personally ordered by the old man. Now, the entire clan values Jiang Fan very much and is willing to do anything to win him over. In other words, the clan leader is prepared to directly sacrifice senior brother Acho. Xiao Han's face was ashen. We can only blame our Yunfan. His talent, character, and luck are all inferior to others. Therefore, he cannot be valued and can only be abandoned. Ah Chao's father's face was as dispirited as ash. The old man said that the world changes and changes. No clan can guarantee eternal prosperity. However, maintaining the clearest mind at all times, knowing how to make choices, grasping some talents that must be grasped, and decisively abandoning mediocre talents, is the only way to ensure that the clan does not fall. At this moment, Godfather, Godmother, I am back. Ha 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 ha. An arrogant voice came from afar. Jiang Feng. Ah Chao's parents' faces changed instantly. They were practically gritting their teeth. As for Acho, his entire body trembled even more violently. His fists clenched and unclenched, loosened, and tightened again. But he did not say a word. He was extremely quiet, giving off a terrifying feeling like the calm before the storm. Chapter 66. Jiang Feng had the heart of a tiger and a wolf, worse than a pig or a dog. He was an orphan who was adopted by Ah Chao's parents and was raised by them. Yet, he did not care about their relationship and forcefully broke up Ah Chao's engagement and took away Ah Chao's beloved fiancée. Let's not talk about the hatred of taking away his wife. After this incident, Cho and his parents were completely disgraced and shamed for the rest of their lives. In the Shao clan, even in the entire Scorching Flames city, they were reduced to a laughing stock. Humiliation. A complete and utter humiliation. A humiliation that could not be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The killing intent in Xiao Han's heart surged like a wild horse. His eyes glinted and his aura became sharper and sharper. He was like a ferocious tiger lying in the forest that saw its prey and was about to pounce on it. Senior brother Acho, just say the word and I will cripple Jiang Feng for you. Slice him up or chop off his head. Otherwise, I will cripple his cultivation and turn him into a cripple. Senior brother Acho, just nod your head and I will do it immediately. Xiao Han said coldly. Ah. Nephew Xiao Han. Ah Chao's parents looked at the friend their son brought back with such a heavy killing intent. However, Chao's father had cultivated the martial Dao and had seen some of the world. He could tell that Xiao Han was only at the marrow refining realm and had not started the blood transformation realm. A martial artist of this level was neither good nor bad. He might not be able to do whatever he wanted in the Shao clan, which was a huge clan in the secular world. Nephew Xiao Han, don't be rash. You must not make a move. This marriage was personally stopped by the old man. You must not go against it, you must not go against it. Ah Chao's father quickly tried to dissuade him. On one hand, he did not dare to act rashly in the clan, on the other hand, he was thinking for Xiao Han's sake. He could not let his son's good friend forcefully stand up for his son and bring trouble upon himself. If Xiao Han was at the realm of true Qi, he would be able to cover the sky with one hand and instantly control the Shao clan leader's thoughts. However, he was only at the marrow refining realm and did not have this ability. Xiao Han. Ah Cho, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Brother, listen to me. His eyes were filled with tears and his expression was filled with sorrow and despair. It was too horrible to look at. Xiao Han felt a pain in his heart. Senior brother Ah Cho, speak. Brother Xiao Han, you cannot make a move. Or else, my parents will be. Moreover, today, I have a few words that I want to question Jiang Feng face to face. Ah Cho's eyes flashed with determination. Alright, senior brother Ah Cho, I won't fight today. Xiao Han nodded. In reality, his words carried a double meaning. He only stated that he wouldn't fight today, but he didn't make any other promises. King of a tiger, and walked, and walked. Of a, the two. The Xiao Han of Xiao Emperor Xiao and a Xiao Xiao Cho, who had walked, and walked, and king. The Xiao and his face, a Yang King of Feng, the man Chos Tu Xiao and had, and was, a Chos Chos. Xiao Han Xiao. His. At this moment, his expression and demeanor had a feeling of being full of life. His gaze was arrogant as he looked at Ah Cho and his parents. Standing behind this young man was a black-robed man who appeared to be in his 20s. His aura was vigorous, and it was obvious he was at the blood transformation realm. His forehead was full, his nose was straight, and the corners of his eyes and brows revealed a sense of superiority. Father, mother, I'm back. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, your child has returned. Brother Yunfan, you're back too. Brother Yunfan, we haven't seen each other for a year, right? I wonder how Brother Yunfan has been in Cloud Rain sect for the past year. Did you get bullied or ostracized? I wonder how Brother Yunfan has been in the Cloud Rain sect for the past year. Has he been bullied or ostracized? I wonder how you've been in Cloud Rain sect for the past year. Did you get bullied or ostracized? Why don't I greet them and ask them to take care of Brother Yunfan? Also, Big Brother Yunfan, I brought back some pills that I personally refined when I returned to the clan. Big Brother Yunfan, please come with me to collect a few later. The Xiao Xiao man was Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng's words seemed to be friendly and amiable, each and every one of his words sounded like he was doing charity. Furthermore, he swaggered, and the disdain and mockery in his eyes were unconcealed. The man in black standing behind Jiang Feng harumphed coldly. He was acting arrogant. Enough. Jiang Feng, don't call us father and mother. We're not fit to be your father and mother. You're an expert in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You've soared to the sky and are now insufferably arrogant. What are you doing here? Ah Chow's mother couldn't hold it in, and almost cursed out loud. We've raised you for nothing for 18 years. We're done with you now. You can leave. Huh? Watch your words. The expression of the black-clothed man standing behind Jiang Feng suddenly changed as he sternly said. You're just a nobody from a mundane family. How dare you yell at Brother Jiang Feng? How dare you? You don't know what's good for you. Ha 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 ha. Ah Chow's father laughed. Forget it, forget it. Master Jiang Feng, we've let you down. We've been rude. Jiang Feng frowned and said coldly. Father, mother, Brother Yunfan, there's no need to be angry. This is Brother Luoli, one of the more important people in the outer sect of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. We've been through life and death together. For this clan meeting, Brother Luoli did me the honor and came back to support me. Brother Luoli is an arrogant person. If I've offended you, I'm here to ask for forgiveness. Xiao Han stood at the side, watching calmly and not saying a word. He had already used his saber intent to extinguish his anger and replaced it with coldness. He looked at Jiang Feng and Luoli as if he was looking at two dead things. Alright, Jiang Feng, don't cry like a cat crying like a mouse. Suddenly, Cho took a step forward and said coldly. I have a few questions to ask you. Brother Yunfan, please ask. Jiang Feng smiled. Jiang Feng, if my parents didn't carry you back from the street, where would you be now? Ah Cho asked woodenly. I'd probably freeze to death or starve to death, or be abandoned in the wilderness without a corpse left. Jiang Feng said calmly. Good, very good. How have my parents always treated you? Ah Cho continued to ask. Like my own child. How have I, Xiao Yunfan, treated you? Brother Yunfan is loyal and honest. You've tolerated me since I was young. You've always given in to me. Then why did you steal my fiancé? Why did you make my family fall into endless shame? Ah Cho roared sternly. The muscles at the corner of Jiang Feng's eyes twitched madly. An extremely complicated expression flashed across his eyes. He squinted slightly and looked up at the sky. Then, he said word by word. Because of jealousy. I, Jiang Feng, am extremely talented. Since I was young, I've learned poetry, music, chess, calligraphy and painting faster and better than you, Brother Yunfan. Even in terms of martial arts, I, Jiang Feng, far surpass you. Brother Yunfan, I've only entered the Valley of Medicine Masters for 3 years, but my physical body cultivation has already reached the peak of the marrow refining realm. Brother Yunfan, you've only just entered the marrow refining realm after cultivating for 5 years in the Cloud Rain sect. With your bone structure, you won't be able to undergo blood transfusion in your entire life. You'll just be mediocre for the rest of your life. You and I, the winner is decided immediately. Humph. I, Jiang Feng, am superior to you in every aspect, but fate is unfair. I, Jiang Feng, am only an orphan. It's impossible for me to stand out in the Xiao family. Brother Yunfan, you're a half-cripple. You were born as the legitimate grandson of the Xiao family. I, Jiang Feng, am not convinced. Fate is unfair. Fortunately. Jiang Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely carefree expression. Fortunately, the heavens are watching over me and allowed me, Jiang Feng, to grasp an opportunity to change my fate and enter the Valley of Medicine Masters. Brother Yunfan, if I hadn't entered the Valley of Medicine Masters, I'm afraid you would have suppressed me for the rest of my life, right? A half-cripple like you wants to suppress me for the rest of my life just because your fate is better than mine? What a joke. Ridiculous. After a pause, Jiang Feng looked coldly at Ah Chao's parents. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, you've always protected me since I was young, but... Brother Yunfan and I both like Jiao Jiao, but you still managed to matchmake Brother Yunfan and Jiao Jiao. What about me? I'm better than Brother Yunfan in every aspect. Why didn't you betroth Jiao to me? You even pretended to be nice to me. Hee hee, I also understand the principle of not being close to someone who's not close to you. But... Ha 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 ha, ever since Brother Yunfan's face was ruined, Jiao Jiao's heart changed. Ha 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 ha. Let me ask you, in this world, which woman would be willing to spend the rest of her life with an ugly man? Just thinking about it makes me sick. Brother Yunfan, Jiao Jiao's reneging on the marriage is not entirely because of me. It's mostly because Brother Yunfan's face was ruined. Ha 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 ha. Alright, Brother Yunfan, adoptive father, adoptive mother, tomorrow night is the clan meeting. At that time, the old man will personally announce the marriage between Jiao Jiao and me. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Feng laughed loudly and immediately left with Lori. Tomorrow night is the clan meeting? Xiao Han suddenly rubbed his nose. He seemed to be planning something in his mind. Not long after, Xiao Han nodded slightly. He had already made up his mind. All right. We'll go all out tomorrow night. Let's senior brother Ah Cho be in the limelight at the clan meeting. This Jiang Feng. Hee hee. At this moment, puff. Ah Chao's face suddenly turned pale. He looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs trembled and he was about to faint. Xiao Han hurriedly supported him. Ah Chao's parents cried to the heavens and the earth. Very quickly, they invited a famous doctor to treat him. A few hours later, fourth master, Madam, young Master Yunfan was just angry and spat out blood. It's not a big deal. Young Master Yunfan is a martial artist. His body is much stronger than ordinary people. He'll be fine after a good sleep. The famous doctor told Ah Chow's parents and left. At night, Ah Chow got up listlessly and accompanied Xiao Han for dinner. Ah Chow's parents accompanied him worriedly at the side. After dinner, Xiao Han accompanied Ah Chow for a stroll in the garden. "Senior brother Ah Chow, are you all right?" Xiao Han asked carefully. Ah Chow's face was pale and he forced a smile. "I'm fine." "Xiao Han," I spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm much better now. I'm not as anxious as before." "Xiao Han, I've also thought it through. Jiang Feng is indeed despicable. But Jiao Jiao abandoned me just because my face was ruined. This kind of woman is not worthy to be with for a lifetime. Now, the only thing that annoys me is the entire clan now knows that my engagement with Jiao Jiao has fallen through." Instead, she threw herself into Jiang Feng's embrace. "My face isn't a big deal. It's just that I've implicated my parents. Sigh, speaking of which, I'm really useless." The two of them walked to a pond and stopped. Xiao Han stared at the colorful goldfish in the pond with a thoughtful expression. A few breaths later, Xiao Han suddenly said, "Senior brother Ah Chow, why don't our Cloud Rain sect's 10 outer peaks prohibit fighting on the arena and the disciples fight with their lives on the line? Why didn't the sect punish me when I killed all the geniuses of that peak?" Ah Chow did not expect Xiao Han to suddenly change the topic and talk about the sect. However, Chow thought for a moment and still answered. "Xiao Han, I heard that there's a ferocious animal at the border of Beacon Fire Empire known as Heavenly Mastiff. This Heavenly Mastiff is extremely violent. Legend has it that when a female Heavenly Mastiff gives birth to a litter of cubs, she will make the cubs kill each other and even eat each other. In the end, there's only the strongest, cold-blooded and most terrifying cub left. Xiao Han, to the sect, disciples of the physical body realm are like weeds. Only those in the true energy realm are qualified to be valued by the sect. I can boldly say that if all the disciples of the 10 outer peaks of Cloud Rain sect were to die in exchange for 1 or 2 true energy realm cultivators to stand out, the sect would definitely be happy to accept it. Among the 10 outer peaks of our generation, up till now, only Shui Jianfeng has the possibility of reaching the true energy realm. But it's also extremely difficult. Physical body realm, true energy realm, heaven and man are separated forever. Perhaps, the sect hopes for us outer disciples to fight with our lives on the most primitive method and pick 1 or 2 of the strongest, cold-blooded and most terrifying ones, like the Heavenly Mastiff. Survival of the fittest. Xiao Han nodded. "Senior brother Ah Chow, this logic is also suitable for your family. Jiang Feng is just an orphan. How could he steal someone's love so brazenly and receive the clan leader's support? It's because he has value to the family. He's seen as a Heavenly Mastiff that's even stronger than you, senior brother Ah Chow. And senior brother Ah Chow, those cousins of yours, are treated as another group of Heaven Mastiffs that are stronger than you." Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly. "Senior brother Ah Chow, do you want to be the strongest Heavenly Mastiff?" "What?" Ah Chow was shaken to the core and said with a trembling voice. "Xiao Han. How do I become the strongest Heavenly Mastiff?" "Very simple." Xiao Han's right hand made a slash in the air. A blade chi slashed through the air and cut a bamboo 10 steps away into 2. "Cripple the other Heavenly Mastiffs. You're the strongest one." Ah Chow looked at Xiao Han in horror and was speechless for a moment. Xiao Han patted Ah Chow's shoulder. "All right, senior brother Ah Chow. Tomorrow night's clan meeting, I'll let the Xiao clan leaders see who's the strongest Heavenly Mastiff. With me around, the other Heavenly Mastiffs will either submit to you or cripple them. There's no third possibility. The weak are prey to the strong. The law of the jungle is the game rule of this world. Brother Xiao Han." Ah Chow's expression suddenly became extremely excited and murmured, I want to be the strongest Heavenly Mastiff." The second day. Night. Shao clan residence. It was the largest mansion in the city. It was a clear night. The sky was blue and fragrant. The clear sky was dotted with stars that twinkled like diamonds. The wind blew gently and the shadows of the trees swayed. The largest residence of the Shao clan was decorated with lanterns and oranges. There was a hubbub of voices. Gorgeous fireworks and firecrackers were set off at the entrance of the residence. The embers of the firecrackers were piled up like small hills. Tonight was the annual Grand Clan meeting of the Shao clan. The current clan leader of the Shao clan had 8 legitimate sons and countless illegitimate children. It could be said that the clan was flourishing to the extreme. At this moment, in the hall of the residence that was as spacious as a palace, there were hundreds of banquets. The guests were all seated and the atmosphere was lively. In the direct descendants area, besides the direct descendants of the Shao clan, there were also countless Jianghu heroes and disciples of various sects in the Fire Beacon Empire. These people were all distinguished guests who were invited to help. And the concubines area was even more crowded. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. Shao Han sat at a seat in the direct descendants area. This seat was relatively deserted. There were only Shao Han, Chou, and Ah Chou's parents. Ah Chou's father's influence in the Shao clan was obviously weak. His wife only gave birth to Ah Chou for him. Tonight, Ah Chou's parents were dressed new. However, the smiles on their faces were more or less awkward and shabby. Shao Han and Ah Chou wore the outer sect robes of the Cloud Rain sect. Shao Han looked around and also saw some martial experts sitting on the seats. Their auras were erratic and unfathomable. Among them, there were a few half-step true chi experts. Shao Han, look over there. That's the one in the yellow robe. Yes, that's the person. That's my uncle's eldest son, Xiao Yintian. He's currently cultivating in the 8-point hall. He's half-step true chi and has an indomitable spirit. He's no small matter. The people sitting beside him are all the outer sect experts of the 8-point hall. Come and give me face. Ah Chou pulled Shao Han's sleeve and introduced softly. Shao Han looked over and saw a man in the yellow robe. He was in his 20s and had an outstanding aura. He sat upright like a mountain and was drinking wine with a wine cup. He carried a single blade on his back. His blade chi was restrained but his eyes flashed with blade light from time to time. He was swift and decisive. This man was Xiao Yintian. There were a few other bladesmen sitting at the same table with Xiao Yintian. All of them were spirited and had strong auras. Their battle intent was surging. They were not easy to deal with. Also, Shao Han, look over there. That's my second uncle's third son, Xiao Yinfeng. He's a famous genius in the Blazing Flame sect. It's said that he even killed a demon with his own hands. Powerful, very powerful. Shao Han, that's my third uncle's eldest daughter, Xiao Yinrong. She's a great expert from the Mingjian Villa. She's half-step true chi and can cut a waterfall with one slash. Moreover, it's said that there are many people pursuing her. There's no lack of inner sect disciples from the Mingjian Villa. Ah Chou secretly introduced some outstanding talents in the Shao clan to Shao Han. To be honest, compared to these people, Chou was indeed overshadowed. It was impossible for him to be in the limelight and he definitely had no competitive edge. Alright. Senior brother Ah Chou, I've remembered all these people, Shao Han nodded. Shao Han, later, are we really going to do it? Ah Chou stammered. Do it. Why not? Shao Han used his hand to lightly knock on the table. Senior brother Ah Chou, if you don't do something, you'll definitely become a laughingstock tonight. Isn't that Jiang Feng going to be engaged to that Jiao Jiao tonight? Can you bear with it? Alright, senior brother Ah Chou, leave everything to me. I know what I'm doing. Not long after, a gong sounded. Immediately after, a spirited old man with a ruddy face smiled and cupped his fists in all directions. He walked up to a row of armchairs at the front of the hall. This old man was also a martial artist. He was actually at the blood transformation realm. However, he was old and his physical body was deteriorating. He would never have the chance to contend for the true Qi realm in his lifetime. But between his brows, there was a dignified air of a leader who had been giving orders for a long time. When the old man appeared, everyone immediately cheered and applauded. The people of the Xiao family all respectfully called him clan leader. This old man was the current clan leader of the Xiao family, the old master. Chao's grandfather. Behind the clan leader were some of the influential people of Scorching Flame City. The city lord of Scorching Flame City, a blood transformation realm martial artist, was also invited to participate in the clan meeting. Soon after, the old master began to speak. It was nothing more than some official words, such as encouraging the young talents of the Xiao family, or thanking the disciples of the major sects for coming. Then, the old master cleared his throat and said with a face full of joy. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to announce today. A joyous event. A great joyous event. Our Xiao family has finally produced an enchantress who has been chosen by the Valley of Medicine Masters. Jiang Feng. My fourth son's adopted son entered the Valley of Medicine Masters 3 years ago. This is the first time that a disciple of the Xiao family has been favored by the Valley of Medicine Masters. What a joyous event. And Jiang Feng has changed his name to Xiao Jiang Feng, and has officially entered the Xiao family. Great. Congratulations, old master. The city lord of Scorching Flame City took the opportunity to cup his fists and congratulate him. Old master, the fact that a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters has appeared in the family is a great thing. In the future, the Xiao family will have no shortage of elixirs, and we can even start a business of elixirs. Everyone will be envious. The crowd cheered thunderously. Ha 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 ha. The old master was very pleased with himself. There is one more thing. Today, I will arrange a marriage for Jiang Feng. This is joy on top of joy. Double joy. As soon as he finished speaking, countless eyes in the banquet turned to look at Ah Cho at the same time. This was a gaze filled with ridicule, mockery, sarcasm, sympathy, pity. I heard that Jiang Feng's fiancé is Feng Jiaojiao, who was originally Yunfan's fiancé. What did you hear? This matter had long since spread throughout the residence. Yunfan's face has been thrown to the ends of the earth. What a great humiliation. There's nothing we can do about it. Yunfan is too cowardly, and he doesn't have any outstanding qualities. A few years ago, he even ruined his face. If you were Feng Jiaojiao, would you be willing to marry such a good-for-nothing, ugly monster, or marry a talent from the Valley of Medicine Masters? If I were Yunfan, I would simply find a crack in the ground and hide in it. The indistinct sounds of discussion from all directions made Ah Cho feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His heart was filled with grief, and in the end, he even deeply buried his head and let out a low whimper. Ah Cho's parents' faces were also ashen. All right, senior brother Ah Cho, calm down, calm down. The show hasn't started yet, why are you so angry? Xiao Han hurriedly comforted him. Just at this moment, another gong sounded. Under the focus of everyone's gazes, Jiang Feng, who was wearing a joyous red robe, walked into the hall with a beautiful young girl with snow-white skin. He was full of confidence and ambition. Today, Jiang Feng was in high spirits, and the young girl beside him was both shy and excited. Her face was flushed red, and she looked rather charming. Along the way, most of the Xiao family disciples at the banquet stood up to congratulate Jiang Feng. After all, it was still beneficial for them to curry favor with a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, returned their greetings with cupped fists. His life had reached its most glorious, most brilliant, and most intense moment. Suddenly, Jiang Feng held the young girl's hand and walked to Xiao Han and Ah Cho's table. The entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to them. Most of them were eager to see the world in chaos. There were also a few who showed some sympathy and pity. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, thank you for your nurturing of Jiang Feng all these years. Now, I, Jiang Feng, am learning in the Medicine King Valley, and I have married the beautiful Jiao Jiao as my wife. What more can I ask for in my life? All of these are inseparable from the many years of teachings from foster father and foster mother. Jiang Feng looked at Ah Chao's parents with a faint smile and said words of gratitude, but his eyes were burning with a strange light of joy. That Jiao Jiao, on the other hand, lowered her head shyly, looking very embarrassed. Ah Chao's mother's face was ashen. Just as she was about to get angry, she was held back by Ah Chao's father. Ah Chao's father smiled bitterly. Good, Jiang Feng, you are very good. I wish you and Jiao Jiao a long life together. After a pause, Chao's father looked deeply at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you are very good too. Very good. Jiao Jiao bit her lower lip, wanting to say something, but in the end, she did not say it. Brother Yunfan. Jiang Feng smiled at Ah Chou. Thank you for helping me. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he could not hold it in any longer and laughed loudly. Ah Chou raised his eyes and looked at Jiao Jiao, his shoulders trembling. Jiao Jiao, I, Xiao Yunfan, have misjudged you. Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and said. Brother Yunfan, you are a good person, but, you, forget it, Brother Yunfan, you look like this, Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao really can't. Brother Yunfan, I hope you can understand Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao is just an ordinary girl. Her thoughts are also very ordinary. I believe that most ordinary girls in the world will make the same choice as Jiao Jiao. Brother Yunfan, don't hold a grudge against Jiao Jiao. You will definitely find a girl better than Jiao Jiao. Oh. Miss Jiao Jiao, you broke the engagement because Xiao Yunfan's face was ruined and he is not as handsome as Jiang Feng next to you, right? Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his head and said loudly. The surroundings were so quiet that every word that Xiao Han said was clearly heard by everyone present. Jiao Jiao looked at Xiao Han, gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. Perhaps. You're wrong. Xiao Han shook his head. You're very wrong. Miss Jiao Jiao, this Jiang Feng next to you is much uglier than Xiao Yunfan. Jiao Jiao was stunned. Jiang Feng sneered. Friend, are you drunk? Don't talk nonsense here. The entire audience immediately burst into laughter. What a joke, Jiang Feng was uglier than Xiao Yunfan. Strictly speaking, Jiang Feng could not be considered as the most handsome, but his appearance was extraordinary. Compared to Ah Chou, who had red spots and scars on his face, he was more than 10,000 times better. At this moment. Pooh. 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 Xiao Han's right hand continued to draw, and strands of silk-like saber qi broke through the air. In the next moment, 3 bloody words appeared on Jiang Feng's flawless face. Ugly monster. Every stroke of these 3 words was carved with saber qi. It was several inches deep into the skin, almost to the point that the bones could be seen. However, Xiao Han's saber qi was too fast, to the point that even after the words were carved, the blood on the wounds did not have time to splatter out, causing the 3 words ugly monster to be extremely eye-catching. It was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked. For a moment, no one could react to it. Even Jiang Feng stood stiffly on the spot like a clay statue. Miss Jiao Jiao, now look, is Jiang Feng ugly or Xiao Yunfan ugly? Xiao Han said gently. Jiao Jiao turned to look at Jiang Feng. When she saw the 3 bloody words ugly monster on his face, she felt as if she had seen a ghost. She was completely speechless. Oh. Miss Jiao Jiao, do you still think Jiang Feng is better looking than Xiao Yunfan? Heh. You're really stubborn. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. In the next moment. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Han leaped up like a wild beast. His body tore through the air, and the sound of thunder rumbled. He grabbed Jiang Feng's hair with his right hand and pulled it down. Then, his right knee struck out at lightning speed. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Countless bones on Jiang Feng's face were broken. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. Xiao Han casually threw Jiang Feng away as if he was throwing away a piece of trash. Jiang Feng should be uglier than Xiao Yunfan now, right? Everyone was silent. Suddenly, Xiao Han shouted fiercely. All of you, listen up. Xiao Yunfan, senior brother Ah Cho is my brother. Today, if anyone dares to insult my brother again, I, Xiao Han, will break all the bones in his body. P.S. It's already 4:00. I think everyone is lying in their warm beds and sleeping soundly. As for me, I'm still writing. This chapter has a total of 7,000 words. I hope everyone has a good time reading it. As for the demon god, it's nearing 300,000 words. Mentally, it's in a period of fatigue. I need everyone's encouragement. I also want to know how many people are reading the demon god. Chapter 67. The Shao clan meeting this time was filled with talented people, and they were all gathered in one place. Jiang Feng and Feng Jiaojiao's engagement ceremony was the highlight of the gathering. Jiang Feng's proud identity as a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters shrouded the Shao family in glory, indicating that the Shao family would prosper in the future. But in an instant, he was crippled by Xiao Han. Furthermore, after crippling him, Xiao Han threatened Ah Cho in a stern voice, showing off for him. His face was domineering, as if the entire Shao family was nothing. Xiao Han's domineering attitude, bold and decisive, swift and decisive, left everyone dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ah Cho and his parents were stunned. Feng Jiaojiao's eyes bulged in shock. Before the smile on the clan elder's face faded, a sudden change occurred, causing his smile to freeze on his face, as if a fetus had died in the womb. His expression was strange and quiet. The city lord and the nobles of Scorching Flames City were stunned. All the direct descendants of the Shao family, including the guests of the Jianghu and the talents of the sex, were all stunned. The scene was eerily quiet. Shockingly, how dare you? How dare you cripple a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters? You're asking for death. The outer disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Luo Li, who had followed Jiang Feng to the Shao family, immediately stood up and scolded Xiao Han. He was filled with murderous intent. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll cripple you too. Xiao Han's gaze was like that of a demon, his saber aura sweeping across the world. After the battle at Crouching Bull Mountain, the bloody battle at Demon Town, and the destruction of a mountain peak by himself, Xiao Han's aura had been cultivated. His every move was domineering and breathtaking. Luo Li's face turned red. Under the pressure of Xiao Han's aura, his anger and murderous intent retreated little by little. In an instant, he seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He did not know why, but when he was stared at by Xiao Han, he softened. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he could not say a word. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself, it seemed that this Luo Li of the Valley of Medicine Masters had never roamed the Jianghu, and had never experienced the baptism of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Immediately, he gave Ah Cho a meaningful glance. Senior brother Ah Cho. Huh? Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han, clenched his teeth, stood up and took out a piece of Xian paper. Ah Cho swallowed a mouthful of saliva, calmed himself down, and then started reciting loudly against the Xian paper, written by Xiao Yunfan, from the Blazing Flame City of the Beacon Fire Empire, a disciple of the Cloud Rain sect. He had been betrothed to Feng Jiaojiao as his wife since he was young. Who would have thought that Jiaojiao, this woman, had yet to marry into his family? Her conduct was erroneous. You flirt around, have an affair with my sworn brother, Jiang Feng, and break the engagement. Today, I have severed all ties with Jiao Jiao. I only wish for Jiao Jiao to leave quickly and let her remarry. I have no objections. I hereby write this letter to end this relationship. Announce it to the world. After reading it, Cho licked his lips, and a wave of relief and happiness rippled in his heart. He looked at Xiao Han. This book was written by Xiao Han last night and given to Cho for him to recite in front of everyone at the clan meeting tonight. At this moment, Feng Jiaojiao's marriage annulment became Chow's divorce. It was supposed to be Chow's family that was humiliated, but it turned into Feng Jiaojiao being humiliated. The situation was suddenly reversed. Feng Jiaojiao's eyes darkened, and she fainted immediately. She was carried out of the hall in a flurry by the servants. At this moment, the entire hall was filled with discussions. On the row of armchairs at the top, the clan elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was so furious that he was about to explode. Even though he was experienced and shrewd, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Jiang Feng was crippled, and the Xiao family's great future instantly became an illusion. A void, a dream. This was intolerable. The city lord's eyes flickered as he said softly, "Old master, please calm down. I think this young man is also a friend of the Xiao family, right? He seems to have been invited back by young master Yunfan from the 4th young master's branch." A trace of cunning flashed across the depths of the city lord's eyes. At this moment, he was actually afraid that the Xiao family would be in chaos. After all, the Xiao family's influence in Scorched City was too great, and it had already surpassed him, the city lord. When it came to major decisions in Scorched City, it was the Xiao family that had the final say, not the city lord. Therefore, the city lord was filled with resentment. The sudden change in the family meeting tonight was exactly what the city lord wanted, so he took the opportunity to fan the flames. But it's a pity that the Xiao family only has one disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters in 1,000 years, and he's been crippled today. Young Master Yunfan's friend is really too reckless. At this moment, clap clap clap, there was a round of applause. A young man in a green robe slowly walked out from the Xiao family's lineup. The aura around him was scorching hot, and the air around him was tumbling. There was even a faint smell of sulfur coming from his body. His expression was overbearing, his gaze determined, and his killing intent was decisive. Xiao Yunfeng, the 3rd son of Chow's second uncle. He was shockingly talented, and he studied in the Blazing Flame sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Fenghua Empire. He was at the peak of the blood-changing realm, and he was half a step into true qi. It was said that he had once killed a demon, and his strength was unparalleled. He was one of the top geniuses of the Xiao family's current generation. Xiao Yunfeng stepped out from the crowd, clapping as he said, "Cousin Yunfan, looks like you've made up your mind to be in the limelight at this year's family meeting. In the past, you've always been alone, quietly returning from the Cloud Rain sect alone, and not saying a word at the family meeting. But this year, you've invited a ruthless character. Obviously, you've made your move after planning it out. Impressive, impressive. Crippling Jiang Feng in one move, and then breaking off the engagement. Such ruthless methods are unparalleled. What a deep scheme, what a ruthless method. Cousin Yunfan, I'm afraid you didn't do this, did you?" As he spoke, Xiao Yunfeng's eyes looked directly at Xiao Han with disdain and arrogance. "Oh, what are you trying to say?" Xiao Han smiled faintly, indicating for Cho to keep quiet. A friend from the Cloud Rain sect. It's nothing much. Jiang Feng is indeed ambitious. An outsider who entered the Valley of the Medicine Masters by luck, and that's enough. Not only did he forcibly take my cousin Yunfan's fiancée, but he also humiliated my 4th uncle's family. A nobody like a dog, so it doesn't matter if he's crippled. It's understandable for a friend to stand up for cousin Yunfan. If I were a friend invited by cousin Yunfan, would also cripple Jiang Feng in an instant, just like what you did. Xiao Yunfeng said confidently. Oh. Xiao Han smiled playfully. But. Suddenly, Xiao Yunfeng's expression changed abruptly, and his tone changed sharply. Friend, aren't you being too overbearing? Do you think you can do whatever you want in the Xiao family meeting? Do you think there's no one in the Xiao family? You can cripple whoever you want? Even if Jiang Feng is to be crippled, it's not your turn to cripple him. Let's not talk about crippling Jiang Feng in public, just based on your arrogance alone. I'd like to see what right you have to be arrogant, friend. I've roamed the pugilistic world, and I've seen many arrogant people, but in the end, they all knelt at my feet, licked the soles of my shoes, and cried for mercy. Ha 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 ha. The people from Xiao Yunfeng's camp immediately roared with laughter. The clan elder seized the opportunity to say in a low voice. All right. Most of the direct descendants of the Xiao family are learning in the major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire. We're considered a martial arts family, and we've always made friends through martial arts. In the past family meetings, the disciples of various sects would often spar with each other while they were drunk. This time is no exception. My grandson, Yunfeng, have a taste of this young friend from the Cloud Rain sect's skills. Let's see what he has to cripple Jiang Feng in public during the Xiao family meeting. The old master's words were filled with anger and hidden killing intent. He even gave Xiao Yunfeng a look, hinting for him to teach Xiao Han a lesson. It would be best if he could cripple Xiao Han as well to vent the hatred of Jiang Feng being crippled. Friend, do you dare to fight me? Xiao Yunfeng shouted fiercely, and his aura was unparalleled. Hee hee. Xiao Han chuckled softly and mumbled to himself. Back when I left the sect, the three masters told me that the Xiao family meeting is actually equivalent to a small gathering of heroes. Many sect disciples would participate. Now that I've seen it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. It's quite boring for me to fight in the Cloud Rain sect. I have to fight with disciples from other sects to better test my combat strength. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. You want to fight? That's exactly what I, Xiao Han, want. After a pause, Xiao Han lifted his head slightly and said, You're from the Xiao family. I won't take your life on account of senior brother Ah Cho. It's only about victory and defeat, not life and death. Wow, Xiao Han's words caused an uproar. Too arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yunfeng laughed out of extreme anger. Good, good. You're provoking me, provoking the Xiao family, and even provoking the Blazing Flame sect. After saying that, he walked straight to a spacious empty space in the middle of the hall. This empty space was reserved by the Xiao family for the disciples to spar with the experts of various sects over the years. It was equivalent to a small arena. In Xiao Yunfeng's camp, a cold young man suddenly said coldly. Junior brother Yunfeng, remember, the disciples of the Blazing Flames sect don't fight, but once they do, they must show off. Don't ruin the reputation of the Blazing Flames sect. Don't worry, senior brother Shiman. I'll make him bleed in 3 moves. Xiao Yunfeng cupped his hands and said. At this moment, the entire clan gathering was at its climax. Whether it was the direct descendants, the concubines, or the Jianghu people from all over the world, the geniuses of the sects, their eyes lit up with excitement. Everyone knew that the highlight of the Xiao clan meeting in the past was the martial arts competition. This included the competition between the children of the Xiao family, as well as the competition between the friends of the sects invited by the children of the Xiao family. It was very exciting. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. Are they going to fight again? That's awesome. I look forward to fighting the most in every clan gathering. There's nothing else. It's rare for us to see fights between the disciples of the sections. But this time, the smell of gunpowder seems to be thicker. Why do we care so much? We're just nobodies in the clan. It's fine as long as there's a good show to watch. There's no need to worry. However, the real highlight of this clan gathering is young Master Xiao Yuntian from 8 Wind Hall and Lady Xiao Yunrong from Mingjian Villa. Of course, we can't underestimate young Master Xiao Yunfeng from Blazing Flame sect either. Xiao family's main branch camp. With young Master Xiao Yuntian as the core. Xiao Yuntian was a swordsman from 8 Wind Hall. There was a sharp glint in his eyes as he opened and closed them. At the banquet, there were a few disciples from 8-Wind Hall who were invited, and they conversed with each other. Senior brother Yuntian, that outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain's sect, is only at marrow refinement, but he provoked everyone in public. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Cloud Rain's sect is one of the 5 major sects of Beacon Fire Empire. If they don't fight with their true energy, they're not a match for 8-Wind Hall. They're not on the same level. Even Mingjian Villa and Blazing Flame sect can suppress Cloud Rain's sect. A young swordsman smiled. Xiao Yuntian narrowed his eyes. Among the outer sect disciples of Cloud Rain's sect, only Xue Jianfeng can put up a fight. Xue Jianfeng is indeed powerful, I can't deny that. He had comprehended the 1 in a million sword will, which could destroy all negative emotions and shatter all nothingness. I lost to his sword intent when I fought with Xue Jianfeng previously. Humph. If I can comprehend saber intent, it'll be the death of Xue Jianfeng. The next time we meet, I won't let Xue Jianfeng's sword intent dominate me. Suddenly, a domineering saber gleam flashed in the depths of Xiao Yuntian's eyes. That saber gleam actually had a hint of saber intent. It was no small matter. A swordsman from 8-Wind Hall who was at the same table opened his eyes abruptly, and the space around him flashed. Junior brother Yuntian, I can't believe you've touched the threshold of saber intent. However, you're still far from comprehending it. The saber intent is formless and I obtained it by chance. However, you've already touched the threshold. You're one of the few swordsmen in Beacon Fire Empire. Work hard. I might not be your match in a few years. Xiao family's 3rd household. The eldest daughter, Xiao Yunrong, was an outer sect disciple of Mingjian Villa. She was at half-step true energy and the sword chi around her was indistinct. As she breathed, the sound of the sword whistling could be heard occasionally. In terms of aura, this girl was much stronger than Shengguan Yi, who was killed by Xiao Han in Crouching Bull Mountain. Her hair was golden and slightly curled. It casually fell on her shoulders, revealing a sense of elegance amidst her laziness. Her eyes were like gems and her skin was like ivory. Her aura was so noble that no one dared to look at her. Xiao Yunrong's table was a group of disciples from Mingjian Villa. Each of them had an oppressive sword chi and were extremely arrogant. Senior sister Yunrong, do you want to spar with someone later? I think that among the people attending tonight's meeting, only the 2 groups from the 8 Desolate Hall and the Raging Flames sect are barely qualified for Senior Yunrong to draw her sword. The others are not worthy. A red-clothed young lady stuck out her tongue and said. Xiao Yunrong smiled. Don't look down on this outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect. I keep feeling that he has a very special aura. This aura is slightly interfering with my heart of the sword. Senior sister Yunrong, I heard that, last month, you seem to have comprehended sword intent. Is this true? The red-clothed girl mustered up her courage and asked. Heh. Xiao Yunrong smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, a white-clothed swordsman sitting next to Xiao Yunrong opened his eyes. Sword chi filled the air, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. He had an arrogant aura as he said indifferently. 1/. Senior brother Bai, what did you say? The red-clothed girl frowned. I can kill that outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect with 1/. The white-clothed swordsman said arrogantly. Junior sister Yunrong, that brat is causing trouble in your clan meeting. Why don't I get rid of him for you? It's just 1/. Xiao Yunrong smiled elegantly. There's no need for senior brother Bai to do it. Furthermore, he's not causing trouble. Every year, there will be a martial skill spar segment in the clan meeting. He's a friend invited by cousin Yunfan. Naturally, he has to stand up for cousin Yunfan. That Jiang Feng is indeed too young and arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Snatching someone's love with a knife, shameless. It doesn't matter if he's crippled. But that brat is too arrogant. The white-clothed swordsman said angrily. Perhaps, that's his personality. Xiao Yunrong smiled mysteriously. Then, she murmured with an inaudible voice, "He has the concept of saber on him. It's faintly affecting my sword intent. Could it be that he, junior sister Yunrong? This time, I have specially accompanied you back to participate in the clan meeting. You should understand my good intentions. Junior martial sister, you have announced in the Mingjian Villa that anyone who can win against your sword in the mortal body realm will be qualified to compete with you. Junior martial sister, if I may be so bold, would like to have a sword competition with you." "Senior brother Bai, don't mention this again," Xiao Yunrong said indifferently. Suddenly, an extremely stunning sword light flashed across her eyes and pierced deeply into senior brother Bai's eyes. "Ah, this. Senior brother Bai was in a daze. His body trembled as if he was ashamed of his inferiority. "Junior sister Yunrong. I understand. Indeed, no one is worthy of you. You've already realized. Forget it. I have to say that you're very lucky," Xiao Han said seriously. "Arrogant. Lose for me." Xiao Yunfeng's expression changed suddenly. He raised his right palm. His palm was like a ball of burning charcoal. Heat waves spewed out, burning the air like boiling water. Great sun blazing palm. Suddenly, Xiao Yunfeng struck out a huge palm made of qi. It was the size of a water tank and was completely red. Flames surged and could burn anything. Child's play. Break. Xiao Han let out a muffled roar. In the next moment, a violent gale swept across the sky, and the shadow of an emperor appeared out of thin air, causing Xiao Han's body to grow endlessly. The air around him lowered, and the heavenly wind was faint. Auspicious clouds and auspicious air were all supported. He punched out. King's Descent. Bang! Xiao Han's punch shattered the huge palm made of hot qi. Some of the hot qi entered Xiao Han's body, but it was also wrapped up by the indestructible golden body and dissolved like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Moreover, after the indestructible golden body dissolved the hot qi that had invaded his body, it continuously nourished Xiao Han's bones. It made the pellets that had been stuck to Xiao Han's bones slightly faster, allowing them to penetrate into his bone marrow. In a flash, Xiao Han used the bone explosion technique. His muscles and bones rang, and the air around him exploded. His whole body was already pouncing towards Xiao Yunfeng. "How dare you!" Xiao Yunfeng struck out with both of his palms. Hot qi surged from his palms, making the sound of a volcano exploding. His power shook the surroundings as he attacked Xiao Han. Xiao Han leapt into the air and punched out with his right fist. Like a meteor landing, the air exploded and large pieces of it were torn apart. This punch once again triggered the emperor's power. King's Descent, looking down on the common people. The emperor's power destroyed Xiao Yunfeng's fire like breaking bamboo. Advantage. In terms of the quality of his martial arts, Xiao Han had a slight advantage. Xiao Han's physical strength doubled. On the other hand, Xiao Yunfeng's strength was reduced by half. One weakened, the other strengthened. Bang! Their fists and palms collided. After receiving the support of the emperor's power, Xiao Han's physical strength increased from 110 ding to almost 220 ding. As for Xiao Yunfeng, he was a blood-changing realm expert. He was blessed by the heavens and had a fortuitous encounter. His physical strength was 180 ding. After being reduced by half by the emperor's power, he was only left with 120 ding. In terms of strength, Xiao Han had the absolute advantage. Xiao Han's punch not only destroyed the fire in the air, but also sent Xiao Yunfeng flying. Pooh! Xiao Yunfeng retreated dozens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood before he steadied himself. His face was pale. Xiao Han patted the sparks on his robe on his chest and said calmly. "You lost. Damn it." Xiao Yunfeng bared his teeth. Although Xiao Yunfeng was only lightly injured, he still had the strength to fight. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. But in one exchange, he was injured, while Xiao Han was fine. Only a few small holes were burned in his clothes. The outcome of the battle had been decided. What? A blood-changing realm martial artist lost to a marrow-refining realm martial artist? Is this the legendary leapfrogging battle? The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Yunfeng's Raging Flame sect disciples stood up and glared at Xiao Han. P.S. A 6,000-word chapter has been uploaded. For the sake of continuity, I will not split this chapter. I will upload it all at once. I hope everyone will feel comfortable reading it. I will not update until midnight today. Sigh, I have stayed up all night. I am a little dazed. I will try to adjust the time. I will update tomorrow during the day. If I can adjust the time, then I will update during the day. I really can't afford to be a 30-year-old uncle. Cry. Chapter 68. The third branch of the Xiao family. No way. Senior sister Yunrong, that outer disciple of the Cloud Rain sect, was obviously hit as well. Why is he fine? The martial techniques of the Raging Flame sect are fierce and contain fire qi. When the fire qi enters one's body, it will burn their meridians and organs, cutting off their life force. It's not simple. The girl in red was shocked. A body tempering technique. Xiao Yunrong quickly evaluated. That young man must have cultivated a top-notch body tempering technique. Impervious to fire and water. Since ancient times, superior body tempering techniques have been regarded as secret martial arts manuals. They can only be found by luck. She looked at Xiao Han deeply, the curiosity in her eyes growing stronger. No matter what body tempering technique he cultivates, he will still die with one strike and explode his body with one strike. No body tempering technique can withstand the sharpness of Mingjian Villa's sword qi, the white-clothed swordsman said proudly. Xiao Yunrong smiled without saying anything. The first branch of the Xiao family. A group of swordsmen from the 8-Point Palace looked at each other. Xiao Yintian's battle-intense sword, and he was about to stand up. Junior brother Yintian, wait. An experienced swordsman at the same table said indifferently. At the head of the hall. How is this possible? Yunfeng lost. Clan Master Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. The gap between the marrow refining realm and the blood transformation realm is like a chasm. How could he ignore it? Old master, it seems that young Master Yunfeng's friend is not a simple young man. But, he's now the target of everyone. Look, the other disciples of the Raging Flame sect are about to attack. The city lord said anxiously. At the center of the hall. Xiao Han stood like a mountain. As the strength of my body increases, the power of the Son of Heaven's fist also increases. But in terms of damage and penetration, my swordplay is still better. Xiao Han silently evaluated the various martial techniques he had mastered. You do have some tricks. Very good, you are qualified to be my opponent. A cold-looking young man from the Raging Flame sect walked over and confronted Xiao Han. Although his expression was cold, the aura around him was extremely hot. Just by standing there, he was like the sun in the sky. Senior brother Shiman, I. Xiao Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a terrified expression. Junior brother Yunfeng, step back and heal your wounds first. When you return to the Raging Flame clan, you will be punished to face the wall for 3 months. Shiman Shuang waved her hand. He was bossy and extremely dignified. Little brother. Little brother obeys. Xiao Yunfeng sighed helplessly. Before he retreated, he looked deeply at Xiao Han with boundless resentment. I didn't expect a genius like you to emerge from the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. What's your name? He must not be a nobody, right? What's your ranking in the outer sect of the Cloud Rain sect? Shimen Shuang said in a condescending manner. Full of crap. Xiao Han sneered. You're not a member of the Xiao family, so I don't have to give you face. Spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Ha 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 ha. You're courting death. Shimen Shuang was furious, and her eyes were like torches. Just because you have a little ability, you're acting so arrogant and unruly. What a joke. Since you want me to spit out blood, I'll kill you. Suddenly, with Shimen Shuang as the center, within a radius of 30 feet, hot air rushed up to the sky. The air was boiling, and the hot air was boiling. Countless spectators in the main hall retreated, sweating profusely. In the void, a stream of purple chi was guided down. It was like a rainbow, like an arch bridge, and it supported the hot air released by Shimen Shuang. The boiling air suddenly turned into a deep purple, which was inexplicably strange. Great Sun Purple Chi Manual. Go to hell. Boom. A palm of purple chi the size of half an acre tore through the void and slammed down on Xiao Han's head. Crack, 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 the ground cracked, smoke and fire burned, and the heat wave filled the air, burning the mountains and boiling the seas. The next moment, bang! The palm of purple chi suddenly exploded into endless turbulence of purple chi, enveloping Xiao Han in an instant. Poof! In the area where Xiao Han was, the floor was directly overturned, forming a small mushroom cloud. Mixed with countless flowing gold blackstone, it rushed up to the sky. The violent hot air evaporated the air in the area completely, and white smoke swept across. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant? I will make you die without a corpse. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Shimen Shuang was complacent and couldn't help laughing. I, Shimen Shuang, will write the name of another genius of Cloud Rain sect on my book of achievements. Killing geniuses is my, Shimen Shuang's, greatest hobby in life. Ha 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 ha. What? The palm of purple chi suddenly exploded. That's too dangerous, it's impossible to guard against it. Too powerful. Great Sun Purple Chi Manual, one of the 8 minor secret skills of Blazing Flame sect. The temperature of the purple chi is comparable to magma, and it can burn everything. However, in the midst of the crowd's gasps and the continuous discussion, in the thick smoke where Xiao Han was, dazzling saber light flashed continuously. A figure directly broke through the purple chi heat wave barrier and walked out with majestic steps. It was Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was actually spotless and clean, as if he wasn't corroded by the purple chi heat wave at all. Moreover, around Xiao Han's body, there were dense electric arcs of saber light, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, stunning and almost illusory. Xiao 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 xiao, Xiao Han's hand continued to slash, and in a few breaths' time, he had already formed a blade that was nearly 10 feet long in front of him. Lose for me. Hong, the energy saber sliced through the air. The air split into two like a stream of water, forming a vacuum with almost no resistance, causing the speed of the energy saber to increase rapidly. The torrent rushed towards Shimen Shuang like lightning. What? Shimen Shuang was horrified. All she saw was a terrifying saber aura instantly magnifying in her eyes, crushing toward her. Break! Shimen Shuang could not avoid it. She immediately lowered her waist into a horse stance and pushed out her palms. Purple chi was monstrous, and the sound of surging tides broke out in the air. Puchi, the purple heat waves were constantly crushed by the saber aura, and Shimen Shuang was forced to retreat. Wherever he passed, his feet plowed 2 ravines, and smoke and dust filled the air. The spectators scattered in all directions in fright. Shimen Shuang retreated a total of 35 steps. She had used almost all of her strength to destroy the saber energy. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked up, a fist was magnified infinitely in his eyes again. The next moment, bang! Xiao Han punched Shimen Shuang's chest, throwing him backward. Just now, after Xiao Han slashed out a saber aura, he had already rushed toward Shimen Shuang. The saber aura arrived first, and he followed closely behind. Therefore, just as Shimen Shuang managed to deal with the saber aura, Xiao Han's fist blasted towards Shimen Shuang. Shimen Shuang had already gone through a lot to destroy Xiao Han's saber aura. At this moment, she could not resist Xiao Han's punches and kicks at close range. Bang! Shimen Shuang, who was in midair, was punched again. In a flash, bang! Xiao Han's right leg lashed out like lightning, breaking through the air and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He kicked Shimen Shuang dozens of meters away like a sandbag, directly smashing through a wall of the hall and falling on the ground in the garden outside. She convulsed, twitched, and vomited blood. She wanted to get up, but she could not. Useless. Xiao Han flicked his nails and said frivolously. Several disciples of the Raging Flame sect wanted to rush up and fight, but they did not dare to. They had to rush out to help Shimen Shuang. The entire place was silent. Xiao Han's expression was domineering. His gaze swept across the entire place. Anyone who met Xiao Han's gaze lowered their heads and kept quiet. Xiao family's third branch's camp. He indeed cultivates the saber Dao. The saber qi is not to be underestimated. Xiao Yinrong smiled and nodded. Senior Sister Yinrong, why is the young man from the Cloud Rain sect unharmed after Shimen Shuang's great son Purple Qi devoured him with it? Instead, he attacked and defeated Shimen Shuang. Could it be that his body refinement technique has already reached the state of being invulnerable and impervious to fire and water? The girl in red was moved. It's not a body refinement technique this time. Xiao Yinrong smiled faintly. It's the saber qi this time. Shimen Shuang's great son Purple Qi had just enveloped him, and the saber qi around him cut open the purple heat wave. He is unharmed. After saying that, Xiao Yinrong looked at Xiao Yuntian's table with a faint smile. Cousin Yuntian and the people from Eight Wind Palace must be very nervous now. This time, the white-robed swordsman did not dare to say anything about killing with one strike. Xiao family's first branch's camp. Swordsman. The people from Eight Wind Palace exclaimed in unison. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. One moment, he used a fist technique. The next moment, he displayed a body refinement technique. Now, he released saber qi. The battle intent in Xiao Yuntian's eyes grew increasingly violent. In Beacon Fire Empire, any swordsman who uses his saber in front of an Eight Wind Palace disciple is seen as a provocation. Junior brother Yuntian, you want to fight? The senior swordsman from Eight Wind Palace raised his head and looked at Xiao Yuntian. Senior brother, I have just touched the threshold of saber intent. I need to go through continuous battles to refine my saber aura so that I can solidify my saber intent as soon as possible. This young man from Cloud Rain sect is too overbearing. He has affected my saber heart. It would be inappropriate if I avoid the battle. The saber qi in Xiao Yuntian's eyes grew sharper and sharper as though it was about to shoot out and pierce through everything. The senior swordsman took a deep breath. Junior brother Yuntian, think about it carefully. Your opponent is also a swordsman. If you lose this battle, the saber intent you just touched will be completely destroyed. In the future, you won't be able to covet the supreme saber intent. Think twice. Senior brother, I have made up my mind. Watch me defeat this swordsman with my own hands. In Beacon Fire Empire, any swordsman is unorthodox in the eyes of Eight Wind Palace. He is not worthy of using a saber. Xiao Yuntian strode forward. At the front of the hall. I, Sun Yuntian, am going to fight. The clan leader, Old Master Xiao, was excited. I, Sun Yuntian, am even stronger than Yunfeng in terms of combat strength. Once I make a move, I will definitely kill my opponent. In the middle of the hall. Xiao Yuntian was already standing in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han swept his gaze across and felt that Xiao Yuntian was like an unsheathed treasured saber, radiating brilliance. A slight touch would cause one to be injured. Furthermore, his eyes were as firm as a rock and his confidence was undying. Xiao Han vaguely felt that his saber intent was trembling, transmitting a desire for battle. This swordsman before me is quite strong to be able to trigger my saber intent. Looks like he is also a transcendent swordsman who is comprehending saber intent. Xiao Han temporarily suppressed his saber intent and smiled at Xiao Yuntian. You are also a swordsman? Xiao Yuntian said indifferently. You can say that. Xiao Han did not deny it. Draw your saber. Xiao Yuntian's entire body was sharp and sharp. His words were harsh and sharp. Invisible saber chi rushed out from his body and easily minced the air around him. If I draw my saber, I will definitely kill, Xiao Han said very seriously. You are from the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuntian, right? Senior brother A Cho mentioned you to me just now. Today, I am a guest of the Xiao clan and do not wish to harm the Xiao clan's disciples. If I draw my saber, I will not. I do not wish to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuntian roared towards the sky. Arrogant. You are really arrogant. However, the more arrogant you are, the easier it is to die. Saber intent is merciless. I will not be merciful to you just because you are cousin Yunfan's friend. If I draw my saber, you will also die. As soon as he finished speaking, the single saber on Xiao Yuntian's back jumped up as if it was alive. Xiao Yuntian grabbed it with his right hand. His entire aura suddenly rose and rose steadily. The sharpness and coldness of a swordsman permeated the entire place. Chapter 69. This caused the atmosphere in the hall to soar. This was a duel between two swordsmen. In the world of martial arts, the most orthodox weapons were the saber and the sword. However, it was extremely difficult to train these two weapons to a high level and to a high level. 1 in 10,000. Only saber and sword, these two types of weapons, could allow a martial artist to comprehend the saber intent and sword intent that they yearned for even in their dreams, allowing them to kill those above their level as if they were nothing. Therefore, a duel between two swordsmen, a duel between two swordsmen, and a duel between two swordsmen were considered the most exciting duels in the martial Dao. Xiao Yuntian was an outstanding swordsman in the outer sect of the Eight Void Hall. There was no need to doubt his battle strength. Anyone who paid attention to him could tell that he had touched the threshold of the blade intent by looking at his aura and gaze. Although Xiao Han had yet to draw his saber, the sharp aura had already pierced through his body. Earlier, Xiao Han had used the shapeless saber aura to break Shimen Shuang's Great Sun Purple Chi technique. This proved that he was not an ordinary person. The two experts had yet to fight, yet the entire hall was suffused with saber chi and violent battle intent, causing many of the guests present to feel suffocated to the point of being unable to breathe. All of them moved their chairs out of the hall and watched the battle from afar. Since you're so arrogant, pay the price for your ignorance and stupidity. You're just digging your own grave. Xiao Yuntian held his saber with both hands and a sharp saber aura surged out. All of a sudden, the saber aura turned bronze. It was as if it had a substance. The bronze saber aura carried a strong ancient aura. It had a heavy sense of history and vicissitudes that could destroy anything. In an instant, the entire hall was dyed bronze. It was inexplicably strange. The quality of this saber aura is unusual. It's a few levels higher than ordinary saber aura. Xiao Han thought to himself. No wonder the three managers told me that the strongest saber technique in the Beacon Fire Empire was an 8-point palace when I was choosing the saber manual. The Xiao family's third branch. Bronze saber aura? Xiao Yunrong frowned slightly. A hint of admiration flashed through her noble eyes. I can't believe cousin Yuntian managed to cultivate the bronze saber aura in just a year. Junior sister Yunrong, this cousin of yours is quite a talent. The Eight Void Hall was founded on the blade and had countless ancient blade manuals. Among them, the blade chi cultivated by the disciples of the Eight Void Hall was the most unique. Pig iron saber chi, bronze saber chi, silver saber chi, gold saber chi, and finally wooden saber chi. These were the secret techniques of the 8 Desolate Palace, the ultimate skills. It was said that the bronze blade chi was the limit that a blade user of the mortal body realm could reach. In order to cultivate the silver blade chi, one must have true chi as the foundation. The bronze saber chi could split gold and break jade, crush mountains, cut off rivers, and destroy both ghosts and gods. Moreover, I saw a terrifying sign of saber intent appearing in your cousin's eyes. That lad from Cloud Rain sect would definitely lose. Regardless of whether he pulls out his saber or not, he will still die, the white-clothed swordsman evaluated. It's still unknown who will win, Xiao Yunrong said mysteriously. Touching the threshold of saber intent is not equivalent to comprehending saber intent. Many saber users have successfully touched the threshold of saber intent, but they have never been able to comprehend saber intent. Comprehending saber intent and sword intent might seem like a matter of thought, but they are separated forever. In the hull. Die. My saber Dao forsakes all fancy things and uses brute force to destroy everything. Anyone who is hit by my saber chi will definitely explode and die from being torn into pieces. Xiao Yuntian smiled cruelly. His entire body was burning with saber aura. Suddenly, he held his saber with both hands and slashed fiercely. A series of afterimages flashed by, showing off his saber speed. It was so fast that ordinary people could not catch it with their naked eyes. Mountain-breaking saber. Whoosh 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 whoosh, streaks of bronze saber chi swarmed out and exploded towards Xiao Han. The air rumbled and exploded, causing the ground to collapse continuously. Great! The power of each ray of bronze saber chi has reached 100 cauldrons. Indeed domineering. However, he can only slash out 50 rays of saber chi in a single breath. His saber speed is far from mine. Xiao Han evaluated in a split second and swung his hand saber continuously. Bang! 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 Rays of saber chi slashed out and collided with the bronze saber chi in the air. Then, they exploded like fireworks. It was splendid and spectacular. The clash between the two saber men rapidly entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Yintian's bronze saber chi was as heavy as a mountain, crushing everything. Xiao Han's saber chi was light as a feather, like a flash in the pan, extremely fast. The two of them were actually on par. Neck and neck. That's all you're capable of. If you don't draw your saber, only death awaits you. Xiao Yintian's body burned with bronze saber chi flames. He was like a demonic god as he wielded his saber and walked towards Xiao Han step by step. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch, as though there was no end to it. Buzz buzz buzz, dense bronze saber chi surged out from Xiao Yintian's body and floated in the air like dragons and snakes, dominating the wilderness. Poof! 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 Xiao Yintian's aura was getting wilder and wilder. Everywhere his footsteps passed, the ground would crack and explode, forming deep pits one after another as dust billowed. He's definitely going to draw his saber. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. Not only that. Xiao Yintian's saber force was incomparably brutal as it continued to rise. It could be said that Xiao Yintian had already controlled the rhythm of the battle. At that moment, even if that youth from Cloud Rain sect draws his saber, it's too late. He can't turn the tables. At that moment, under the pressure of Xiao Yintian's saber force, Xiao Han actually calmed down. His spirit and aura were as calm as an ancient well and deep as a lake. An undetectable smile flickered across his lips. Good. That's great. Under such pressure, the marrow refinement medicinal pellets on the surface of his bones seeped into his bones like a tidal wave. That felt great. Right now, his entire body was comfortable and refreshed while the quality of his physical body was being consolidated and raised. Indeed, only with pressure can one improve. Under the pressure of the torrential saber force, Xiao Han's heart was as calm as water and he was detached from it. The next moment, let's end this. All of a sudden, the void trembled and a phantom image of the emperor tore through the air. The emperor's aura had appeared out of nowhere. The force in Xiao Han's body surged out and formed a layer of bright yellow air current on the surface of his body. The air current twisted and turned into an emperor's robe. The stars, sun, moon, mountains and rivers were all within it. An emperor's crown appeared on his head and the canopy of the 5 emperors rose, bringing peace to the mountains and dominating the world. In a single breath, Xiao Han's aura rose continuously. He stood tall and gradually revealed the appearance of an emperor, prostrating in all directions. The emperor's aura was augmented by the saber force. Another trump card of Xiao Han's. Back then, the reason why Xiao Han chose to cultivate the Tao of the saber was because the emperor's aura could fuse with the saber force and increase his aura tremendously. Right now, the emperor's aura tore through the air, causing Xiao Han's saber force to reach an extremely dense and suppressive level. A large stretch of space froze completely. The bronze saber chi that was swimming around seemed to have been frozen and could not move at all. As for the aura that Xiao Yuntian had accumulated, it was like a punctured balloon that was constantly deflating and flowing out. What? Xiao Yuntian was panic-stricken. A huge flaw appeared in his indestructible saber heart. Fear, nervousness, anxiety, hesitation, defeat. Countless negative emotions took the opportunity to enter his body. Puchi. Something seemed to be broken in Xiao Yuntian's eyes. My saber intent has been crushed. The saber intent that I was comprehending has been crushed. I can't even catch a trace of it. Ah! Xiao Yuntian let out a sorrowful cry. Puchi! 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 The bronze saber chi in this space crumbled and turned into nothingness. Lose! Xiao Han sent Xiao Yuntian flying with a saber chi in his hand. Puchi! Xiao Yuntian spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. There were traces of blood at the corner of his eyes. Senior brother Yuntian. A group of 8 Wind Hall disciples quickly rushed forward and supported Xiao Yuntian. The veteran saber artist fell silent for a moment and looked deeply at Xiao Han before saying, Junior brother Yuntian, you've lost. Your saber force has been completely suppressed and the saber intent that you've just touched has been completely destroyed. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to make any progress in the Tao of the saber in the future. Senior brother. Senior brother, please take action and kill that arrogant disciple of Cloud Rain sect. Take revenge for senior brother Yuntian. The group of 8 Wind Hall's saber artists were excited as they barked continuously. His aura is too strong. He has the domineering aura of a ruler, a minister, and an assistant. I'm not his match. I'll definitely die once he draws his saber. The veteran saber artist's eyes twitched a few times as he said gloomily. Report this matter to the sect and let the sect handle it. Apart from Shui Jianfeng, another shocking prodigy has emerged in the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. His skill has shocked everyone and he's completely famous now. After defeating Xiao Yuntian, Xiao Han withdrew his aura and stood upright. His aura was like that of a deity that could make people submit to him. The entire place was dead silent. No one dared to step forward to challenge him. On the armchair at the front of the hall, clan leader Old Master Xiao's body trembled. He couldn't control himself. Yuntian. Yuntian was also defeated. I didn't expect Yunfeng and Yuntian to be defeated one after another. Will our Xiao clan be dominated by this young man in the end? Our Xiao clan is the #1 clan in Scorching Flame City. We have many descendants and talents, but we can't even defeat a young man in the marrow refinement realm. Old Master Xiao's body turned cold as all his hopes turned to dust. In the camp of the Xiao clan's 3rd branch, Xiao Yunrong stood up. Senior sister Yunrong, are you going to fight? The red-clothed girl asked excitedly. Heh. This young man makes me want to fight. Furthermore, I can't ignore the clan's honor. Xiao Yunrong smiled indifferently. The white-clothed swordsman was intoxicated by Xiao Yunrong's peerless beauty. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Junior sister Yunrong, let me fight for you." "Senior brother Bai, you're not his match," Xiao Yunrong said softly. Then, she strolled into the middle of the hall and faced Xiao Han. "Greetings, friend from Cloud Rain Sect. I'm Yunfan's cousin, Xiao Yunrong." Xiao Yunrong spoke with fervor and assurance. It seemed that she was not fighting against Xiao Han on the battlefield. Instead, it was like two old friends chatting about daily life. Her temperament was very aloof. Xiao Han frowned slightly. "My friend, if Yunrong can defeat him by a stroke of luck, can you teach me that body-refining skill?" Xiao Yunrong said with a smile. "Oh? Coveting my immortal golden body?" Xiao Han sneered in his heart and blurted out. "It's impossible for you to defeat me. Ha 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 ha. Of course, if you become my woman, my skill will be your skill. Ha 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 ha. My friend, you misspoke." Xiao Yunrong's face blushed slightly and the corners of her mouth curled up in anger. "Ha ha ha ha. Enough with the idle chatter, lose for me." With a saber in his hand, Xiao Han's confidence reached an unprecedented height. Suddenly, with the support of the Emperor's force, the saber in his hand burst out with a buzzing sound. The wind howled and the cranes panicked. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han's figure seemed to be constantly increasing, like a god. Xiao Yunrong did not dare to be negligent. The sword chi around her began to surge crazily. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the wind and rain from all directions surged together. Both of their vitality and force reached their peak. Boom! After the support of the Emperor's force, Xiao Han slashed out with his saber. The saber light was dreamy and unpredictable. It had an otherworldly beauty, but it contained a ferocious might that could kill gods and Buddhas who stood in its way. Seeing the might of Xiao Han's saber in his hand, the group of sabermen from 8-Point Palace trembled in fear. Great Maha Demon subduing sword art. Xiao Yunrong's long sword trembled and a breathtaking sword chi shot out. The sword chi was the size of a door and contained the power to suppress a mountain. It looked as light as a feather, but it could easily crush a mountain and cut off a river. Moreover, this sword technique's understanding towards lightness and heaviness was extremely profound. Poof! The saber chi and the sword chi collided in the air and directly exploded. The air was overflowing. Bang! 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 In an instant, the hall was filled with saber light and sword shadows. Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong were actually evenly matched. One saber and one sword, they were evenly matched. This woman is powerful. She must have had a great fortuitous encounter. In terms of speed and strength, she is not inferior to me at all. Moreover, this is under the premise that I have the support of the Emperor's force. Powerful. Too powerful. This woman is probably at the same level as Shui Jianfeng. Xiao Han's mind was racing. "Alright, my friend. This is the end. Your saber Dao has indeed reached the limit of the physical body realm. But, it's over. You should be proud to be able to force me to use this move." Xiao Yunrong suddenly withdrew her sword and looked down, as if she was an old monk in meditation. The next moment, buzz. Buzz. The air trembled. Solidified. Distorted. Shockingly. A few wisps of void chi turned into the shape of a sword and gushed out a terrible sharp chi that could tear the void. Buzz buzz buzz. All the martial artists in the hall who carried their swords in their sheaths let out a whimper and kept jumping. Streaks of sword chi came from all directions and blended into Xiao Yunrong's chi power mysteriously. Oh my god. Sword intent. The 1 in 10,000 sword intent that all swordsmen yearn for even in their dreams. Once the sword intent is out, all swords will bow their heads. The whole hall was in chaos. All the swordsmen was affected and couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship Xiao Yunrong. Miss Yunrong is going to win. Sword intent. She actually comprehended the sword intent. A world-shocking talent. Another world-shocking talent from Mingjian Villa. Reaching the true energy realm is just around the corner. The city lord roared. He used his hand to hold the hilt of the long sword at his waist to prevent it from being affected by the sword intent and jumped out of its sheath. Ha 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 ha. Yunrong actually comprehended the sword intent. The Xiao family's honor. The Xiao family's honor. Old Master Xiao cried. At this moment. Do you think that you can suppress me just because you comprehended the sword intent? I've said it before, you can only lose in my hands. Xiao Han's figure flickered as a peerless saber chi burst out from his body all of a sudden. Like an evil dragon, it tore the air into pieces. A kind of power that could shatter the void shot out from Xiao Han's eyes. A few wisps of void chi turned into blade chi and circled around Xiao Han's body at a speed faster than the speed of sound. It continuously cut through the air and created a vacuum. My blade! My blade! The blades on the backs of the top swordsmen from Ba Huang Palace seemed to have been bestowed with some kind of life force. The invisible blade chi was forcefully absorbed by Xiao Han like a sponge absorbing water. Blade. Blade intent. He comprehended the blade intent. The senior swordsman from Ba Huang Palace looked at Xiao Han in a daze. His knees were trembling and he was about to kneel down. After a breath's time, the senior swordsman looked left and right and saw that his junior brothers were all kneeling down in Xiao Han's direction. Their wills had been taken away and they had to bow to their subjects. All the swordsmen knelt down on the ground. At the same time, under the invasion of Xiao Yunrong's sword intent, the marrow refining medicine that was stuck on the surface of Xiao Han's bones surged into his bone marrow at a speed that was many times faster than usual. The quality of his body was increasing. The next moment, puff. 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 Xiao Han's heart throbbed. Dense cocoons of light burst out from Xiao Han's heart. Each cocoon of light burst open with all kinds of patterns. Emperor's Divine Fist 3rd Form. Imperial Expedition, Indestructible Golden Body 21st to 30th Form, 7 Fragment Blade Technique 1st Form. Jade Breaking Technique. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.